my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Okay, so you're coming back from there, and then I think we have everything settled.
Yeah, I think the show's set. And you know what? It's so nice to be back in the studio. Last week when I missed the EML play day, because I had a power cut, it was truly awful.
Actually, I preferred it with Tim. What?
No, not this shit again.
Actually, I got you. I got you. We are so back. We're in the studio for the EML Kickoff playoffs. In just a few days, we'll know our EML representatives for the Salt Lake City Major. My name is Anne, and I'm joined in the studio by Alfama and Fresh. Guys, we're back in the Fortress. Must be feeling very good.
And there's light. And there's light. Yeah, no, it's so good. It's so good to be back. We had a couple of online days, but we're back in studio. It feels like EML again.
It feels like home. It feels like home. We spent so much time in the studio together with that logo, with EML, with those teams. It feels right. It just feels right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have all of our teams with us. In fact, we started with 10 teams last week. We only have 8 of those remaining and put them in a bracket phase, a double elimination bracket phase for shots at the Salt Lake City Major, right? We have 8 teams remaining in their respective seats right now, but only 4 can make it to the Major.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the 4 that will win games 5, 6, 8 and 9. But today we'll be focusing on matches 1 and 2, of course. These are the teams that finished in 2nd and 3rd position, which means they weren't the best, but they certainly weren't the worst. That gets them an upper bracket lifeline. So it means they can progress into the games to qualify to the Major, gives themselves 2 spots. But if they happen to lose today, their benefit for finishing in 2nd and 3rd place is that they do get that extra life. They will drop down to the lower bracket.
And I think some teams were not expected to have that extra life. If you look at teams like Fnatic, like Twisted Minds, even like Rebels as well, those are teams that were expecting still to decide their fate on the very last day of kickoff of the group stage, you know. So I think for them, they must be really happy about these placements because I don't think many people were expecting on it.
That was really nice that we had all the tension until that final day to determine the positions inside of those 2 groups. But that does leave us with 2 best of 3s for today. Best of 3s, very excited once we look at the schedule for our 2 matches for today. And we always talk about it, right? With a best of 3, the real depth in a team comes to show.
Yeah, and I think I've been especially expecting this for some teams. Virtus Pro, for example, Jack, what does a best of 3 allow you to do?
It allows you to expose your map pool or show or, you know, flex your map pool, Leo.
What was the team that had the smallest map pool of all of the other teams
That would be Virtus Pro.
And what do you think have changed now?
I think they're going to flex it.
Yeah, exactly. Now with Neko at their helm, with the roster change they went through, I'm so excited to see them play even more maps. We didn't get to see that many maps or different ones either during the group stage, so kind of excited to see what they will cook in the BO3 setting.
Yeah, I'll move over to the couches as we get ready for our first day. But before we start with the bracket phase, I kind of want to look back at the last 2 weeks in our group stage. Was what were you doing if you weren't watching? But we got you covered. We want to talk about it in 3 categories like we normally do, jumping into the panorama, starting off with the monster. But it felt wrong to just select 1 monster from 5 play days, so we decided to go with an all-star team of monsters.
That's exactly what we did. And we did this completely statistically, by the way. This wasn't about roles. This wasn't about feelings, about what would be a good team. We picked the 5 best players, rated by EPS inside of our league. And you know what? I actually think this team would absolutely slay. They've got Stompin on the backline in the spot. They've got Jum who links it up as a bit of a lurk, and 3 of the best entry players in the world.
What a lineup. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking this might be the biggest nightmare to face in ranked. Actually, looking at that lineup, I want to see an all-star team of EML face an all-star team of SAL and NAL as well.
Do you know what? I think our team would absolutely slap the SAL team and the NAL team.
Ooh.
Like, who are the NAL team putting up? JJ Blast? He's going to do nothing against Noah, nothing against Shaiko.
Oh, that lineup. I want to see them play against them, man. I just want to see it happen.
and certain titans like FaZe, for example, dropping down to a lower bracket as well. So maybe we do have the strongest region back in action again. It's showing with the individual players as well, right? When we talk about the moment, the craziest thing that happened inside the group stage, we had to talk about a 1v4 clutch, which was also an ace from Pasha.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy, of course. He got an ace, and the 1 versus 4, it was in that play day against Heretics. It all starts off with a C4 onto glass. This was actually a really good push by Heretics, using the glass to try and push through the top floor. Pasha shut it down. He does then end up in a 1 versus 4. Isolates a kill onto the bench's window. Key thing about that is that the Monty has to jump out to try and get the diffuser to play for a plant, and the diffuser is outside. There was a player bench's window doing absolutely nothing, and when you give people 1 versus 1s, especially a player of Pasha's quality, he's going to isolate them. Gets another one there, gets it down to the 1 versus 2, and then from there, Heretics, I think you'll say this later, they made the wrong choice to go for the plant, but Pasha played it perfectly.
Yeah, he played it perfectly, but on so many occasions there, Heretics was doing nothing of importance. Dora picked bench window for no reason. You have Riaz picking him with Flores, and then the wrong decision of going for the plant in a 2v1 when you have a shield up.
Yeah.
I think there were many different things they could have done better, but honestly,
what a play.
What a play for Pasha.
Beautiful stuff coming out from him there. And now the one match that you should have seen during the group phase is our must-have watched in this case. Quite of a personal one. We got June playing against his former team, former organization, and that organization was there to show, hey, this is what you left.
Absolutely. Team Secret has been an absolute rollercoaster across this whole stage. They ended up finishing in the lower bracket, but across that group stage, they had a massive game against the Falcons as well, and showing this, Noah getting an absolutely huge quad kill. It was absolutely crazy, but that's the highs, that's the lows, that's what you get for supporting a team. But what a game that was to watch.
Well, you're seeing it there, right? Things are really important inside of a game. Aim, communication, working, things like that. But then we talk about one thing, and we don't talk about it often enough, making sure that you stay well nutrition, right? That's why we saw a lot of those, I think, over the group stage as well. Snacks, drinks, and we thought to make a tier list out of them.
Yeah, I think it was important to take a look at some of those player cams and maybe trying to see who's got the better game. So, and you came up with this rank.
Yeah.
So we've got S tier. I assume that's the best, right?
Yeah, great snack, great drink, perfect. Would choose it myself as well. We got healthy, very important. We got to think of being well nutritioned, making sure we can perform to our best levels. We got normal, just
basic,
but fine. And then we got what is going on. I think people can already come up with a few that they've seen maybe during the...
All right, I'm interested to see. Let's take a look at one of the first players then.
All right, we got J-Lad drinking from a water bottle, which seems to be like a 1 liter water bottle. That's fine. It's not enough to be fully dehydrated for the full day, but I think it feels quite...
Healthy.
It feels healthy? It's water after all.
It's healthy. But I mean, yeah, it's a liter of water. I think it's fine. It's probably a good pace as well to drink a liter per game.
So where are we? Is it normal or is it healthy?
I'd say we put it in healthy.
Healthy. All right. Healthy for J-Lad with the water. Yeah. That's fine. All right. Let's take a look at another clip then. Another player. That's Benja. Ooh, look at that.
Benja is drinking from a protein shaker, which I feel like is a little bit confused because it misses the cap. Don't know what's going on there.
All right.
It's either a protein shake or water, but I'd say just because
no
it's...
cap, so no shake.
Yeah.
It's just protein.
Yeah, I mean, if you shake that, it's going to go on the ground. I wouldn't recommend doing that. Been there, done that. Not a great time cleaning up the walls.
Okay, so it's a bit weird.
Yeah.
But it's healthy.
It's not normal, but it's healthy.
All right.
If it's a protein shake or water, it's...
So far, EML is doing good.
Yeah.
Only healthy players.
Wonderful.
All right.
Next
Who
one.
else? Who else? Ooh. All right, that one is cool. Drinking the tears of your enemies.
Yeah, we got Alem's drinking from a secret cup, a team that he played against, or the former organization rather that he played against. I mean, Jack, I think you agree. This has to go into S tier, right?
Yeah, that's cold.
That's a flex.
Just to BM the team, that's cold from Alems. I like that.
All right. Absolutely love to see that. Our next clip.
All right, let's go. Joom. Ooh, what is that?
Ooh. All right. I'd say it's... I would like to put it in healthy because it's sugar-free, right? But... maybe that's a little bit too much copium. It's an energy drink. So I'd say we put it in normal because everybody in their life has drank an energy drink before.
All right.
It's borderline maybe healthy, but...
it's still an energy drink.
When does the energy drink actually hit, though? That's the problem.
It's
you drink it during the game. Surely it hits after the game.
You know what? It is 100% placebo. I used to play alongside Rise. Rise had a 50 centiliter energy drink can every single time.
And he's just buzzing after the game.
Yeah, after the game.
Working out the heart. Hard days, yeah.
All right, we've seen many players. Let's take a look at a new one as well. Oh,
Leo, what
sorry,
the hell?
sorry. That one is from my personal folder. I just
That is
mixed it
not
up.
a consumption.
Let's move on to the next one really quickly, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, that one is
Okay,
really good.
Yeah, no, okay. Maybe people were thinking about this one when they saw the what is going on category was why are we drinking from what seems like a 10-liter bottle during a game? That is way too much for you to drink during one game. You're going to drown yourself at that point.
Yeah, that needs to be what it took him less than 20 minutes to finish the game, and he still has that huge water bottle. That one is really weird.
Yeah.
I think we kept the best one for the last, right?
Yes, we absolutely did. One more clip, and that is, of course, the one snack inside here in the consumption list. We have drinks only, but we, of course, have Shaiko eating popcorn, clip farming during the game. That can't be anything else than S tier. Thank you very
That
much.
has to be S tier. That has to be S tier. There should be a tier higher than that. I mean, dropping casual triple kills and eating popcorns in the middle, because that was not even at the end of the game. That was during the game in between rounds, after a triple kill.
There's plenty of choices, I feel like, from water to energy drinks to snacks and maybe some tea as well in this case. I wonder what chat thinks about that, but now that we at least have our consumption sorted for the day, we can get going with our matches, our 2 best of 3s for the day. And as we dive into that first one here, we're gonna look at Virtus.pro going up against Rebels. And now, whilst these two teams have never really played against each other with their current rosters, it kind of feels like that oil leak that I called from Gen G last week, right? That team that now moves into all these different rosters and find themselves playing against each other.
The French are everywhere. They are everywhere, and they're taking over every single roster.
We'll just leave him for 10 minutes to talk about the French.
They used to be... Listen, we used to only have one French-speaking roster. Now we have one, and on top of that, we have French leaking everywhere. Let's take a look at some of the players that were on these rosters. You know, if you look at LMs, Asa, they were former teammates of Neko, and obviously it's a special one because they went through, I think, different iteration. On one side, LMs used to be with Ents and was dropped. Asa was one that came later with a certain rookie role. And looking at this, there's a duo that fares better than the other. However, Rebels dominated way less than VP. And it has to do with the roles. On one side, we've got, on the right side, I think, the voice and the vision of one team. On the left side, really just the back line that seems to overperform compared to the rest of the firepower. Different roles, Jack, but also different impact.
Yeah, I would say. And also, let's not forget, Neko is the best clutch player inside of EML right now. He's got 3 1vx clutches as well as Agile and as well as playing Shield. So the stats don't necessarily matter so much, but it's kind of poetic. These guys playing against each other to go back to try and make the major.
Yeah, Virtus.pro have done better in the group phase though, so I like that we're looking at the back line, but I want to make sure we look at the front line of this roster as well, pulling up all the stats in general. 2 players that pop up.
Yeah, honestly, if we look at the firepower on their side, you know, guys like Pasha, guys like Rorik, it's very important that, you just pay attention to the fraggers here. I think that some of them are actually, were not expected to be hard carries. I think Rorik especially, he came in, this was his first season as a professional player. I think many people had seen him train in Tier 2 for years. He actually said it, 6 years of experience to lead to this moment. I think he really came to fruition when he joined this roster. And I'm looking at this, and players like Dan, players like Pasha as well, like the old guard are still putting up the firepower, and the French is there with a vision. So far, it seems to mesh really well.
Yeah, and their main issue is that they were slow in some of these rounds, right? I think a big comparison that we could put now with this new kind of IGLing style is to look at some of their newer gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you know what, Leo? I'm actually just going to admit it. I'm going to admit it. I was a little bit of a Virtus.pro hater on their old style. And do you know what? Actually, I'm going to show you just what their old style was. This is Virtus.pro of last year. Stage 1, up against G2 on Consulate. Notice the time, 20 seconds left. Where's Dan? He is 2 floors above the bomb site. They're pushing late. They're basically doing nothing. They're actually just going to walk into a doorway and all die. You see Dan, he's pushing down the stairs here. He's going down yellow stairs. What do you see? Yellow door is still open. Sorry, that is J-Lad. And then you've also got barbed wire as well. They just push in and then they die. So what have Virtus.pro done? Well, they brought Neko in. They bring in Shields onto their roster. So let's review the exact same team that they are against. The exact same bomb site that they're playing. That's inside of this stage up against G2. They have a Blackbeard, they have a Dokkaebi, they have much faster style, and the one thing that they're going to do is they're going to force in all at the same time within 30 seconds. This player here, inside of Tellers, he's going to get targeted by 3 separate players all at the same time, and this is new Virtus.pro. It's fast, it's direct. You've got Thatcher pushing deep, holding for a refrag. You've got Twitch pushing deep, holding for a refrag. Suddenly, within 1 minute of play, it's a 5 versus 2 for Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro of old did not know what this meant. They get the plant down and they secure the round. I am absolutely in love with this version. This is why they are so good these days.
And whereas Virtus Pro was almost so close to getting first, it's kind of a surprise that we see Rebels here inside this upper bracket as well, but it has to do with some of their mixed results that we're seeing in the group stage.
Yeah, looking at this roster, I just feel like this is the song of ice and fire. One day they can be ice cold, get 7-1 by Falcons, 7-2 by Twisted Minds, and then the day after, they can go on crazy. They 7-2 GK, 7-4 Secret on the most critical matchup, the very last one of Kickoff. You know, it's a team that has potential, we clearly see that. Much more than Heretics has showed coming from Challenger Series, but at the same time, do they have it in them? In a BO3 setting, against a team that has, beaten G2, for example, do they really have it to take down a team like VP?
You kind of expect it with a team that's got 3 rookie players in that are making the step up. You kind of expect that inconsistency. That performance against Secret, to even get into the upper bracket, I think was absolutely monumental. But what that does is it raises the bar, it raises the pressure, because you're now into best of 3s, you're now into upper bracket, you're now in with these players thinking, we've got a serious shot at the major here. So for them, it's about proving it.
It is, and you two hinted towards it before in the pre-show, the maps, especially for Virtus Pro. I would like to see it, it's really getting tested, a map pool inside of a best of 3, but looking at these 3 maps selected, it's nothing too, experimental as we're looking here.
No Clubhouse, Lair, and Bank. Now, I will say this, I think the Clubhouse pick makes a lot of sense for VP. One of the only maps that Rebels showed at the Tier 1 level that was against Twisted Minds, and they got absolutely smashed, 7-2. On the side of VP, they haven't shown it yet, and it's the same thing for Lair. So they're protected by the fact that Neko came in and reworked entirely their playstyle and the map pool. Not having shown it at the top level really helps them. And then Bank as a decider, I think a good one overall. Neko loves to call that map as well. He used to absolutely love it on Genji. So overall, looking at this, it's still, I think, heavily at the advantage of VP if we look at the facts and the previous results.
Yeah, I think so. I think you'd expect them to have a bigger map pool just because the players have been around a little bit longer. I'm excited to see them on Clubhouse though, because obviously that is the map that you would have said, we've seen everything, we've done everything, especially with Virtus Pro, you always knew what was coming. It's now going to be very, very different in terms of the new Virtus Pro. So I'm expecting to show strength from them.
Well, it's a good day today. We've got the best of 3s. We're back in the studio. Another nice thing to add with that is that we actually get to talk to the casters before the game as we're joined by Dev and Pengu. We saw you two for the last 2 weeks. We're going to actually get to chat with you two. How are we feeling? Maybe starting with you, James. It's like in the middle of the night for you, no?
Oh. Who cares? It's like 2 in the morning, but I don't care because I'm so stoked to be here. Also, it's so nice to see you guys back in the studio. I got to admit, it was kind of weird seeing you guys online. I've just associated you so much with the Copenhagen studio, and it looks phenomenal. It's so great to be back involved in EML and into the playoffs.
It really is, but I just heard that the game is ready, so hopefully we'll hear from you inside this match as well, Nick, but at least you two can take it away for the first match of the day.
Nice to see you guys.
Do you want to have your moment now, Nick? You can, respond to them. I'm sure they can still hear you.
I didn't clock, for whatever reason, that they weren't in studio when we worked EML last week, because it's so normal for me to see them in studio, but you're right, we were online before, now we're back online, if you will. Super excited, super stoked, and we got some new teams / new rosters. Obviously, a vote here favoring VP, and I'm not surprised. They've been looking scary in the server. I mean, Fresh broke down their pushes, their aggression, and it's a whole new look for Virtus Pro.
It's a completely revamped roster for the formerly Russian Bears. Now they have this mixed team, and as they talked about in the pre-show, Pengu, we have 2 French boys on this Virtus Pro roster that are very familiar with 2 French boys from the Rebels roster. Of course, formerly Genji last year in the EML. That roster actually performed really well. I think they ended up top 4 at the end of the year. They had some pretty deep runs, went to a couple of international tournaments, but unfortunately didn't continue. I think the kind of spiritual continuity of that roster ended up being this Rebels team with Alems and Asa, but of course we have the ex-teammates on the other side of it as well in Neko and Sky. So this is going to be a fantastic showing and an opportunity for Virtus Pro to really assert themselves. And there we go, there's Alems. Man, I'm so keen for this team in Virtus Pro to see what they can really do after finally making some big roster changes.
No, I'm also quite keen, and I think the thing that makes me even more excited is the fact that we're starting on Clubhouse, because we spoke about Consulate and the aggressive push from Virtus Pro, we're seeing how they do like the split theory, that new style of siege, But Clubhouse is probably one of those maps that speaks the least into that aggressive playstyle. Sure, you can have more time on the clock to go for your execute if you're much quicker and successful on the roam clear, but at the end of the day, Clubhouse very commonly will come down to that bomb site itself. So we're gonna have to see Virtus Pro on their fundamentals, their strategy, their counter adaptations, and that's something where I feel like Rebels might be quite good at themselves because they have a lens. They have an IGL, a captain who was playing with that old BDS roster / the current Falcons roster, like past it at least, and he is a person who's been playing for 10 years straight at the highest level in Europe. Yeah, he was in Steel for a little bit, but he's back in T1 now, so 8 years to get one more or less. They should have a good idea of how to pick this apart themselves, or how to set up a defense.
It doesn't get much more classic than Clubhouse in Rainbow Six. So it's just so great. I mean, this map is so well-rounded. I know that you're a big fan. I am a massive fan. It's just like the best map to kind of test every different element of attacking and defensing, whether it's roaming, whether it's anchoring, whether it's hard breaching, whether it's execute util. There are so many mini games and so many things going on this map, one of which is actually an aggressive C4 from Alems. I believe that might have been actually up through the office hatch onto someone on the roof. So it's goodbye to Skies, and now Virtus Pro already struggling to execute what they intend to do without a bit of a fight from Rebels.
It's a huge pick. The only downside here for Rebels is they probably don't know what operator Skies is playing, but he is on Hibana, leaving only 2 Selma charges left now for the ace. They can get a singular hatch with all the remaining hub destruction, and that's it. Obviously, Rebels haven't fallen back, but that blind will cause it, but Elens is caught on the way down. So Nako finds a pick back to even numbers, but that's going to be the sign for Rebels to fall all the way back towards the basement. Losing one player and trading one player is perfectly okay because they burned half the clock and also killed a fair bit of drones.
Yeah, and like you said, the hard breach, which I feel like is the real crux of this.
They might not know it still.
You're right, they might not know it, but they might be able to figure it out, even just based on obviously knowing Skies very well. Alems and Asa used to play with him. They might be able to guess from VODing Virtus Pro, even though they haven't seen a Clubhouse, what maps what roles they like to play, that Skies might be on the Hibana. But at the moment, there is a little bit of aggression. It's Marteau in kitchen right now. They've spotted him. They know where he is. He will drop all the way down, but gets caught on his retreat. That is a dangerous and expensive loss for Rebels.
It's trapped to that middle line for as long as possible. Stay to get that one more drone, that one more bit of information, but also fall back early enough to the point where you don't get caught off. He stayed for 5 seconds too long. He paid the price. Also, Rebels, they can maybe deduct the fact that they killed Hibana, right? They've seen the Blitz, they've seen the Thatcher MPs, they've seen the Summer charges, and now they know Sledge is on board. So they should know that there is in fact no more half reach but these 2 Selmas. A flag denied immediately. Wallbang from Dan takes on Linko. Full control from VP. 20 seconds to go. They can drop the hatch with the Blitz. They got smokes to boot as well. Or they can walk down that main staircase.
A lot of pressure now on Asa and Fenno to have a big impact. The fire actually... Oh my god, what? The explosion onto the gas pipe finds 2 kills. Pasha's the last one left. Asa goes absolutely nuclear with 3 kills. Rebels had no right winning that round, but they stole it from VP.
Oh, heartbreaker. So many things going so well. They catch the rotations, they catch the guy flanking, they have 25 seconds, and the hardest thing about that basement bomb site execute is actually getting into the bomb site. Either dropping down the hatch where you're stuck in the air, or you're walking down the bottom main staircase, which we just saw. You have so many different lines of sight, and you're exposed to so many different gunfights. But when you have a Blitz, when you have those spare smoke grenades that I mentioned, you can just kind of go in the kitchen hatch, smoke off AKs, smoke off that 3rd box towards blue, and drop down with the Blitz shield almost, and that's it. It's almost impossible to die, essentially. Back with that blind bolt. So many things went wrong. I mean,
spotted him.
The pipe bottom main getting a double kill.
That was so funny. Poor Linko.
Look at this. Oh, that's the impact grenade.
Yeah, that couldn't be more perfect. It's funny, like, if he hadn't gone for the impact, if he just shot it, it probably wouldn't have blown in time to get the double kill. So it was actually the perfect play there. Wow, that's an explosive first round, pardon the pun, for Rebels. And yeah, a great start, because it's funny, that really did feel like a tug of war. Like you said at the start, Pengu, I mean, lose your Hibana up front, and even though it becomes a 4v4, Rebels are no doubt favored. But then, pick after pick, VP easily the winning team in that round. It just came down to one impact grenade and the detonation of the gas pipe that turned the tide again. Goes to show, you know, obviously a lot of people say there's not a lot that has changed in SiegeX. It's still the same old game, but those gas pipes can win you and lose you around.
That is true. Here we see the Thatcher rework. You have like a little mini IQ scanner kind of, or a heartbeat sensor in a different game, and it shows you electronics that are both pre-placed and being tossed in the air. So you saw he was disabling the Melusi Banshee behind the breach. Then he saw like a projectile flying on his scanner. That's gonna be the Kite Claw. He catches both. Wall is opened up successfully. And without Thatcher, that's just not possible. You'd have to go downstairs to Vert, etc. I also think that last round is a good example of you winning the round / the enemy losing the round, right? Virtus Pro technically won it strategically, man advantage, 4v2, etc. But they still lost the round. So you can play the round as perfectly as possible on your own end and then get punished by like one small mistiming, one small lack of information, or in that case, the SiegeX pipes. This one is interesting to me though, because Rebels have surrendered catwalk control for free.
Yeah.
And garage. They're not playing lounge downstairs. It's just playing deeply in the bomb site and then in master bedroom and gym. But this is a CCTV defense. Like, this is the bomb site. So they give up everything for free, maybe hoping the Kite Claws would get more value than they did.
Nice dodging that C4. You're right, it's a very risky play for Rebels. Very unusual to be giving up so much for free. They're looking to try and play for plant denial and retake, which really puts extra pressure on Virtus Pro to get this incision right. Pasha going for the plant denial, to go deep, and be careful. Down below, a C4 can completely unhand the round. And a double kill from Feno. Virtus Pro able to find a couple of picks though, and maybe make it look possible. I believe that fire was a Goyo that detonated. VP getting a little bit too overzealous here. They didn't respect that, well, if Rebels are giving us this for free, then probably there's something at work down below. They didn't try and clear this out, and they've been punished as a result. Now it's up to Dan and Nako to look for an execute. Dan makes his way inside from the breach. Misses an opportunity, but finally does take down Linko. Now it's Marteau in a 1 versus 2. He's heard that plant start to go down. He's going to be able to revive his buddy and go for a retake. So this means the diffuser will go down.
Trading a post plant for a revive, that's so worth for VP. They can play catwalk and breach, so 2 strong positions. And no one player is low. They know they have no intel from defense.
Nako surely should hear Linko down below. He hasn't as of yet. Linko has a chance, but doesn't land the shots. Nako finds both kills, and Virtus Pro will make amends for the errors of their ways and get themselves their first round on the board.
And it's again another great example of Virtus Pro Plan A. We see the vision. They have the glass, they take catwalk, they take what is given to them from Rebels, right? They say, okay, this is free for the taking, we're gonna take it and we're gonna use it. The moment the round goes sideways to a C4 and the fire and the kill spree from both teams, it's not them stalling saying, okay, what do we do now? Let's think, let's drone. No, right off the rip, they say, guys, we have to push for a kill or 2. We cannot go for a default plant. It's a 2v1 for the guy covering. So they go in, push in top red from Dan, Nako push the catwalk rafters, and the moment they get the injure, you saw that they made a very conscious decision, because they go from being the aggressive players pushing for the kill to sprinting backwards and going for a default plant, because they know that 2 things can happen. The first one is that Rebels don't go for the revive. Now it's a 1v2 in Virtus Pro's favor. 1 guy planting, 1 guy covering on repel. They should win it every single time. And if Rebels do go for the revive, then it's a free plant into a 2v2, which once again, Virtus Pro should always be winning. So they essentially create a win-win scenario for themselves and a lose-lose for Rebels. It's really well done because they do it so quickly and so effortlessly.
I gotta say, I'm impressed with Rebels. It takes a lot of cojones to go for that kind of a defense. Cash is a pretty terrible bomb site, let's be honest. You know, it's funny, it's still kind of the primary bomb site for a lot of teams just playing rounds. But once you get to this level, it's hard. It's very hard to hold on to rafters with the slew of util, you know, your Capitao, your Montaigne, Ace, Hibana. Makes it really hard to hold on to that spot. And so a lot of teams try and just do that and then eventually die. Rebels completely changing the strat book. It was a risky play. It almost worked out, but again, I feel like that was VP maybe not giving enough respect to some potential vertical pressure with that C4, but of course VP won it in the end. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they did have Thatcher with 4 EMPs or 3 EMPs, no, actually 4 EMPs in pocket. But he was on the breach rappel covering. So in a perfect world, maybe Thatcher isn't covering with a gun, but has a gadget after the C4 toss. But then there's so many things like, did they think it was clear? Maybe they didn't have any. So many possibilities. But I think both teams doing a pretty good job. Rebels could also play around the mirror and Tuber out together with Decade for more tricking off the walls. They didn't. Now they do bring out the mirror. Cadella from spawn almost Nako. And this is his bait. It's distracting because he's not pushing. He's not on threat of dying. It's to enable Dan on the glass to make a play elsewhere on the map. But he gets shut down by a Limsh.
Asher, though, able to find one. He gets very active at the top of main stairs. He's likely to find the second one, but not a lot of ammunition in that Vendetta. The revolver only has 6 shots before he has to reload. Good catch, though, by Nako. Marzo goes down. Fenno is completely exposed in his position, and now they know exactly where Linko is as well. Nice shot, though. Makes it a 1v1 with Pashit on the floor. Revived now by Rorik. The two Russians will try and hold the line, but Linka's got some information here, doesn't he? Yellow pings come out. I don't know what camera that is. There must be a vault cam somewhere at the top of main stairs that VP haven't found. Doesn't matter, though, because they'll find the kill and put the round to bed regardless.
It is so crazy watching these round, and I'm seeing Virtus Pro, the jersey, the team name, because their playstyle, it is a night and day difference. Again, there is so much pressure in very small details. Again, the Ying is flashing the entire bomb site from spawn, and there's a big difference between doing it from down, like all the way in spawn, that's very safe, and being on that master bedroom balcony, because you're seeing a defender there swing on a CC window. You can get shot, you can get pre-fired, you're exposed. You're doing something very high in value with essentially 0 risk. And it's not because you're gonna make the play, it's that you're setting it up for someone else. Yes, you had your insurance glass go in, then he dies immediately, but the entire team is behind him. Nobody's making a solo play. Nobody's doing something random. Team Rebels, I mean, again, I gotta praise them. They're fighting back really well. Every single round has been super, super close. You know, 2v1s, 2v2s. And if it wasn't because Clubhouse is so hard to defend, this could very easily been a very different story from the scoreline. Because Rebels are making the most out of every single round. Plus, Nako was hitting like every shot, by the way. He's nasty.
Yeah. I give a lot of credit to Rebels. They are doing a really good job. But VP, like you said, it's a night and day difference to the old Virtus Pro. They are playing with, obviously, like, a lot of intelligence and a lot of methodical
5 seconds to go.
plans. They've got a good idea with a lot of it, but they're also just knowing how to get around these unideal situations. Even when things look a little bit rough, even when Rebels go crazy and Nako's getting a couple of kills, someone, you know, Linko that last round, I think it was from the CCTV, like, you know, VP are very good at dealing with when Plan A goes wrong, which is the biggest problem that old VP had.
Yeah. It's the good old play one strat, play perfect siege. Oh, we lost a guy. I guess now we stall. And then you start struggling. So no, there are a lot of funny moments.
Must be very different for Dan and Pasha, because obviously those are the two remaining players. Like, what a crazy change for them, going from that old playstyle with Shepard and the OG Empire boys. That classic, you know, methodical, slow, structured. We have a plan A, we don't need a plan B, because our plan A is so good. And you just can't play Siege like that anymore in 2026. What a contrast it would be for those players.
I really like how Dan is utilizing the Thatcher these rounds. He's using it almost like an IQ, looking for potential C4s that are pre-placed, that the bar cam is up and alive, because that is what you do with Thatcher now. You can just scan it around and see what is actually in the area. Now, there is no Valkyrie being brought this round, for example, but let's say there was. You can quite literally use it as a mini IQ and even disable things. You get 16 piece, by the way. All 6 spare in pocket. It's great value. And I mean, again, I always say this, when you play Clubhouse based on attack and you go for a roam clear, if you can get full map control, which actually they misstrip Club, but they don't know that, they think it's clear, because they turn their backs to it. I think, oh, they're doing it now actually, with 2 drones, so now they know. But 1 minute 30, you're actually right on the curve, if not slightly ahead of where you're supposed to be. But now they see you play on the strip, they gotta force in the blitz super quickly and deal with Fenno as, you know, within the next 10 seconds or so.
Impact as well, but that's the last one that Fenno has. He's just going to try to delay as much time as possible. This is really smart. Yes, he's backed into a corner, but it doesn't matter. All that matters is delaying as much time as possible. He eventually tries to retreat. Rorik will take him down. Yes, well played by VP, but I wouldn't be that upset if I'm Fenno.
No.
He wasted as much time as humanly possible.
I mean, you could argue that you could run out the door and just go into spawn, and yes, you are as good as dead, but you are stalling one player out for a bit longer, right? Because somebody has to answer to you, or you just flank them in 20 seconds now. But yeah, job done. Toxic Babes on the main staircase. Early usage, but again, we're stalling that push that's about to come. Candela's being great in response as well. This means it is for you that they go right now, or they won't have those Candelas.
Yeah, but the gas is keeping them at bay. Neko wants to make his way forward. Great usage of the shotgun from Pasha. With the Ying, and the Blitz goes in as well. Neko takes down Lems and looks to get that diffuser planted. Asa is the last one, and he will fall. It's a fiery close to the round from Virtus Pro as they go up 3-1.
I mean, it's ridiculous. And we didn't really touch upon it, but I believe the third operator ban there was going to be the Kaid. So Kaid and Bandit are both removed. This further enables the playstyle from VP to keep up the aggression. And despite banning both of the Electro Bros that are denying the hatches and the walls, they still bring the Thatcher. But the Thatcher, it stops everything. Think about it, right? They play Melusi on a door for a bombsite rush, we're disabling it. They're playing Valkyrie camps, we can find them, we can disable them. Pre-play C4, we can EMP it. No matter what kind of stop they have for these pushes, the Thatcher can quite literally stop every single item besides the Goyo/the fire, or maybe Toxic Babes that are tossed out quickly. It stops the rest.
Even in that round, there was an Ella, and obviously you don't want to be dropping down the hatch into an Ella mine, especially if you're the shield, right? The classic thing is you drop that kitchen hatch with the shield so that you're protected while you drop, and then you look to try and get the plant down. The Ella mine can disrupt that. The Thatcher counters the Ella. Another one, which people often forget about, is the Warden. The Warden is obviously one of the only ways that you can see through smokes on the defensive side. We've seen a lot of Glaz, we've seen a lot of smoke played, we've seen a lot of Ying. You can disrupt the Warden's glasses with the Thatcher as well. Now, you only see him on the Thatcher's kind of visor device when he's actually got the glasses active. But if you know where he is, you can shoot the EMP at him through the wall regardless. And even if he's not using them at the time, he'll still get EMP'd and won't be able to use them.
I love a bit of innovation here. And it's gotta feel fun. Like you raised the question earlier, how would it feel for Pasha and Dan to change the playstyle this drastically? But it's gotta be fun to relearn a game you've been playing the same way, or mostly the same way, for such a long time. You get a new kind of appreciation for the creativity and the possibilities. And then you get Dark as a coach who came from APAC, he's seen some shit, right? Like, he's seen stuff, games. I'm sure he's got some good stories. Yeah.
I mean, Dark, when he was with Fearex, his main rival was CAG and I guess as well D+. And like, you learn plenty by playing against those two teams.
His own star player was Rin. Rin is the big question mark of Doom, because either he's gonna get 4 kills in a round or die in the first 4 seconds. There's no between for that player. So I really feel like Dark has been the perfect coach for this roster, given how they visualize the game.
Yeah, such an exciting team. Definitely one of the most exciting rosters in the EU at the moment are Virtus Pro. And that's saying a lot, because we've got Stompen and Shaika on the same team. And we've got Jube moving over to Falcons. VP, the fact that they have kept pace with the big dogs, the fact that they've been such an exciting prospect to watch, man, it's a great time to be a Virtus Pro fan. 3 rounds in a row, Pengu, as their attacks continue to look so deadly.
Mind you, they've actually picked the non-EMPable counter, the Frost Match. The EMPs have no interaction with this specific gadget, so these windows will stop you from jumping on in. Goyo 5 popped. Oh my god, a Nash shot again. This time from Skies, and that finds them an opening. That buys you like 15-20 seconds before you gotta go for that bomb side execute, because, guys, we have the most advantage. We don't gotta throw our bodies into the grinder, but Linko finds a pick. But it's, again, a trade immediately from Dan. They're always fighting 2v1.
And you can see now Rebels feel like they need to get aggressive.
And they do.
Credit to Linko. He made a big play. He was roaming in the basement, actually came up Oil Pit, and that was where he eventually found his kill and was traded back. But yeah, I mean, you're right. There is a necessity here for Rebels to get active. Fenno and Mato together tried to get aggressive in Office before. Now Fenno almost takes down Rorik, but doesn't fully get that kill. Low HP on Rorik, bit of damage on the Skies, but a good shot from Skies. And the round is almost done. Alems in a 1v3 quickly makes it a 1v2. This could be massive. It was a 1v4 originally. Rorik is low HP. He gets him on the floor. Skies forced off, but another big kill for the Frenchman as he puts the round in the ground and finds a 4th in a row for Virtus Pro.
Again, Team Rebels are fighting back and making so many good decisions, and I think in that particular round, it comes down to a gunfight where you just miss one bullet, right? When you wide swing that Jacuzzi Breach, if you take down the Thermite, then the Deimos in the window, you get 2 free picks. It's completely free, but you miss the first shot, you die to the second player, and then the round is kind of cooked. It literally comes down to those 50-50 gunfights. But I will say this is in Virtus Pro, they always make a play together. They 2v1 the flanker, right? The Solus gets taken out of the equation, and then we see Team Rebels counter response. Guys, we have to get proactive. They double swing Office. But Pasha is outside the building holding the tiniest pixel known to man with an ACOG. And the moment he gets met with 2 enemies, he backs away. He presses S and D on his keyboard and he surrenders the angle. Because he says, it's not worth me dying at the chance of me getting a kill. We already have a very strong position. It's not worth the risk versus reward.
Great round from Skies there from the windows. The fact that he found 3 kills at the end of it. Big moments for Skies, and of course to clutch the 1v1 against his old captain in Alems. You can see the energy, you can see what it means to these VP guys. A lot of excitement in the team. Such a new roster. It's funny, I was thinking about this matchup before we started today, Pengu, and I was thinking, well, obviously, it's a tier 1 team, consistently tier 1 team in Virtus Pro. They've been in for ages, versus a tier 2 team that's just got promoted into tier 1 in Rebels. And then I thought more about it, and I thought, well, actually, Virtus Pro are a newer team than Rebels. And yes, they retained their tier 1 spot, but you can't deny that, like, oh, they've got a tier 2 player in Rorik coming in through. This is his debut into tier 1. Like, on paper, if you didn't know anything about how good Virtus Pro would be based on the coaching staff and the caliber of these players, then honestly, I feel like this could be a fairly even matchup. Once you take into account how much of a glow-up this is for Virtus Pro, how much Dark is bringing to the roster, how much Rorik is such a rising star, and of course, Nako and Skies founding their new home here on VP, it's just, it's a match made in heaven.
I think it was Rorik being interviewed last week after a victory, and he was asked, like, how does it feel to be in tier 1? And he goes, I've played tier 2 for so many years. It's like literally the same thing, but with slightly better enemies. He's like, okay, I mean, you're not wrong, but usually people have a bit of an emotional response to it, right? But for him, it was very much like, I know how people are playing the game. I know how I play the game. This is a slightly more elevated level. That's literally it for him. It was so simple in his mind how to approach these matchups. Despite, like you said, going against some star players, some star teams, some big names, he didn't care too much about it. But I think having a ton of, and that experience, I mean, we talk about Stompin, having all that experience in 1v1 tournaments, he's like the least shaky player in a clutch. He's been in so many more 1v1s than so many other pro players, obviously the tier 2 level, but still in that console and whatnot. But the experience, it teaches you what to do in the moment when it gets real, because instincts take over rather than emotions.
We go back to this top floor cache CCTV defense, Pengu, and not the best bomb site, as we've established already, and very much a different interpretation of the defense now from Rebels. They are extending into rafters, which does put a lot of pressure on VP to get this right, and the Capitao is going to be the primary instrument to achieve that, where it would have been if Fenno had not just killed him. But yeah, wow, the fact that he managed to get that fire off and essentially trade himself back, Dan being the one that finds the killing blow, but we cannot discredit Nako. Him landing that firebolt is what guaranteed Fenno would die.
Rebels, again, they don't play more wall breach now, no mirror windows, they don't play any ADSs or my disc for the counter crafters. It feels like they're not really fully committing to one thing, and it's kind of playing around the map. But how do you play bar? How do you flank main door into blue? That's almost impossible, because the main door from the outside has been opened up every single time by VP. There's a gap here. No, it's a bait. There's no gap at all. Just watching it. And again, they shut down the flanker. Now they know one more player beneath. Bomb set is weak.
A shot from Alems down below. Doesn't have a C4, but of course, being the Solus, he's the perfect operator to call the plant and then deny it. But I feel like VP have enough bodies to prevent that from happening. Rebels are together looking to try and peel back and look to play a retake. Play plan denial. Good cover from Dan. He's had a big round on the Kali, and the SMG is great to help out. Alems has a feeling that there's a player down below. He sees that Claymore. He can't go for a full jump out. He could try and vault and shoot it, but that's very risky when Rorik is there And waiting. Now it's just Asa. No gas, no util to speak of. Pasha to find it. And my God, what a half from Virtus Pro. They are back with a vengeance. And they're making Rebels look like they pale in comparison to the greatness of this new team.
I mean, it's again exceptional. The only small error there is Skies fights the limbs instead of Bob, and you can play a little bit further back and lock down the flank beneath. When they lose that downstairs control, they had to rotate a second player that went blue window and held it. The desk wouldn't let me talk earlier, but I'll still give them the chance now to talk about what happened in these previous rounds.
As you should be doing, Nick. Thank you so much for the explanation on that final round there. But we have been able to see a 5-on-half so far on the attack on Clubhouse from Virtus Pro. They're showing us all kinds of innovation.
Yeah, the variety is really what struck to our eyes. I think the first and foremost, like the one playstyle that we did not expect, or at least that is new, is the fast-paced playstyle, right? The bringing of Ying, of Blitz, of Demos. I think round 4 is the perfect example of that. The fact that they managed to find a Solis, go and fight her. They combo of the Demos, the Blitz, someone to trade it. Ying gets aggressive and flashes everyone in blue. As you can see, at the same time, the Blitz is pushing into Church, killing the Church player. It's beautiful, it's explosive, it's coordinated, Jack. It's great. And then whenever they revert to default, like on round 6, they can still make it work.
They've got it all. This isn't a happy accident. This isn't serendipity. This is deliberate from Virtus Pro in terms of their style, the people they've brought in. I cannot emphasize how much this team has improved in terms of their transfers that they've made. I think everyone, when they saw it, maybe raised a little bit of an eyebrow, but they're showing us it. And 5-1 attack half on Clubhouse. Who are we to question?
They're going to defense. I mean, at this point, like, it's almost in the bag for the first map.
Yeah, and it's difficult for Rebels, right? Because they have that attacking half still to go, and they've already taken that tactical timeout as well. 1 round before the half swap.
That was questionable, Jack.
It is always a questionable one, but the fact of the matter is they do get this timeout that we're in now to then completely reset and then focus on their attacks. So maybe their coach thought that it was absolutely crucial they got the round over the line. They didn't in the end, but I can see why, because I think timeouts matter slightly less now that we have this mandatory one in the middle of the game.
What do we want to see from Rebels into the second half going into that one?
I need a spark of reaction. So the main thing is they could not react very well to either the fast-paced, either the default. I know some of the players, Feno especially, LMs, were fighting back, trying to get a little bit aggressive.
Yeah.
I need to see a spark of surprise on their own. I'm not sure I like the default bans right now. Do you see that, Jack? If they ban the bandits again, they're just going to be removing the wall denial, and that's just plain and simple what everyone expects. Yeah,
I think that's the big thing. They get rid of the bandit and the cave, they remove the wall denial. In theory, all the breaches are now really, really easy. They're going to have a problem in the late rounds. You know, these armies, the clashes.
Mira is up.
The mirrors that you're starting to see, the castle as well. It's going to be difficult in the late round for them.
It will definitely be. We'll have a look at how the second half goes when it continues.
I would love to see more commitment from the side of Team Rebels, because the desk spoke about this so perfectly. It's about how some players are getting proactive in the server, and sometimes some people were making plays. I want to see them full commit. If you want to play on defense, for example, a wall deny strat, you play the Two-Brow and the Kaid and the Mira. Don't just play one of those 3. If you're gonna play with that aggressive roam game, I want to see everybody getting on that roam game. When you're on the attack inside, you need to pick enough utility to full commit to the original plan at hand. So if LM says, guys, on this base and roam clear, we're gonna go for a fast blue dirt rush. I want to see people rushing dirt and blue, and nobody lingering outside the map, droning, doing something else not supposed to be doing. So pick your utility and then utilize it, right? Because that's how you're gonna pick about these attacks. It's that, or you play super fast like Virtus Pro did, where it's not about how much you have to give, it's about how fast you can go.
Switching sides puts a lot of pressure on the in-game leadership here of Rebels, though, doesn't it? I mean, the VP, your first round attacking a VP defense, and they've got Castle, Mute, Azami, really creating a fortress on the roam game and a fortress on the bomb site. But here's something nice. Brand new Solid Snake comes into action, and good info he gains as well onto that roamer on the top floor. It's Rorik on the Ella, and he's got 2 Grismont mines in pocket now. Thank you, Snake. You can see again that Rorik has retreated. Now the shield of Matzo has spotted Pasha as well on his roam. He's going to try and fall back, but no, in fact, Rorik has come to support, bring those Grismont mines into play around that Montaigne.
Just walk right in. There are mute jammers top floor, though, so maybe Solid Snake won't get the full picture, but look at this. Mon just walks at him, guns behind him, swings again, one extend, get the kill again. Where is the support from VP? All the way in connector, it's 1v1. Lingo wins both of those, and almost wall bangs the third. This is Virtus Pro not playing close enough together.
Yeah, they're trying to have a lot of confidence on their individual ones, but you're right, they're now getting 2v1'd everywhere. It's pretty much impossible to win a gunfight against someone who's playing behind a Montagne because they have the advantage in every possible way. Oh, surely there's going to be a catch here. Nako does not have enough bullets to re-peek that, and Fenno will take him down. It's now a 5v2 as Dan and Skies back on the bomb site need to decide, well, do they play aggressively now? Do they try and reprise this roam, or do they sit back on site and just wait to be peeked?
That's the issue, right? You stay on the bomb side, you have Monty, Solid Snake, Capital, and every hatch will get opened by the Hibana. That's not gonna go well.
Wow.
But if you go on the offense and push up the staircase, you're also walking into a Monty and a Solid Snake that has the gadget available. So, like, you don't really have a way to win on paper. So now you gotta go off that paper, wing a hatch, win a gunfight, look for a kill. Just capitalize on small mistakes from your enemy. But when you're up against 5 attackers with just the 2 defenders, this should be an impossible round to win.
Yeah, there's no real utility to deal with this Monty. One gas babe is not going to be enough. Dan, UMP in hand, and that's all he's got to work with. Now, it does pack a serious punch these days, but you need a lot more than damage from a weapon to win in a 2v5. This guy's continuing to just poke and look for a chance, but the way to play this here for Rebels is just to form up behind this Monty, trust Marteau to give you all the information you can possibly need, and threaten these defenders. Force Skies and Dan back, and it does work for the first one. Now Skies, the last one left. Time is ticking down. He's found a second kill. Marteau needs to force the plant down as things look a little bit sketchy for Rebels, but Fenno, tucked away in the corner on the Solid Snake, will find the final kill and finally break the streak. 5 rounds in a row for VP. Rebels finally get one back.
Definitely was holding my breath there at the end. A little bit too close for comfort, but they had it under control, right? The Monty was planting in a safe position behind Black Box. They had people in various positions, and they did the right thing. Monty walked in, got the intel on one player, then they pushed him through different angles. They're gonna get that kill regardless. And yes, they did lose 2 members in the process, but that's all they needed, because when there's only one defender left on the other end of the bomb site, he can't deny the planter. But this opening right here, there were 3 people roaming. Rorik was in construction by the office rotate, didn't help his teammate. And then it was, I think it was Nako who was playing like a master bedroom kind of area by the office rotated to gold. Also ran away. So it felt like maybe they were just gonna surrender Pasha and say, hey, you're on your own, buddy, do what you can. But then Rorik walks back in after he dies to then try and salvage it after the fact. And that's the mistake in my mind. Either you're sacrificing Pasha or you're helping Pasha. The sacrificing, then trying to help, now you're both gonna fight the Monty and the gun behind him.
Yeah, obviously, util aside, what is the #1 most effective counter to a Monty or any shield for that matter? It's a crossfire.
Yeah.
And you don't need anything in your pocket to get that done. Doesn't matter about your elements, doesn't matter about your impact grenades. There is a crossfire from the rotate at the top of red stairs into connector, into construction. And that was just not watched for a brief moment while VP had some indecision about how they were going to roam there. And so they look a little bit rough in that first round, but of course, they can just swap bomb sides, swap pace a little bit. They have a massive lead here, Pengu. It would be incredible for Rebels to make it. What is that, Asher? That's aggression. Did he just shoot
got the
Selma?
Yeah.
How did he shoot the Selma?
When the wall opens up, if you kind of hawk the wall and shoot down, there's a bit of soft debris on the outside layer, and if you shoot that, you can destroy the Selma itself, actually. It's kind of tricky because, you know, if they're watching it or repelling or whatever, you are going to die most likely. And upon the Selma detonation, there's a lot of like smoke in the air. And that's what we saw. Neither player could see the other enemy for a good while there. So somehow Pasha survived. An expensive setup. I mean, they just spent 3 Selmas and a grenade, not a grenade, 3 Selmas and some can openers. And they got the first step done. What are they up against?
The bomb side.
No, it's not the bomb side. It's the room because that's like it's expensive, right? But they got Maestro Evil Eyes. They got some 2 hours spent early to buy this timer. They've always been spent on the walls. So what you see is what you have. There are no C4s. There's no more stalling, and the only real plant denial is gonna be the Maestro. So it's a very kind of even round, if you will. There's no way to cheat on defense or you're getting like a leg up. There is Pasha who's been sacrificed again to a bit, I think, completing his own sum. Actually, Nako's on the door.
Good flash onto Pasha. Is he going to try and peek up in front of the shield? He is. Pasha is committing some shenanigans today, and it's not working out for VP. Feno also from the windows is able to find Nako before he's able to retreat. So VP, 2 players down. The Solid Snake is such an incredible operator, especially for converting his advantages. Between that and the Monte, I mean, one of these operators is going to get banned after next round. You can guarantee it. It's just a question of which one VP think that they have a better chance of dealing with. The Evil Eyes, in theory, very powerful, but not when you're in a 1v5. And that's where Skies finds himself right now. 1-2 kills, but that's all he is going to find. And Rebels will find a second very confident and comfortable round on their attacking side, looking to build that momentum back. The comeback is going to be a long road, but a possible one if they continue fighting this hard.
I'm a little bit confused, and it's actually feeling very similar to when Rebels were defending. Because I mentioned how they need to full commit. The Team Rebels spending 5 people clearing CCTV. The person who's not pushing it is watching the flank downstairs as a Lemch. The other person not pushing it is in the master bedroom window, cutting off the rotations on the bomb side. That's how they catch the player of Ella inside of Connector. But when I'm looking at Virtus Pro, what's the Maestro for? All 3 Evil Eyes were on the bomb side. We never saw the bomb side. It was like a 2v5 at that point. So are you playing Maestro and like a Warden and stopping them from planting? Or are you fighting them in CCTV? They're kind of doing both at 50%, which meant the roam was kind of weak, and when the roam is kind of weak and people die, the bombs will be weak shortly after because you just don't have the manpower to watch every single angle, right? Office hatch, main stairs, jacuzzi breach, 2 windows, con door, office rotate. It's a lot of things to worry about, and Maestro has to sit on cameras to even use the gadget. So, I'm not sure right now from VP. They're still vibe checking it, I think. Now they're in basement. They got a more stable room, those castle barricades.
Going live!
They got the mute jammers. Again, same tools as the previous room. They do have the Denari, and that can stop the shield from pushing.
Stay close to me.
I feel like basement is the ultimate test of an attack on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Of course, the top floors are hard, but basement is so much more to deal with. Roam game, execute. Yeah, full map. You really, it's the only bomb site where you can really use the full map. There's not much point to be using the full map in some of the other bomb sites. At the moment, roam clear is just step 1. I didn't manage to catch how many of the hatches are already pre-open, but in the Rebels defense of the basement, they actually opened up a lot of the hatches, which meant that even when VP had lost their Havana, it kind of didn't matter util-wise. I just noticed that the Moto hatch is open here in bar, but the kitchen hatch is closed. That's the pivotal thing.
That's
but
a big one.
if Asa stays alive, it doesn't really matter.
So, I always say the benchmark is 1 minute 30 seconds-ish for full map control, and you started opening things up. They're at 140, they have full top floor control, they now know that all of first floor is open, and they reached the blue hatch. So once again, Team Rebels are a little bit ahead of the curve. They got more time to spend at picking apart the second step, the setup. The setup means they gotta get all the things they want in control. So probably want to clear Minces here and clear out that whole defender, either making them run away and take the space for free, or get the kill and play 5 versus 4. That's the perfect ideal scenario. Then you breach open up the hatches, they've already done that. And then once you get those 2 things, this last player of Warwick, then you can go for bombsite execute. So how will Warwick do this? He's got the laser, he recharges every 7 seconds.
Oh wow, nice shot through the floor there from Feno. There needs to be some kind of vert here to prevent the retreat here from Rorik.
Oh,
great shot from Rorik. He wants to try and take this 1v1 with the Monty. As soon as that gadget from the Denari reactivates as well, the Monty will be trapped. He has another gadget in pocket. What a play though from Linko to drop down the Moto hatch and look to try and backstab VP. It works out for 1, but he gets traded back. And while Rorik survives, it does make him fall off the main stairs.
I have you covered. Stay close.
Push is not over though. Monty's alive. They got a Lemmy spot on blue, looking to make the play, but the information first. Rorik again in a new prime position, locking down bottom main, but now then feels the pressure of Mato walking on in.
Wow, such a split push here for Rebels, but Sky's finding 1. Makes it extremely difficult now for Rebels to convert. Dropping straight down into some barbed wire. Asa needs to land some big shots, but the Azami's Keeper barrier protects Dan and allows him to play aggressively against this Monty to finally get the kill. And you know what? Also with it, why not? A match point. 6-3 is the scoreline. 3 opportunities for VP to take Clubhouse.
It's crazy how one small thing will change the entire outcome of a Clubhouse round. And it comes down to, again, you need to play for execute. If you don't clear main stairs in a clean way, the round can just turn upside down. And that's what happened. Rorik was playing main stairs, somehow got 2 kills, somehow got back towards the bomb side, and just lives the entirety of that round, which, quote-unquote, should never happen. And there are pretty much like 2 big things that could have changed, that could have been done better. First of all, when you're playing that Monty, you're unextending and you're extending continuously. Shield up, shield down, shield up, shield down. But any human that has decent level of pattern recognition will notice he never actually ADS the shield. He never applied any real pressure. He's just saying, look at me, don't look at me, look at me, don't look at me. He never said, I might actually kill you right now, I might just take the gunfight. And Rorik saw that. He was never worried about Matu on the Monty at all. He was worried about the gun behind him. If Matu says 3, 2, 1 push together right now, Monty can unextend, ADS with the Twitch swinging. You will guaranteed get a 1-for-1 trade worst case, or in best case scenario, you get a 1-for-0, you get the freebie. When you're playing the Monty Shield Operator, you know that you're very important. You got the diffuser, you got a bit of utility in your pocket, and you are the primary way to get information and get down that diffuser. However, what's that worth if you never see the bomb site? It's worth nothing. So it's better here that Mato plays a bit more risky, ADS is Rorik together with Fenno, and they get the kill. Because if Mato dies, they still get that map control. Whereas what happened there, they never got it. It was surrendered to them because Rorik created a man advantage by getting 2 kills. So I really want to see a bit more commitment there, a little bit more aggression. Mato's also, and this is not about his performance, but he is 0-7. And there's nothing about him himself. It's about if I'm a player on Virtus Pro and I see a 0-6 player pick Monty, I'm saying this guy's scared. This guy doesn't want to take a gunfight because he's not winning them. So he's probably not going to take the fight on Monty either, because then you say Blitz, you say Blackbeard. So when I see Mouto do this, and I'm Rorik, I will never think that this guy will take the risk of swinging.
Yeah. And that's why the shields are actually such a mental game. I think that's something people forget. A lot of the value in picking any shield operator is the mental warfare. And the more that you're in the opponent's head, the more value you get out of that shield, particularly the Monty, because as you said, you can just sit there, this ever-present threat. But if you never actually ADS or never even pretend to ADS, then, I mean, you're not really putting nearly as much pressure on it.
It's drama class.
You gotta sell it. And this is why a lot of it comes down to the micro. Obviously, we talk so much about macro strategy. Are they roaming? Are they playing fall off? Whatever. Micro makes a massive amount of difference. And Mato just making sure that he aimed down sights at the exact moment when his teammate could also peek.
Yep.
If the defender is fighting 2 players at once, you can only kill one of them, right? Like, you guarantee that you will trade out and get that kill. And unfortunately, that's not what happened in the end.
And the reason why I want to do this is because you want the round to progress. You don't want to get stuck on main stairs and lose the round then and there. It's the same logic with, say you play Glass and Ying, and the enemies are roaming on Clubhouse. Well, you should spend some Ying and Delas and some smokes from Glass to roam kill those people. Because if you die to the roamers, you're not going to see the bomb site. So why are you saving your utility? You spend it as the round progresses to get to that end goal. But that's that round done and dusted. Rebels now, down 3 rounds, still on the attack. They have to make it count. They got Matsu on the Monty again. Good info here on the Catwalk Rafters player. But what are they going to do about it? Well, Fenno gets a kill, then traded right back.
Still, that's a worthwhile trade here for Rebels.
Well, Mato
not if Pasha finds... Okay, not if Pasha's going to find 2, I guess. And now, Linko and Mato, the last 2 remaining. Linko's deep inside. And Mato has found his first kill. However, now he's the last one standing. He was 0-7, and now he is 1-7 and 1 and done. Rebels cannot stand up to the might of Virtus Pro on Clubhouse. And a 7-3 scoreline shows how dominant this team could be.
I actually like that fake push there from Rebels because they always send the Monty with the main push, showing where they're attacking from. This time they're baiting it, sending Monty solo on Carol Rafters. No, yeah, they didn't win the round, but it's a good idea. The break is ready, we're back shortly with the desk, don't go anywhere.
Map 1 is done and dusted. It is first best of 3 of the day, and we nearly thought we were going to see a bit of a comeback here by Rebels, but that turned out not to be the case.
Yeah, I think VP really got surprised on their extensions. I think they tried twice, on basement, also on gym, to have an extension towards cash. 2 times where I see VP players trying to hold their ground. One of them gets aggressive, and then you're waiting for a teammate to come, and they're either delayed or disjointed, and they just ruin the round in the room.
But you afford yourself that luxury when you set yourself up so well on the first half, right? That's the thing. You get a 5-1 split, you get yourself dominant, you get yourself into that position. Even if a couple of rounds do start to go wrong, it's not the end of the world. You can course correct it.
Now, the most important thing is when that comeback starts mounting, you need something to stop it. And I think who stopped it? I think that was Rorik, especially on that basement round. When they choose to once again get aggressive, but this time closer to the one side. It's Rorik with the main stairs push here, gets aggressive, gets a crazy pick onto Solid Snake. And then here, he does not give up yet. He just steals by time. He's still being really aggressive to that Monty. He burned another 10 seconds. He waited for the moto guy to drop, trades his teammate here, and then the rest of the team can play around the overall advantage gained by Rorik. A massive round for him, and that's what brought basically VP's victory. That was the stop to the comeback. A clean one. This time they decide to extend much closer and around each other so they can trade each other. And that was the beautiful part about it.
We're looking at 2 players in particular as well. I mean, you talked about Rorik already really being that spearhead for the side of Virtus.pro. If it wasn't for Fenno, maybe this game would have been done earlier as well.
Yeah, the 2 rookies, stepping up, really. I think Fenno was the bright light. We've been saying a lot, Jack, that we were thinking that in Rebels, they were lacking a real entry line, right? They were lacking real fraggers that would step up because the 2 best players statistically were Asta and LMs. I think Fenno, in these playoffs so far, has really showed up that because already in defense, he was the one that was fighting. He was the one that got aggressive and got a couple of picks. It was a sad truth that the rest of his teammates were not following that. And even in attack, he's the one that found the opening kill. He's the one that played Solid Snake. He's the one that played the critical role. And I think overall, he works for him.
Yeah, I think so. It's nice seeing actually 2 rookies. I called him a Rocky then. Rorik the Rocky, step up into the game. Rorik had huge effect. Fenno was a shining star for his team. And I actually think on Rebels, they didn't play particularly badly. I just thought they came up against a better team play team in the side of Virtus.pro. There was a lot of those first half rounds that they could have won. They maybe would have won against other teams, but Virtus.pro were finding a way to get over the line in the late round. So I think for Rebels, as they focus on the next map, they shouldn't get too disheartened.
We'll talk about the next map in a little bit as well. Before we have the summary of this matchup here, we're already looking at those best performing players on either side here. The tiny comeback almost happening for the like of Rebels there on that second half. But going into the second one, we want to see improvement from Rebels. We talked about the team play that was better over on the side of Virtus.pro. This was Virtus.pro's map pick, right? So you expect them to win that as well. It means that we're going on to Rebels map pick after this. And we'll see after the break if Rebels can bounce back in the series. both these teams find themselves in the upper bracket with a good reason, right? They have that extra life, but as of right now, it seems that Rebels might be losing that extra life very soon inside this matchup. A dominant first map. We're looking at Rebels map pick now, Jack. What do they need to go into the series?
Well, they've picked La, and I think that's a tricky map to play on. They're clearly very confident in it, and I think for that map, it's all about the right decision-making and the right trigger points, because they'll be starting attack. That's a very dangerous place to be on La. I think if you think of all the different sites, top floor, you got to make a decision. Do you go to operations room side, or do you go for R6 room? Is the Azami in play? That's the big question. When they go down to the basement, do they go from the garage side? Do they go from boiler side with the RAM with the verticals? And then the bunks briefing site as well? Do they play the top floor and try and clear out the top floor? Or do they go direct for site? That's usually, getting those decisions right on LAR is absolutely massive. So that's what I want to see them do.
I think so far they've really used Marto well on the shield. I know he doesn't, he struggles in terms of statistics, but I think that the pressure he creates actually was one of the main stakeholders of the 2 rounds that they won in attack when they really were able to problem solve. I think his ability to play on the shield and the rest of the team to play around him to gain the initial control into lair and to gain the man advantage is the key to the victory here. The main thing is I don't want another scenario on the main stairs of Clubhouse where you have a Monty, one solo guy playing behind him, if he dies, it's done. No, we want everyone to commit to the storm clear, make sure you get the initial advantage, then you split up for the execute.
And then speaking of the map, Vito, really quickly as well, right? We've seen this map a little bit from Rebels, but mixed results.
Yeah, in total, as Secret Academy before that, in a full year of play and all the competitions they've played, they only showed it 7 times. It was very so-so, some losses, some victories. On the side of VP, they've not shown it yet under the realm and leadership of Neko. So right now, it's a big question mark.
It's going to be a glimpse into VP's map pool, really. This one, did they play it? How good are they at it? We're expecting them to really flex that map pool. This is the time to show it.
Ooh, we might be in for some surprises, is what I'm hearing with this second series here, that might end badly for Rebels if they lose this one as well. We're looking for a bounce back from Rebels on map 2.
Yes, we are, Anne. But is it going to be possible, Pengu?
Maybe.
I'm going to ask you,
Possibly.
Is it possible? Is it realistic? Because I didn't see a lot on Clubhouse that makes me feel confident about Rebels.
The one thing about Clubhouse that makes me believe that Rebels can still have a fighting chance here is that VP have so many clutch rounds. The 2v2s, the 2v1s, just gunfights that they maybe were winning that they shouldn't have every single time. If Rebels have an even game and VP don't clutch up, they can take it, but it's gonna be close. It's not gonna be a one-sided lair affair. I don't believe that at least.
No, I don't think it will be one-sided. I hope it's not one-sided because we've seen some good things from Rebels. There are a few good moments there. One thing that I liked, we talked about it a lot, at the very end of Clubhouse, Marto found his first kill. He was kind of chained to that Monty for the entirety of the attack half for Rebels.
Onto it again.
Yes, he is. When you're going 0-7, it's really hard to get your head into the game, and you can have this kind of avalanche start to form when you just can't get any level of confidence. I'm glad that he's now, got off that donut, got a little bit of confidence. He's still not going to be super happy with his performance on Clubhouse, no doubt, but Lair is a new map. It's a fresh start. You're not going for a donut on the series. You didn't donut on the map. GG, go next, make a comeback. Lair is, of course, the map pick for Rebels, so they're going to feel a little bit happier here than on Clubhouse.
Rorik is hiding the Clash in the corner of the bomb site. We got Neko wants to plant now, and this is Shanga. Got the Asami. That was the big question that Fresh raised on the desk saying, which side do you push for? Is Asami in play? Such a big win here and there.
Fresh has been making a lot of like TikTok type content about the Azami on this bomb site. Yeah, short form. There you go. I know there's been a lot of convos on Twitter that Fresh has been initiating about like why are people not banning Azami on this bomb site? It's so damn good. How the hell are you meant to clear a player around this desk position where Dan is right now? I actually haven't seen that keeper barrier that he's got kind of like tucked into the wall there before. That's a really nice one, just creating more positions to play. But between the Azami and the Clash, man, how the hell are you going to try and clear that bomb site out?
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. And the thing about Lair, it can feel a bit claustrophobic when you're having these particular operators in play. Again, like the Clash, the Asami. But if they're both being banned or not picked and around by the defenders, it can be a very different story. Or suddenly the map feels quite open actually for the attackers, especially when you got a shield operator. Mata was back onto the Monty in the very first round. And again, his job is not gonna be to get the kills. It's about getting in the building, get that map control, and give continuous information so they can make the correct decisions on where and when to push. Virtus Pro, again, wherever Rorik is in attack on this Clash, can completely stop Mato. Because the electrification from the Clash gadget will slowly guard break you. And you get that mini stun effect onto your multiplayer. And that's just unplayable. So you have to be very cautious here in these hallways.
Don't you feel like Clash needs a bit of a buff? Like, you know, maybe increase the tasing time by 50%? How's that?
That's so. If you've seen the developers notes, they just came out on social media like I don't know, 20 minutes ago. James and I watched it before this game went live. And yeah, the math came out and it's like, yeah, they buffed it from 10-second duration for Clash to 15 seconds activation timer. And Rorik gets the first kill.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Look, it's a good day to be a Clash main, that's for sure. A couple of operators are present in the patch notes, but we'll get to that later. For now, really, Rebels are stalled out. Skies is also taken down. Alems, oh, that's devastating for Marteau. Skies finds a second one, brings out the SMG-11, and forces Linko into a very unenviable position. It's time to get active. Oh, big C4 from Skies. It's a 3K for the Frenchman. And now his old teammate of Asa has a lot of work to do in a 1v5 with 2 flashbangs and no Selmas. Oh, there's a Clash and the Nizami on the board. Good luck, mate.
Yep. 30 seconds. I mean, Skies played this round exceptionally well here on the top of the rocket stairs. There's a bit of a one-tap, but they're feeding him the kills and the angles. Rorik, I mean, never stopped moving. From Skybridge door all the way to Ops room.
Can I just say, I am so not surprised that the one guy who died in that round for VP was Pasha. Look at this guy right here. He's such a meme star. And in map 1, he's peeking everybody. We saw him time and time again kind of solo on his roam. He's playing with no respect. He's peeking in front of his shield on Clubhouse. Yeah. He had like a shield top red, peeks in front of it, runs through a smoke. He actually ended up with 2 opening deaths and no opening kills because I think his very highly aggressive, risky playstyle is being read pretty well. And it's so funny like that. I'm not surprised that with Skies there like jiggle peeking and then quickly a one-tap comes up for Asa, and who is it going to be? Of course it's going to be Pasha. Who else is sprinting and peeking this guy? Classic for VP. If it wasn't for that, would have been a flawless round. It effectively felt like one. Rebels, could be scratching their heads. That was a pretty disappointing start to Lair.
I don't know if you saw, but when Skies got the 3K, you know, he got the Nomad kill with a C4, but the air jab still got put on the door above him. And he told Pasha to tank it. So Skies, who was half health, made Pasha with full health run into the air jab so Skies could do for the 4K. Like, he wanted more. So, yeah, I mean, literally full support from Pasha.
I get the vibe Pasha's the kind of guy that, like, you dare to do anything, he's gonna
like, he'll do it.
Like, hey, do you reckon you could, like, survive if you jump off this bridge? Yeah, I reckon.
No, he's definitely a team player.
The cannon fodder.
I've spoken to him at a fair amount of tournaments after, like, a heartbreaking loss for Empire/VP, where they were, like, iteration. And he's always, like, positive about the losses, where Joystick, you know, the veteran was like, we played bad and we should have made it further and we had these expectations. Pasha's like, hey, remember, we have fun, we did good. You know, like, always trying to be the positive guy. Also, mind this, Pasha's hiding from Solid Snake on a jammer in server room. He heard him though, so the faker is being faked out.
Reloading.
And shot down.
Pasha cannot help himself. He really can't. You're right though, like that was so cheeky there, hiding from the Solid Snake, but thankfully Feno's played enough Solid Snake to be a little bit careful when he trusts his ears, even when he doesn't trust that scanner.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? How do you count on Solid Snake? Well, Vigil, Alibi, and Mute Jammers either will not be seen on the gadget, and the Alibi Prismas, they will show as a player, even though they aren't a real one. The issue is if you hide behind an obstacle and Solid Snake walks past your door, now you make a movement sound trying to chase him. So ideally you get an angle and a hallway movement from the start. Either way, nice little mini play, goes punished. A second mini play, this time Fenrir with another jammer. Again, just hiding from the Solid Snake roam clear, while Rorik gets a kill on the vert.
Rorik's had a phenomenal day so far. Top frag, the first that one. Top frag, top EPS, 10 and 4 by the way. Mato goes down. Man, Skies! He's seemingly unstoppable until he gets stopped by Asa, but the damage has been done. 2v3 now. the Hibana and the Ram. And at this point, I feel like VP can just happily fall back.
Yeah.
Just as long as they're not vulnerable to the Vert. But the problem is Rebels can't play on the Vert all too much because you do need one player get that diffuser towards the bomb site, and the second player ideally to be supporting them instead of upstairs on that Vert. So instead of playing above, both of these Rebels players team up together, and Nako's found one. Now shut out of the bomb site with the keeper barrier. Asa has a lot of work to do. Brings out the Bearing 9 secondary, and he's just being teased, isn't he? Crossfire, Nako takes a tiny bit of damage, but deals far more than he receives. And it's another convincing round for Virtus Pro.
I mean, these rounds, they gotta be so frustrating for Rebels, right? You're coming from Clubhouse where your opponent clutched so many rounds against you and just kept fighting back and losing positions. You go onto Lair, you're map pick, and they're just running over you, right? They're ego peeking, ego challenging. They're doing these mini plays with the roaming mute jammers where, yeah, they find Pasha, right? But they never found the Fenrir, and Skies finds 2 kills. So it's like, we're good, we're good, we're good. Oh shit. And the round is just practically over. Because when you lose 2 bodies like that and important operators, what are you supposed to do? How do you stabilize? They didn't even get the staircase control. That was surrendered by Virtus Pro when they fell back to the bomb site. So it feels like Rebels are only getting what they're being given. They're never taking things away from VP. They're being given things by VP. Yeah, again, he checked both areas. He only heard Pasha and never heard the Fenrir player. They both had the same mini with the jammer.
Yeah, it's funny. It's a good little counter to the Solid Snake. It's funny, back in the day, you know, Mute was really perceived as a wall denial operator, and then through time, he's had his kind of limelight moments as a drone denial operator, but these days I feel like people really prioritize Mute as a hard counter to some of these power utils. So
yeah.
Dockerby, Lion, Deimos, and most recently Solid Snake.
So,
of course, it's very different to playing like a Vigil where you can move freely, but
small thing
having
here.
those jammers around the map makes a big difference.
He no longer counters Lion due to the new mute changes.
Oh, okay.
Because Lion's drone is like a vibrating machine that tracks movement, right? It's not like a signal thing. I thought it actually stopped it until I played ranked a few days ago, and I was getting very much spotted.
That doesn't make sense because like signal disruptors do damn UAVs, which is what Lion is. So I don't.
Well, it also
the realism is
there are the things that are internal versus signal. I don't know how it's coded, man. Okay, all I'm saying is it doesn't work. He's not on my rank games. Maybe I'm trolling.
No, I trust you, mate.
What was the single biggest change to Mute that made him from not played much in the past to played much in the recent history? What's the single biggest change that comes to mind?
Deimos, probably?
What?
I don't know what.
Well, he didn't have SMG11 originally.
Oh, mate, you said recently.
Okay, no.
He's had SMG11 for years now.
Okay,
yes, of course.
My bad on recently. But it's like I feel like a lot of people that they forget it because like
yeah,
Mute they have the same loadout, right? No, Mute did not have SMG11 for the longest time.
I was a Mute main, my first operator that I
so you would know.
for now when I played the game. So yes, I was MP5K and the P226 Mute back in the OT days. That's my favorite operator.
Oh no. Got the Muncie by the door, the Sense Wall. We've seen this attack 1,000 times across all the regions of Siege Pro League, and it rarely works out. You're gonna try to distract the Solace with the Sense and block off the Warden, push it off a distraction while trying to get down that diffuser. You gotta get a win either upstairs or get the plant down downstairs.
Yeah, it's hard because you got to fight players on site. Skies has been so insane tonight. 5-1 so far in the first 2 rounds, and of course popped off on the first map as well for VP. He needs to be targeted here. While Rebels try and have a little bit of a backstab, but Fenno has definitely, his position has been made aware of. So much top floor control here for Virtus Pro. Linko extremely low on HP. And of course, Hubert Skies to go big yet again. It's the massive 2 kills, most critically taking down the Montaigne. And now deeply crossing into the bomb side, it's Alems. He wants to try and get that plant down, but it's a 3K for the Frenchman yet again.
Floating.
He is absolutely decimating Rebels. Fenno low HP, but he finds a pick. 1v3 for him if Asa can't help out, and Asa taken very low, finds a pick. Now it's time to get that diffuser planted, but guess who? It's Dan up above. He spots the player, denies the plan, and wins the round. 3 straight on defense for Virtus Pro.
Oh, it's another heartbreaking round, right? Step one of that attack is you want to clear that one player behind the bomb site with a bunch of different crossfires, and you toss like grenades and utility at him. That's guys. Somehow the player that you're supposed to kill first takes down 2 or 3 players of you over the course of that round. The Munty, the guy covering the Munty, in a sense, in the middle of the bomb site with the diffuser shortly after. And there is one small thing here that kind of, it could have been a good thing, but it didn't find much value. Rebels played the Nuke in that previous round. That has one of the set of grenades that you can utilize to maybe clear out skies, but the Nuke is top floor, ratting around the barricades and can't find an angle. So you pick a Nuke for a specific niche purpose that doesn't get a kill, and it's all thanks to Virtus Pro holding F and barricading some of those doors, stopping the rat play above. So this tiny detail has made the Nuke completely useless, and Rebels never had a 5th player in that round, because Nuke was stuck watching basically nothing for most of it. It's Virtus Pro's aggression, their confidence to hold the bomb side, and not getting pressured enough in the server has just led to these very one-sided affairs. And now, well, the Clash will stay open, the Mirror will stay open, all the Planet on Shanka stays open. Rebels have banned utility in other forms. Electro Bros, Kite, and Bandit. You want to open up those reinforced walls. I get that. Then they ban the Asami, which we said, that first said, very important operator. Yes.
Yeah.
But Asami hasn't been the thorn in their side. That's just like a overall really strong operator for every single bomb site. How are they going to deal with the Clash now? Because Capital's banned. And they played Nomad previously, but it found nothing. So I'm a bit curious how they're going to pick up this round on attack.
The thing about how VP are playing is there is no singular thorn that they are putting in your side. There's the Azami, there's the Clash, and even if you get to it, then there's the Tachenko.
Oh.
Was that?
He shot his own Selma, like it clipped the ceiling, yeah.
Oh, well.
It's okay, he's got 2 more.
He could have picked it up again.
Well, it's on the top of the ceiling. I'm not sure you reached that.
If you repelled, you could pick it up.
Can you do it mid-repel? I actually don't know.
Yeah,
I've never been in that position in my life before.
I guess you're just too good. You've never missed a Selma before.
No, but yeah, whatever.
If it hasn't started detonating, you can pick it up.
Mid-repel as well.
Selma.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Okay. Yeah, trust me. Okay.
Trust me. I've missed a few Selmas in my time.
Oh, that was my mistake. I haven't done that one before. not on that area.
Oh. I'll tell you what, you said Fresh was talking a lot about the Azami. He had just, oh my god, what? Wow, Rorik tanked that and only took about 40 HP damage?
Welcome to Shields.
Wow,
Those
that is
resistance.
insane. I thought he was dead for sure, but the fact that he just faced the nade for a split moment meant that you're right. He tanked that hit with the explosive resistance of the shield.
Last, frame, it was frame perfect, man. Once upon a time, shields didn't have explosive resistance, but they do now. Bit of a gap here. Lemish didn't get seen by the verticality, was still held. He shoots the Thorn Trap with confidence, doesn't run away. But he's very low on health, has one more typical in fast to that final push. Mato, though, wakes up on the Deimos and finds a pick.
Big chance now for Linko to go massive with the Twitch as well. F2 gets him a kill on Disguise, but Fenno on the backstab gets shut down. The best chance we've seen so far to Rebels to find a round, and Linko goes big for another one. Dan trades. Good DMR work here. From the Tubarao, Nako saves his life. Nako for a double. It's Mato now, but Nako goes big with the LMG, and the Lord will retain his throne. It's 4 rounds straight, and VP are becoming untouchable.
Nah, Nako is the main character right there. He is saving his teammate left, right, and center. Frame perfect. Like, he catches the ace mid-vault. Astro's about to execute his teammate. He says, nope, not today, not now. And absolutely, again, saves the round. It's another case of VP probably shouldn't be winning this one, but they're so goddamn clutch. And when the round gets chaotic, they are reacting so quickly. I mean, look at the highlights here. Every single time that fight happens on the map, there's somebody from VP instantly responding. Rorik, there's the hallway. He dies. Dan, 180-degree, flicks through his flank. Then rotates over. Naku covers both the angles in the meantime, gets those kills. And then they establish another crossfire for this final gunfight. Like, it is so hectic, it is so chaotic, and VP, they're not missing a single beat. And they're a new roster. They're not supposed to have the Scala synergy yet.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know when exactly Virtus Pro, the organization, the team, decided to make the big roster shuffle, but I know from talking to Dark when he was with FearX at the Sixth Invitational that after that team was eliminated, it was pretty clear that he was moving on. I assume he was already in talks with Virtus Pro at that point. I assume that some of the players, Nako, Skies, and Rorik that got picked up, maybe you would know with Rorik, obviously you were involved somewhat with GK back in the day, which was his former team. I don't know how long exactly these guys have been scrimming for, but man, they have such good chemistry. They are so in sync, and obviously they have phenomenal preparation work from their support staff team, as we would expect from a coach like Dark. But these guys are certainly making a case to be maybe even a top 3 team in EML if they can keep this form up.
Swapping mags!
Well, Lingo clears down on the roam clear. This might be the
I love when I
fastest
glaze
frag.
VP and then someone dies.
Keep going, do it again, Come on, let's give up a round here. Next up,
Nako is
5-0.
that guy. He is insane. Nobody can... Oh, he's dead. No, okay. Well, they're fine for
Not
now.
yet.
I won't jinx it.
It's the fastest round from Rebels, right? They're on Clubhouse, they're playing fundamentally sound, step 1, step 2, step 3, very logical siege. They just rush the building. Double shield, Dokupi, Deimos, they get the pick, they pop the hash, the Lugan post the staircase, but then fire is gonna slow them down from the Robert Goyo. And Toxic Babes as well. This is Virtus Pro saying, we're gonna hold our ground infiltration and stall you in terms of time, but then as it finds Pasha, Nature's still alive. You might have to go absolutely massive on this staircase filtration to win this.
Oh, of course, guys. Peeks it vertically. Man is popping off tonight on the Tachanka now, and he's got 9 kills. Him and Nako together are really doing the heavy lifting. Pasha, by the way, is still 0-5. Poor guy on VP. He's dead for the round, but it's the 3 newbies on the VP roster that try and hold on. They've got 2 shields to deal with here. But they are kind of the 3 perfect operators to counter shields, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They are 1 Toxic Babe and then 2 different fire operators. So honestly, if you're Rebels, you can't go for a plant. You know this. You have to go fishing for a kill, but that's a freebie.
Great shot.
Lingo just walks straight down. Here comes a smoke peek. It tosses nade at him. Takes 5 damage. Lingo gets shut down. Rorik covers the cross this. But they got a couple of good fires, can watch the flanks, and that final Toxic Babe, Nako's been holding on to this for as long as humanly possible. He knows if he has Toxic Babe, the plant cannot go down.
The problem is there's no clear counter to the Blitz here. Blitz is still upstairs, finally drops down into Toxin, comes up from behind, and Marteau finds the kill. That's exactly what we needed. The player that we said has been far too passive on the shields, needs to get active, needs to do it on the Blitz, and he does to close up the round and finally get Rebels to join VP on the scoreboard of Lair.
And all it took was a very big adaptation in terms of pace. Don't play slow, don't play predictable, just hit the building, hit the side, and play for kills. Do not play for the plant. And it's so important that Rebels, they kept that mindset. Because I think a lot of the time when it gets that like 3 versus 2, you go, guys, we can just plant now, it's free. And you start planting and like, oh, they actually had 1 more Toxic Babe, or oh, they had 1 more C4. And when you lose that planter, chaos, panic, and you start fumbling the round. They didn't do that. They pushed through the chunk of fire right here. That catches Skies by surprise. And then they just keep fighting. I mean, they can keep up this playstyle. The only issue is there's 1 more round in the half, then it's side swap. Then you gotta relearn how to play it out again from scratch. So we really gotta see Rebels get that 2nd round to get a little bit of wiggle room on side swap for mistakes in defense. Otherwise, I mean, you lose 1 more, and it's match point for VP. It's series point for VPs at that point.
Camera in position.
Yeah, 2-4 is the goal here. Best you can do. But the other thing, if Rebels do go 2-4, it's not just, obviously, 2-4 going into the second half gives you a lot more leeway than 5-1. But it's the fact that you've then broken that momentum completely.
Yeah.
Right, you go into the second half, you have the halftime vibe check, as we like to call it, the roll swap timeout that's new in this season. You've also broken the momentum. VP have finished off their half by losing the last 2 rounds. Of course, VP, they're a really good team when they take their tactical timeouts. We saw that on Clubhouse, took their tactical timeout. I believe it was straight up the next round. They won and finished the map.
Bang.
Rebels here need to lock in. And they're throwing everything at the wall for this one, Pengu. The double shields come out again. Marto has now found 3 kills in the game, and we need him to have a lot of confidence when you play that Blitz. You need aura with Blitz, otherwise it just doesn't work.
I mean, with Echo and Valkyrie, right? There's a lot of shield counters, DM on the floor, looks for a peek, but finds nothing. The Blitz meanwhile roaming to elsewhere. And while VP, they do find a kill, and a big one at that. It's gonna be Blackbeard, so that's Shield's power cut into half now. Only Mato remaining, who's solo roam clear in top 4. Knows somebody's lingering above. There it is. Impact tossed out.
Perfect.
Does a bit of damage, but Pasha, without any more impacts in pocket, can no longer stick around. He needs one counter for this shield, so now he has to fall away and give up that map control. Or
Realistically,
one-taps.
Pasha just needs to trade positions with someone that has a Nitro cell. Dan, Skies, both have Nitros. Nako, obviously, don't want him to get too aggressive because he's the Echo, but he's got 2 impacts. I think Mato is checking the position, knows exactly where he is, needs to take the fight against Skies, finally gets him, but is taken very low in the process. A single shot to his foot, and he should be down. So VP are still in good stead.
Speaking of toes,
You go.
Dan does exactly that. Cursed into a death once again. Mato falls, but he's being watched now here for Dan. Does he stick around to sprint forward? He sends it and somehow crosses the hallway. Now he's gonna be stuck in the roam game. A player above in his staircase hunting for him. There's a red ping, but it's too late. Feno gets the kill. But now Feno on very low health and limbs in half. These health bars are not looking good, James, but he keeps finding another pick.
Very aggressive from Rorik and maybe a little bit ill-advised. I mean, 3v3 near the end of the round. We still have the Yokai drones. I feel like VP just needed to play back on site. Obviously, we can see as well, there's no RAM, there's no vertical operators. It's just Asta's breaching charges, which has now been used. So in a 3v3, this would have probably favored Virtus Pro, but because it's a 2v3, Rebels do have a shot. You're right, the time is going to be on VP's side. Only 20 seconds to go. Pasha is playing close on Nako, which means that Nako can get on his Yokais with Pasha to protect him in the late round. The Yokai comes out. It just looks to harass the attackers. Asta, plant denied, yet again. Shot through the smoke from Pasha! It goes massive, and there's no time on the clock! Virtus Pro finish up the half. 5 rounds to 1 for Rebels.
They crossed each other like 2 ships in the night. In the smoke grenade, with the red ping, with the Yokai stun. The worst part is, James, they hacked the cameras. The dead attackers were watching the Yokai drone that's about to lose them the round. There's nothing they could do about it. No more Togepi phone calls, no nothing. Another huge clutch. I want to hear the desk. What do you guys think about this VP performance?
Well, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, Nick. That was insane. That was an insane way of closing the round. I will say this: there was one thing that was way more consistent in the way VP played, and that was Skies. I mean, if we take a look at the way he's been playing around the entire matchup, especially in the halftime, it's actually insane. He always manages to find the right gaps. On a roam here with a double kill, and then on the next round, you see him. He's gonna hold with Wamai here, gets aggressive on the Monty, gets the pick here. Jack, it's a consistent flow of kills on his side that really are pushing VP together.
And do you know what's been quite funny? It was actually Skies and Nako before this game were not actually the hottest players in terms of VP's actual player stats. Skies was in the mid-round, and then Nako was clutching up those big moments in the late round. And we're looking at another 5-1 split at the halftime. That's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, honestly, looking at this player, I just want to see the stats. As of now, right now, he's 10-5. I mean, it's completely insane. It's 6 rounds in a row. He was already double digits the game before. I think we're seeing one of the main win conditions here, and once again, that's one more side with a 5-1 lead.
I think they've capitalized actually really, really well on... I talked about Rebels in the pre-game. Can they make the right decisions? I thought they made horrible decisions. They didn't ban away the Izami. They then attacked upsides into the Izami, and then the next time they did it, it was against the Clash, and who was there? Even when they dealt with the Clash, Nako had to clutch up. And I think realistically, that's what they've had. They've had Skies hitting well, they've had Nako hitting well, and they've had a team attacking against them. Virtus Pro have had a team attacking against them that has not been that consistent.
Yeah, and we look at the statistics right now, and Skies is going crazy right now.
Yeah, he's getting really impactful kills as well that we're seeing in these rounds. Absolutely amazing performance from him on this series so far, but it's putting a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Rebels. Jack, you already talked about it, that decision-making is absolutely not the way that it should be. We're going on to defense now. How could that be changing their decision-making?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's another 5-1 split. They will, of course, be going into a ban phase. It's going to be very, very important for which bans come out. They've decided to take the Monty away, and I think actually that's really smart. We've seen how good Nako has been. We've seen how good Virtus Pro have been, particularly behind the shields.
It should be a Blitz or a Blackbeard.
Blitz or a Blackbeard? Glass.
Okay. So
Glass is not a bad execute operator on Lair specifically.
I'm just not sure about it. I'm not sure how I would buy it. You know, Blackbeard is still up, Blitz is still up, Nako can still be terrorizing them on it. And look at what he's picked, Blackbeard as soon as he did it.
straight away. Even just a Virtus.pro lineup. There's a Grim, there's a Deimos coming out, there's a Blackbeard. This is the lineups we want to see from them.
Maybe if you two are confused, we can ask our casters. In specific, Pengu, how are you feeling about the operator bans and the operator selected for the match?
I'm not gonna lie, you know, I said, nah, not the double shield, surely not. And I don't think it's because of a bad idea from Alpha from Leo. It's like diminishing return. I'm actually a big disliker of like double Harvage ban, Bandicite, double shield ban, because you leave so many power-ups open and available. Like you said, the Grim, the Deimos, the Blackbeard, etc. And you can ban the Blackbeard and the Monty, but then there's still Blitz. So like, what's the point, right?
Yeah, it's so tempting though, particularly the double Electro Bro ban. I feel like as soon as you ban that and KO'd, you're like, well, we just don't have to pick Thatcher, we don't have to pick EMPs, we just completely change it. And it's same when you ban like all 3 shields, for example. You're like, well, now I don't have to worry about shields.
But there's a 4th! There's a Fuse shield!
Yeah, but not many people pick Fuse. Like, come on.
Well, that's what
those Yeah. Oh, man. I do love the little moment there where the guys on the desk had a chance to talk about Skies, and it's not just him, but also Nako obviously won the 1v1 at the end of that round and had a big 3K earlier on in one of these rounds. It's the former Gen G boys who are rising up for VP, and it's funny because that Gen G roster, right? Last year, they were always like consistent mid-pack, but challenging the top. They ended up top 4 at the end of EML, and while they went to the EWC, they failed to qualify for 6 Invitational because they lost to Twisted Minds, and you know that was the moment when I think all the team realized maybe we're better when we're not together. Nako and Skies are already looking far better with Virtus.pro than they ever did with Asa and Alems on Gen G.
It is crazy how you can take past the roster, make some changes to it, and then they just perform so differently. But it comes down to IGLing and how you view the game to be played. Alems, you know, he is what we call like an old school IGL. He does come from that year 1 OG generation. And maybe that's a different pace than what the other players, the newer blocks, so to speak, wants to fight. Because look at this.
Ooh.
What are these? I mean, this is ridiculous, right? You're just fighting, you're sacrificing. Like if you lose that gunfight, you lose all the keybacks with it. Then trash it back going to Asa, and that's a good pick as well.
You're right, it's very risky from Linko, but I do like it. I do feel like Barto using the Tachanka fire was probably a little bit overkill. I don't know what that really gave them, especially by investing so much. I guess he still has 11, so
yeah, he has
still a decent amount left. But it looks like VP have completely flipped the switch. They found the pick at the top of the other stairs, and now they're looking to try and poke on server. They've got the Blackbeard very close by. I really like that deep air jab. That's very unusual, but it does prevent an aggressive peek. Gives a lot of advantage now to Dan.
So they have Rorik on the display window, cutting off the bomb side. If they know the BTS is clear, Blabby can walk and just go for a plant here, and they can't really stop him. They have 1 C4, that's the only win condition here, that's the Lemmish. If he hits the C4 to Blackbeard, they might win the round. If he misses, the plant goes down. Oh, he's dead! Oh,
he's dead! Pasha has managed to cut him down. There's a good trade, but Pasha has been worth his weight in gold by finding that critical pick. Nice shots, though, from Feno and Linko. Nako now has to clutch to 1v1. And Mato... What? They got revealed outside. Now he knows exactly where both of them are. He has the diffuser. He can go for a plant if he wants. Puts the shield on his back. You're right. Time is of the essence. It's a very risky play. He decides to put the shield in his back. It makes it a much faster aim down sights time. Mato and Linko split up together. Funnily enough, the shield protects him for a brief moment, but it doesn't matter in the end. The 2v1 will work out for Rebels. And it's no match point just yet for Virtus.pro. Rebels find their second round.
Really well played round. If you want to get very particular about some of the things that could be done better there for the attack of VP, it's how aggressively they were holding the rotation, right? They know that it's a vault rotate. The defenders have to vault through that rotation, make a big sound cube, be stuck in animation, they can't ADS take the gunfight. Everyone's holding a very deep angle, trying to cover Nako. But the second they take down Lems, that only C4, and they knew that, right? They knew there was no more C4s because they saw all the operator lineups revealed earlier from the gunfights. They could have just planned it, held the rotate very safely, and then when you vault through, that's when you kill Feno on deletion. But they wanted that deeper angle, and they just lost the pre-fire gunfight. That's really all that happened. Look at this. Very aggressive angle, number 1, and before that, there was the second one as well. Honestly, great incentive for Nako trying to establish the round, going for a swing, getting off the plant, but it's so tough in that 1v2. There's just no chance with 10 seconds left.
This should hold them.
Another one of those rounds that feels like a game of tug-of-war. You just keep flipping that coin. All right, well, who wins this fight? Oh, okay, now surely VP win. Oh, who wins this fight? Oh, surely Rebels are going to win. Oh, never mind, VP's back in again.
Wow.
It's the chaos that 2026 Siege brings us, and I really love it. Obviously, I have a soft spot in my heart for the good old 20-second meta, or the util sync meta, as I prefer. I feel like it's a more apt name than 20-second meta. But these days, we just have so much variety in the way Siege is played, and it's all about the mid-round adaptation. VP did that perfectly. Rebels fought back. VP is showing us some really good signs, though, Pengu. Even after losing the first kill, oh, there's a nice usage of the ram just to have a quick entry there for Pasha. Breaks down the barricade and enables the jump very quickly.
Sounds familiar, no?
We were talking about this off camera before, weren't we?
Yeah. You told me you were playing ranked and a ram did that to you, just killed you, and that was it.
It was so tilting, bro. I was playing Nighthaven Labs on Rafters, and, like, yeah, Ram just throws a thing into the window and jumps, and I'm like, dude, why are you playing Ram on top 4 on Nighthaven?
Maybe it was Pasha, dude. He did the same thing here. Roam clear to get the kill. He's gonna say worth it. Even if there's no work being done after the fact, which, of course, Pasha will do. Dude, you get your one. That's the solo queue mentality right there. I got my kill.
I do love that they've got redundancy in the vert as well. Not only have they got the ram, not only have they got the sledge, they even have breaching charges on skies. So it allows them to play individually a little bit more aggressive. And I think that's another beautiful thing about 2026 Siege. No more is it the days of we have one operator for one role, and if he dies, then we're done. No, we have everyone can do a little bit of everything. Allows you to play a bit more unpredictably and a bit more aggressive.
Didn't get the Goy cannons, but that's pretty big actually. The nade went a little bit too deep, so a second nade gets tossed on now to then clear it. Very important, because if you don't clear that with a grenade, the smoke can pop it when he desires to and just stall you for 20 straight seconds. By renading it first, you take that ATC away from the defenders, and now you can force the play only being stopped by the toxic babes. There's a backup though, and as a spare keeper, he can patch up the floor and enable Elim to fall back or to push up and maybe help on that staircase. Here comes a flash in the BB.
Oh, perfect. There's still a Denari laser that's got to be burnt. And indeed, Rorik walks right through it. But it's a big kill there from Nako. Great usage of the flashbang from Rorik to support. And now Rebels are really under the pump. Ass is forced back. Taken down from the vert from Pasha. Indeed, our question has been answered, Pengu. He will not just use that ram for a fickle purpose. He will use it for the vert as well. Great shot onto Nako. But man, Linku is under so much pressure vertically. A triple for Pasha on the round. It's just Matzo left. 1 versus 4. And this TCSG will not save him. The flashbangs come out. The flood into sight. Rorik to start forcing down that plan. I don't think he's going to be able to find an angle. He won't be able to get around deep enough. And with 2 players upstairs on the vert and 2 players deep inside, it's a classic lock-in for Virtus Pro. And with that, it's match point.
I feel like if you took that exact same round but flipped the teams, Virtus Pro would somehow win it. Because they'd have Skies on Nako on the staircase where Lems was playing and then get 2 or 3 kills. like somehow, right? But instead, it's like you put a Lems there who's one of your more passive players, I would argue, right? And he just gets flashed and then killed by Blackbeard. There was no real fighting back. He tossed out a Toxic Babe, but he doesn't need to pop it before he dies. You kind of need to either play for time and just smoke, and now you're just kind of cooked, and then whatever happens, happens. Or you fight back. You swing, you jiggle, you look for that opening, because mind you, he could play at the top of that staircase against the Blackbeard. That's not a blitz. They can't blind you. So maybe a bit more aggression, maybe a bit more full commitment. Asa could maybe, as I said, keep it off the floor, sprint up the staircase, try and trade off his teammate, or keep something off and help Elimj escape back towards the bomb site. It doesn't feel like they're fully helping each other as much as they could have.
Well, tactical timeout from Rebels now finished off. 4 match points, and I'm talking match series points against them now. And they have to make a big comeback on their defense. So they go to the split bomb site. Well, it's not really split. Feels like a split bomb site, doesn't it? Because you have to play on the top floor to try and protect here in bunks. And man, this is going to be a big investment into that top floor. A lot of roam game likely as well from the Vigil. I don't know if that's going to be a loose roam, or if he's going to be one of those players hard playing on the vert above like a Lems. Regardless, there's no second chances. You can't get anything wrong for the next 4
5
rounds.
seconds left.
We have seen, I mean, so we've got the peek behind the curtain for people at home, Pengu. We've got this
Attackers are
beautiful,
heading out to defuse
like,
the
kind of
bomb.
tool round tracking device thing, website thing. Okay, explain it very well. That Dez has built, and it shows the number of multi-kills and clutches per round. So we've had 2 3Ks from Skies, a 3K from Nako, a 1v1 from Nako, and a 3K from Pasha. No 3Ks from Rebels, no clutches from Rebels. If you look at the first map as well, it's very much the same story. 1 3K from Asa, and all the rest is Nako, Rorik, and Skies. This has been, sadly, quite a one-sided game. Virtus Pro have been better in the strategy, they've been better at the fragging, and overall, they are just so much more of a ready team to fight for a spot in the Salt Lake City Major.
That's what I was talking about before Lair started when I was asked, can Rebels come back? And I was like, well, if Repeat don't get all these clutch rounds and huge moments, it's going to be a close game. But if they can't shut them down, it could be a one-sided affair. They've not shut down their clutch ability. They've not shut down the star players. And honestly, Rebels, simplest way to describe how they lost these rounds tonight, they're just losing their gunfights. They're not individually challenging the Virtus Pro one-to-one as effectively. But we're managing the strategy now, and not so much about the gun skill. Look at the attacker lineup. Thatcher, Sense, Capital, they're on the green stairs window repel, watching down that flank. And Rebels don't have maybe as many tools to counter as you sometimes would. They're playing Vigil, who's just like a bit of a selfish operator, right? Can hide from certain gadgets and the drones, the intel, but doesn't help you lock down the bombs particularly well. And then they have Ella, which is great when you're pushing into them, taking those gunfights, but they're mostly out the building, watching long angles. So it does feel a bit right now that Rebels don't have necessarily the best tools for the job, which again goes back to gunfights. They need to win their individual fights when they start to happen.
And we got 11 and 7 Skies. That's going to be hard, but I guess he was. Oh, okay. So
That's
1 for 1. Not the end of the day for either team, realistically. Obviously, you lose a C4 on the Valk, but yeah, you're right. Skies has already done his job on the Thermite. You lose your top fragger, which kind of sucks, but at the end of the day, you back in all these other players to go big anyway. So
They're clearing the
I
side.
think that VP are happy.
The fact that they're not dies means now they can actually go for execute because you can't stop it. The Sense wall went down, and they impacted the wall. Oh no!
Bro! What? How on earth can you afford to lose that? That is such a critical kill and a critical loss for Rebels with Linko going down. That is surely the round and therefore the game. It's a 4v3 in the post plan for Virtus Pro. And Rebels seemingly have no idea how to play this. On the retake, as Dan shuts down a Lems from the rappel. Asa with the boss G. It's not what he needs, but it's all that he's got. And Virtus Pro dominates over Rebels. They squash this rebellion. 7-2 on Lair. It was 7-3 on Clubhouse. And they retain their spot here in the upper brackets.
It's another heartbreaking round. The 1-point trade is okay. Yes, loose bombs are controlled, but they got, you know, the impact grenades, the sense wall, they got the solar scanners, the planet's going down. But man, at the end of the day, the gunfight on display window changes everything. Don't go anywhere. We're back shortly with the desk breaking that game down.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
a dominant 2-0 victory, and therefore we get to speak to the victors. We should have an interview live from the studio here with Neko. Congratulations on the victory here.
Hello.
You're beating your former teammates. You're one step closer to Salt Lake City. How are you feeling?
Yes. Feeling great. It was, I think we did kinda good match, like on the 2 maps. It was okay. So yeah, I'm feeling great now. Focus on semi-final for the major spot.
I've got 2 questions for you, Neko. How did it feel to play up against your former teammates, or a couple of your former teammates, first and foremost?
I would say I feel a bit bad because like I love it's still my close friend, almost all of them. I like them, so like I mean in the game I don't care. I'm here to win, so I don't care who I'm playing against. But now after the game I feel a bit bad for them. But I hope they will just bounce back from it and maybe still do a great run in the lower bracket.
And then the second one is more about you and your team's map pool, because you'll know you played against Virtus.pro last year famously. They struggled with some of the newer maps. Are we seeing Virtus.pro with a big map pool?
I guess you will see for the next play day, but I see some tweets about us having like a very small map pool. But how do you know? Like, stop it! Come on, you will see, guys. You cannot say still criticize. We are not the same team. 3 different players, 1 different coach. Everything is different. So I think people should stop like tweeting about us when they are not screaming with us.
Yeah, and another IGL, by the way. So I think that just changes things. I think looking at you, Neko, the last time and only time I think we had in an interview face-to-face was at EWC, your first international event.
Yeah.
And I just want to basically here by winning, you basically guaranteed yourself that you have 2 BO3s potentially, and that if you only win one of the 2, you will make it to the major. Do you think that now with this team, you have better chances to perform internationally and have a deep run at a major than you did going into EWC?
I would say yes. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty confident with this team. I think we have a huge potential from scrim and even from match, from pressure, everything. Like, I'm just so confident in this team. I just love this team. So I think we could go far in major and qualify for it.
Do you think that the experience from Pasha and Dan, because every time I saw these guys at LAN, they went far. Like, they had something. Do you think that their experience is going to help you guys, whether it's Neko and you, who don't have a similar international experience, but for Rorik as well, that didn't play on the bigger stages, do you think they will help you guys have a deep run?
Yeah, I think so. As you said, full experience from them, just good runs, everything they go to international event, and they are already like, I know sometimes in Russian I hear them like giving some advice to Rorik. So of course, whether it's like online, any match, anything, for LAN event, they will give us maybe some advice from their experience, and it will definitely help us.
It's awesome. I feel like the guys want to have a lot of things that they want to ask you, so I'm going to release you for now. I think you just have to win another game so they can ask you even more questions in the future. Thank you for your time, Nick, and good luck with your next game.
Thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
Thank you, you too.
I mean, in theory, the next time that we see Neko in interview, he should be qualified to the major. Otherwise, we're not going to see him.
True, I hope you not put a massive jinx on him.
Otherwise,
tell him how deep he's going to go.
Something I loved from that interview, I feel bad, he said, with a smile on his face. 2-0 victory, he says, oh, it's okay.
Evil Neko, unhinged Neko, that's what I'm going to call him. But no, like, why would you not like have a smile on your face when you're playing with this roster? I can't even describe it. I've gone from like a generational VP hater in their style and their map pool to like VP's #1 fan. You know, they're playing a modern meta. They're doing it on big maps. They've got a good team play. And even when the team play slightly breaks down, as you would expect it to because it's a new team, they've got big clutch players. Once again, Neko, he had 3 clutches coming in today in 4 maps. I think he picked up another couple across his best of 3 as well. Like, that is absolutely phenomenal for a guy who's IGLing them. And then even when it doesn't quite go right, he's managing to find a way in the late round as well.
Yeah, the impressive thing with me is that when I was talking to some of the top players on Falcons, on G2, even when I spoke with Shaiko about VP, he was like, our goal will always be and try to pressure them enough so that the comms will be lackluster, because we expect that will create some kind of shift between the Russian players and the French players, because they won't have so good of an English. And I'm still waiting to see them test it so hard that I see that communication, like, you know, struggling.
Yeah, they look unflappable, don't they?
Yeah.
They do, and especially with people in the, in that transfer window saying that like, oh, Virtus.pro has lost this transfer window, right? But it more so seems that the skies is the limit for this team.
The skies is the limit. I see what you did there, then. I see what you did there. That was a pretty good one. He was phenomenal today. He really was. Look at him. Spreading his wings, and he was flying for Virtus.pro. 22 kills across the whole best of 3. Pretty decent on the entries. It's worth noting, he's not the one that's playing the flashy operators as well. He plays some of the more cut-off roles, some of the flank watchy roles, the breacher roles as well. He doesn't play the best roles, and the fact that he was still excelling today is real testament.
Yeah, what's important to me is that he's done that by doing it, like you said, on utility-based operator. That was a triple kill that he had on Ying, by the way, and doing it on smoke here on the basement. I'm looking at a player that was by far one of the worst rated on the roster. Neiko was the worst rated, but he was the IGL, he was the shield player, so like he has an excuse, right? For Skies, despite him playing more of a passive role, it was still annoying to see when we saw the head-to-head between him and LMs and Asa at the beginning of the match, Jack. And he was far behind, in terms of EPS, in terms of KD. I think it's also important for him to prove that he deserves his spot on the roster. His French teammate is the IGL. He has the voices, so he will always be worth it. For Skies, he needed to prove it in another way, and I think he's proven it today.
And it's a strong time for VP as well, by the way, because we've gone through a whole VP game there, basically, where they've gone clean 2-0. We've not spoke about Pasha, really. We've not spoke about Dan. We did speak about Rorik a little bit, but really it's been the 2 French imports into this roster that have shone.
Yes, I want to give you guys something to think about, because we've been talking so much positive about Virtus.pro, right? I feel like in previous iterations of the EML, we've always had that top 3 that is untouched. It's always the Falcons, the G2, the Secret, but Secret's position being a little bit unsure right now in that lower bracket. Do we think Virtus.pro might merge themselves inside that top 3 or even a top 4?
I think there's a huge opportunity to. I think our expectations of the big 3 in EML really so far in Kickoff have been shattered with Secret's downfall and with really how well Virtus.pro have played and slotted in there. But there's a couple of dark horse teams in there as well. Twisted Minds are not out of question. Secret can still come back. I would say realistically, we're probably looking at a big 2 of Falcons G2 with a cluster of teams fighting to be in the top 4 behind them now.
Exactly, consistency is there. The only pivot I would say to that is I actually believe that VP is head and shoulders above every other contender in the top 3.
Well,
I think looking at this right now, just based on Kickoff, I do think there's a clear top 3. I think it's Falcons, G2, and VP.
Wow.
And I think that after this comes the 4th spot that is heavily in contention.
Yeah, well, they are the current top 3 inside of that upper bracket, right, in the next round. We have already an opponent for Falcons. They will be playing that Virtus.pro roster in their next matchup. But we also need an opponent for G2. That opponent will either be Fnatic or Twisted Minds, and we'll determine it after the break. We are moving to the day fast here at our first day in the studio for the EML playoffs for Kickoff. Our second best of 3 is just about to start. We have Twisted Minds going up against Fnatic. The last time they played against each other inside a best of 1, it was a near victory for Twisted Minds. Rosters may have changed and things may have changed on the side of Twisted Minds as well. When we look at that roster in particular, there are some big differences over on their attack and defense.
Yeah, I think it's been an issue that was raised by many players that faced them in the matches, in post-interview. When they won against them, they were like, it's crazy. We face the fire when they're in defense, they go crazy, and then when they're in attack, what happens? If we look at the statistics, actually, you'll see the heavy difference between the two sides. You know, in one side, we've got a heavy defense win rate where they're quite aggressive. They're the 4th best rated. And then we look at their attacks and they're struggling. The entry rate is also much better in defense than it is in attack. Almost everywhere, the entry is much quicker when they're in defense because they go very aggressive compared to the attack.
Yeah.
There is something, Jack, that is really wrong with the way that they play the attack versus the defense.
I agree, and it's all well and good us just saying it and putting it on a stat and throwing it on a graphic, but actually I wanted to show you, because I wanted to show you just how crazy Twisted Minds can be. This is one of their rounds on Control against GK. Kill outside of the building onto a player placing a claymore. That's the very first kill of the round. Outside C4s, they're getting aggressive, they're getting in your face, they're not waiting for utility, they're not waiting for plants. Doesn't stop there. Absolute floor bang based off of alt camera. It's aggressive, it's in your face. This is what I talk about and what people have to play against when they play up against Twisted Minds. They know it's coming. They're going to be in places that you don't necessarily expect. You hop down the yellow skylight, a minute left, you don't expect somebody there. They carry on peeking, even in a 4 versus 1 here, by the way. This is Dov peeking an attacker in a 4 versus 1. That's their identity, that's what makes them strong, and that is what they're doing well on their defenses.
So they're relentless, they're unpredictable, they're chaotic, and they abuse their individual power. They all have incredible aim.
Yeah.
Now let's switch to attack and let's take a look at that playstyle, because I'm still expecting that to happen. Well, look at this. 2 minutes and 17, that was the first breach. 156, that's the first guy in the building. 20 seconds later, second guy in the building. Okay, cool. First encounter with a defender, that's at 1 minute 30. First kill, they die here at 1:15. They have 0 control. That guy is still outside the building at 1:12. That guy just barely got into Visa at 1:12. And that guy is still also outside at 1:12. What are these guys doing? They're planting at 45. They're in 4v5. They have 0 map control. So obviously, the defenders are going to go and collapse on these guys because they had 0 map control. So first player dies. It's a 5v3. The smoke can just retake towards the Monty. And the rest of the opponents collapse on them. What do we learn here, Jack? That at 1:12, 2 players were still outside.
Yeah.
They love to be outside. They love to be outside, but in defense.
And I think that's from the same game. Both of those clips are from exactly the same game. It feels like it's a completely different identity. I don't know if they're just getting a little bit stuck problem solving, but we're expecting them, and other teams are expecting them, to take so many more risks on their attack.
So you're playing two different halves
Almost,
when you're playing Twisted Minds. Fnatic can add that even more, right? They can play 2 different halves inside 1 round, especially on the attacks. It can start so well, and then somehow they find a way to throw these attacking rounds away.
It's always the same issue with Fnatic, is that you can see the game plan. You can see that it's a great game plan. You can see the first step is good. The second one is, oh, wow. And then there's the end. It just always happens. Somehow, in the late round, there is something that just does not work. They are the second best team when it comes to planting, Jack. But they're the worst one still in tournament when it comes to winning attack.
It's crazy. And I mean, look at those stats, by the way. As funny as the meme is, it is funny. 38.1% plant rate, 38.1% attack win rate. They won't have won every round that they planted. So what does that tell me? It tells me Fnatic are actually a little bit weak when it comes to those late rounds. You can see that actually they're good at the entry. The 4th best team in EML at the entry, that's not bad, is it? Especially considering some of the teams that we've got in there. Conversion, though. Getting that entry kill into a round win, 9th best. 3K/4K rounds, 10th best. They don't really get them. They don't really have the pop-off players. They don't really have a lot of clutches won. And that's the one thing that I would say about Fnatic is, and we saw this in the game against G2, they're doing things right, but when push comes to shove, when they've got a Doki or something in front of them, they don't have the players to see it out. They don't have those big pop-off moments, and I don't even know really how you teach that, because that's not theoretical, but that's where they seem to be lacking.
maybe a bit of a voice inside of the team as well that might be lacking in some situations there. We talked about the players, about that voice in the team a little bit, but they'll have to prove it today inside a best of 3. I want to see the maps, because if we talk about the attack and the attack being such a big struggle for both these teams, I wonder how that's going to unfold on a map like Cafe, where it already is so difficult to.
Well, I tell you what, I did not expect to ever see Fnatic play a Cafe again, because they didn't win a lot in the whole of 2025. In fact, they should have been relegated based on their results. The map that they did win was on Cafe. So I was actually very, very surprised to see this allowed through the veto. No surprise, therefore, that Fnatic have picked it straight away. And then the final map that stands out to me actually is going to be Fortress, because the last 2 times, speaking only from a Fnatic point of view, but also a Twisted Minds point of view, we've seen Fnatic lose this map twice now. They've played it twice, lost it twice, including last play day against G2 where they got 7-0'd. And Twisted Minds, that was the map they came out the blocks on when they played up against Team Secret, and they were aggressive, and we thought, hey, we've got Twisted Minds in this league that's going to go for.
And then in the middle, even that one, Labs, Fnatic, they played it twice last stage. G2, Matchco, lost it every single time. A 0% win rate at the tier 1 level. And then Twisted Minds, I don't think I recall seeing them play that map. So I have no clue on how good they are, but the record from Fnatic alone makes it interesting to pick into.
Feels like Fnatic, certainly subjectively in my mind, feels like they've got to get it done in 2, because I do worry about their Fortress.
Yeah, it's a worrying sight then if we do get to that final map when the game is almost ready. And I've got good news for you, Jack, because your favorite caster is here.
Is Ace a Pyro casting?
I thought you were going to go on about Dez. Hearing it in the background.
Ace is casting, there we go!
By
Woo!
Ace and Dez for this final game of the day. Guys, how are we feeling about the match that we got for ourselves today?
Yeah, really good, but I ain't falling for that bait. I knew as soon as you started saying it, and I weren't falling for that. I weren't having it. Go on, Tim. Ace is your favourite caster can respond now.
I was having all of it. To be fair, I was having all of that. That seemed very legitimate and genuine to me.
Tim did beat me in the go-karting, though, so I do have to respect him. But Des, I managed to beat you.
Very true.
Does any comments?
Going to mention that.
What happened?
Yeah, he had a faster kart than me.
Oh, very, very unfortunate.
And it was a faster driver.
We'll
all that Des needs
right
to
now.
improve is his acceleration, braking, steering, time management, track placement. But other than that, he's great.
I love it. But before this further escalates, and before we talk more about go-karting, I think it's time that we talk about a match that is ready to start. So you two, take it away.
Thank you very much, and yes, this is going to be one hell of a series, Tim. Really excited to see how it plays out, because the last 2 times there's been pretty fateful outcomes between these 2 teams. It was in the SI quals. Guess if Fnatic lost both of those quals to, Tim?
Who did they lose both of those quals to, Des?
They lost it, Tim, to Twisted Minds.
Well,
yes,
would you
the
believe
face
it?
Today is the one that sent them home from both quals. They're not quite sending them home today, Tim. This is the upper bracket, but it's still quite a fateful re-encounter. We get to kick things off on Cafe, so let's take a look at our bands and see what happens.
Yeah, I'm fascinated. With the Fnatic at the minute, you just don't know what you're going to get, do you? They've been on this roller coaster ride. You could look at it and say, you know, those results through kickoff, maybe expected. Losses to G2, VP, okay. You know, wins against the other 2. But I look at that and I think it's the performances that have surprised me as well. It's, you know, like they just haven't turned up for some of those games, and then others, they've looked quite dominant. So, yeah, funny old team at the minute of Fnatic. But in terms of results and positioning, this is better than anything they achieved last year. So being in the upper bracket, great for Fnatic. They just got to do something with it now.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking back at all the stages since 2024, and admittedly, this is, of course, a different roster, but the Fnatic organisation has had a little bit of a struggle. So I think only one of the stages they have played since the start of 2024 has seen them make it into playoffs. This is the first time they've been here in a long time, off the back of a stage, and obviously they want to put on a little bit of a show. And you heard the Des speaking about their losses, you know, their attacking win rate versus their plant win rate. A lot of the losses they've taken have come through Fortress, which is why I'm quite nervous that it's part of this map veto. They've only won 1 of 12 potential attacking rounds on that map throughout the stage. Yes, against 2 of our best teams in the competition, but it still makes me nervous if we get there. And based on what we've seen from these 2 teams, I wouldn't be shocked if we do get to see all 3 maps today.
Well, let's get into it. We've got round 1 of Cafe, and it's going to be up on the top floor. Exciting stuff, Des.
Thrilling for you, mate, I'm sure.
Do you know what is the current worst defensive site on Cafe in EML Kickoff?
I don't, Tim. What is it?
Statistically, this might surprise you, Des, but it's the top floor. It's a small sample size. We've only seen it played 3 times, but guess what? We've seen it lost 3 times by the defense. It's currently sat at 0%, but continues to be the first choice side. Somebody explain it to me. Oh, explain it to me like I'm 5, because I just don't get it.
You've now made me very curious. I'm going to go and find out what it is globally throughout all of Kickoff, and I'll let you know in a minute.
You go and have a look. We're a minute into the round here. We don't have an entry kill yet, which is bang on par for Fnatic. It's what they were talking about on the desk, but that is significantly quicker for them. Crocs manages to get that opener within the first minute, taking down Jalad. That's the mute gone as well, so you're not gaining much in terms of utility, but you do take away some big weaponry. What? There's you laughing. What's the defensive win rate globally in Kickoff, might I ask?
It's 56%, Tim, which don't sound too bad, but the other side's 61, 62, and 70.
So it's the worst site on the map, is what you're telling me.
It's the worst site, Tim, man. It has been for many years now, I believe.
And it still continues to be picked as number 1.
It's going to carry on. Look, because the attackers are currently
continue
on top
to
as well.
rant about it.
Austin's right there. Just not got any idea. A bit of a freebie. Trick's going to get a little bit of a freebie back for his side. It does seem into a 3 versus 4 for Twisted Minds, but Tim, surely Fnatic can't see themselves giving away what has started out as a great advantage for them. Here we go. Crocs in for 1, Deepek onto another. This is now looking much better, and they're left in a 1 versus 4. Dovs downstairs on the Solus. One of their most played operators on this team, it's worth stressing as well. But I don't think even he could pull off a 1v4, Tim.
Nah, it's going to be tough. I mean, he does have the Solus. He can play around, preventing a plant or anything like that. But won't have the opportunity. Crocs manages to get it. Big round from Crocs. He knows. I love this. We've got this kind of new vein from the players, haven't we? Where it's like, they really are playing up to the cameras, some of it. And I'm here for it. I love it. We've seen Shaiko eating his popcorn. We've seen Lem sipping out of his secret mug. We've had some beauties through Kickoff so far. So carry it. What was the other one we had? Who was it that was putting players in his pocket? I can't remember who it was now.
I don't know. I can't remember.
It was Freck just the other day. Thank you very much to our wonderful observers who just whispered that to me. Yeah, brilliant stuff coming in from Fnatic. Let's focus on them for a moment. They just spoke on the desk heavily about Fnatic's struggle on attacks. They're great at getting the diffuser down, bad at winning the attacks. Overall attacking win rate 38% through Kickoff. So to improve on that is going to be important. And basically, what do they need in terms of scores to do that? Anything more than 2 attacks here, and they've improved on that performance that they've given us throughout the stage. So really important start for them, I think. Getting that first attack. Cafe, not always an easy map to attack. You've gone over the stats there, Des, and the worst defensive side has a 56% defensive win rate globally. So, it is a map that can be difficult to attack. The defense does at the minute have a bit of an advantage here. So yeah, great start from Fnatic. Nice quick first kill. Something else that the desk mentioned, was having those players that can go head to head with a Stomp and, with a Doom, with these players that are going to put up big numbers. Having that hero player that's going to deliver. Crocs has just come out and done that beautifully with a 4-0 start.
You know what I was gagging to find out? A time range where it wasn't the worst site. And the closest I've got in the last year is actually the entirety of the last year. And Tim, you will love this. It's tied for worst. 48.6% over the last year, tied with Reading and Fireplace. The other two are 43 and 42. So, make of that what you will.
I'll make of it what I've been making of it for the last 3 years, Des, which is me start looking at the worst statistical defensive side being picked first time every. I think it's just a comfort thing. And I've even had players and coaches and say, "Oh, you really hate Top Floor Cafe. Like, what's the problem?" Another opener from Crocs in as well. Sorry, I've been talking about Freck's celebration. He's not playing. Crocs manages to get another one. Wizard is there. They get Deadshot back on his feet as well. Important stuff, and another great attacking start from Fnatic. But yeah, I've literally had players and coaches ask me and be like, why? And I've said, why are you playing it? It's still, it gets lost more than any other site by defenders on the map. They're like, well, we really like it. It's a good site for us. And I'm looking at the numbers thinking, is it a good site for anyone? But
But here we stand. Now, this is something the guys spoke about on the desk prior to the game, was the aggression that you often see coming out of Twisted Minds. We remarked on this casting them last week as well. They've always been this aggressive group of players. Like, ever since we first saw them appearing on the scene all those years years ago, aggression has been the name of their game, and they've kept that, but they've added depth to their game. The thing is, they add a bit of risk in playing so aggressive very early on here. Like 2 players upstairs have gone down very quickly. Unless they can get something like this on the go, which is a little bit of magic out of a shot, needs to really find another here, then I was going to say it gives Fnatic a lot of time to make these attacks work, but they get it down towards Wizards Sim. They were 3v5, and now suddenly it's starting to look like a 3v3.
Yeah, Fnatic need to make sure they don't give this round away. We've spoken about the importance of them improving those attacking stats, and this was a great opportunity to do so. Crocs comes out big again. We spoke about these hero players for Fnatic. Somebody stepping up and grabbing hold of the game. Crocs is doing exactly that. 6-0 at the minute 2 inside this round, but you've got to deal. You've got to deal with that VIP position. Tricks, he hits them for a double. Are they going to allow it to continue? No.
Oh my.
Deepek goes in and gets one. He's traded, but it's that man, Crocs. We've spoken about hero players. Is he going to be able to close this out?
He knows where he is. Pissing at the go. Oh, he was looking for it, but Asham goes massive. We spoke about him on Brown Stairs, popping up and getting that kill on the 2nd floor, then dips back down to the basement and gets a couple more. Great round from him, but Fnatic are going to be head in hands over that team. They were 5v3 with half a round still to go, and they've bottled it.
Well, there was one big mistake from Fnatic there. They've got a player in VIP. They were fighting with him, and then decided to run into Freezer from bottom white. You know, I think they were maybe hoping that he'd have dipped away, he'd have left the angle because there'd been a bit of a fight there. You really have to deal with that player before you're trying to move in and take Freezer, because otherwise this is exactly what's going to happen. You know, Trix is just, it's so free, isn't it? Like, it's so easy for him. You know, and the fact that he gets 2 of them, I know ultimately they get the trade, but it puts them in a bad position having to get the trade. The Blitz was always there, looking like he was there to deal with that position, to go in and get aggressive onto that spot. So, you know, what are you doing leaving Trix standing? I think, you know, Fnatic, we start to see where maybe some of those attacking wars have come from. Just, you know, a little bit of a poor decision there, and it cost them the round. But look, so far 50-50 on attack, still better than they have been. If they can continue in that vein, at that pace, they will still have a better half than maybe expected on Cafe. So, you know, all's well that ends well. We'll see how they play out.
And those at home might those at home, we are okay, those other people at home watching this game now, you probably hear that and just think, well, what about the play by Twisted Minds? They did fantastic there. And I will say they did, again, the aggression that we're used to seeing from them, that is what has made them shine and makes them a known team. But the thing is, almost like the desk kind of said, like, when you deal with that as defenders or as attackers against them, like, you know what you're going to get. Like, it's not an unpredictable team in that sense. You know there's aggression coming. You've got to be mindful of it. And it's more the frustration that Fnatic have let that one slip through their fingers. But don't take it away from the Twisted Mind boys. They've played brilliantly well there. Just keep on making Fnatic feel uncomfortable and get away with a crucial round, as you say, 50-50. Basically go here as if nothing has happened. Now, no shield coming through in this round. We have got Wizards stepping across the walls playing on the Capitale, but they've missed out on P9 entirely. Sat on Snow Door. Managed to just about evade the watching guys at Deepek, but he is finally traded out. And yet again, Fnatic have got a man advantage. What can they do with it?
Yeah, good start again from Fnatic. You know, another thread that we will continue to look at throughout this one is that entry time. You know, are they playing a little bit quicker? And they continue to do so. Again, within the first minute pretty much there, they get that entry kill. And also important that they get in it, because it's another one of the stats that the desk looked at. Entry on attack is, you know, far worse for Fnatic than entry on defense. And again, they are now 3 for 3. They're going fantastically well. They've got themselves a couple of killing the rounds as well. 4 versus 1. You have to look at it and think there's a good chance this is over. Jalad, sort of player that's definitely capable of doing this. He's on Thorn at the minute, who is just, you know, supercharged as an operator right now after those recent buffs. She's very, very popular, but going to do absolutely nothing as Deadshot manages to find that vertical angle. Fnatic using the map well, using the ground they've taken, using, you know, that advantage that they've gained and getting themselves that round 2-1. So now, the way I look at it, they've got their minimum amount of attacks in the bank, done and dusted. Pressure can come off a little bit, and they start looking for the next 3 rounds to see, you know, what else can they do?
I think that was a bit stubborn from Twisted Minds. Yeah, the fact that Wizard managed to walk up white and just look from Lumber straight through into Cocktail, kill one player, seconds after a second one has died, kind of says, yeah, why are we still there? A lot of the time you'll see teams, once they lose control of white, once they start getting pressured from inside a bar, they'll just drop the hatch down in towards utility and rejoin teammates on site and look to play C4s from below. Now, Jack spoke about this a little bit on the desk as well, about how you've seen the aggression on Consulate from Twisted Minds. C4s out windows, trying to catch players out. That's their memo. That's what they love doing. But the problem then, I think, is they've overstayed their welcome and been punished for it. Again, good on Fnatic to identify that, I think, and Wizard his walk-up white was wonderful in that they got him a crucial kill to see 2 players dead inside a cocktail. But for me, Twisted Minds should have backed away from there long before they came to that point. Bit of an overstay, and they've been punished for it.
Okay then, let's move into round 4. We've got the additional bans come out. It's going to be Soulless and Gridlock are going to be the 2 taken away. Twisted Minds choose not to go back to top floor. That would be following their rotation. Instead, they are this time going to take the 4th site, the one that we haven't seen so far. It's going to be Fireplace and Mining. So we'll see. Again, it's going to be a scrap over top floor, I would imagine. The Soulless has been taken away, so again, that's going to give maybe just a little bit more freedom. I think Fnatic were maybe looking towards top floor attacks in doing so. There is still some opportunities from below. I'm thinking kind of in train from kitchen. So you are cutting them down a little bit, but it's not too often that we see teams play in that fashion on the defense of these mid-floor sites. So I think Fnatic definitely looking more towards that top floor. But look, it's always never a bad one to remove because she's just taking away a ton of intel and kind of knowledge that's going to be passed around the team. So let's see if Fnatic can keep up that aggression, get themselves a 4 for 4 on entries nice and early. We're going to have straight away Crocs racing in there, but is punished by Jalad using that Aruni DMR, so popular at the minute, and taking that entry kill. So first one for Twisted Minds. They've been great so far at securing rounds, at converting them when they get the entry. Can they continue to do so today?
Yeah, Croc's become a little bit of a nemesis of Jalad throughout this game, actually. The first 2 rounds, both the entry kills went the way of Croc, and Jalad was the one who was on the receiving end of it, whereas this time around, we've changed things over. He's got the entry, and now you're starting to see Twisted Minds build into things a little bit. And to a level here, I'd say almost using something that we see Fnatic employing a lot throughout the stage, which is Goyo being used in this round. Now, a lot of teams do make use of Goyo, but Fnatic have got, I think as you heard freshly on the desk, one of the slowest entries in the whole league right now. I think that's intentional. They play a lot of stall. They slow teams down an awful lot with Goyo. You're seeing the same being done back to Fnatic here, because look at the difference. Yes, Twisted Minds are willing to take gunfights onto them, but they're not aggressively getting out there with C4s. They've got a Pulse playing downstairs, for example. They're playing more behind their utility, being much more cautious, and now Fnatic are looking a little bit frustrated, dare I say. They've lost the Sens, they've lost the Deimos here. They're giving themselves away. Wizard and to fire a couple of bullets, and Dov is out there with a freebie. This is a much better round coming out from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's quite interesting as well, because taking away the gridlock, that's going to suggest to Fnatic we're going to be hitting you on the flanks, we're going to be playing that aggressive playstyle, we're going to be chaotic and unpredictable. But as you said, they haven't really done that. You know, instead they've lent into a completely different kind of playstyle here, and they've given Fnatic a little bit of time in the round and a little bit of space, and just instead use the map and use the angles that they've got to find the kills. So they managed to find themselves up 4 versus 1 now, Twisted Minds, and a lot of work for Hoover to do. Can't find himself the first, and that is going to be Twisted Minds leveling things up 2-2.
Yeah, much better round overall, like I say. I think just slowing the pace down a little bit there. Yeah, problem with the previous round, as I said, they held their position a little bit too long there, didn't want to back away. The attempt with utility was good early on, but in this round, the fact they got the entry, then turn it into a quick second, and off the back of that, just hold their positions, let Fnatic be the ones who have to try and figure this out and break the problem down. They quite simply can't, and that was definitely the most convincing round I think that we've seen from Twisted Minds so far. I'll always bring up that classic line though, Tim. There are 2 halves to a game of Siege. I'm very curious to see what happens when we get Fnatic on the defense and Twisted Minds click onto the attack inside. That's when they get to control the pace more, when they can be really aggressive and very quick if they want to. But again, I keep referencing the desk. I'm referencing the desk an awful lot today. But as they were saying over on the desk, they need the depth to make sure they've got the right amount of map control if they're going in for an execute and trying to make something happen.
Is the opportunity for Fnatic up onto that top floor, and we've seen it played so far once today, and Fnatic won it back in round 1. They are playing into the mirror, which has not been banned away. We've actually seen quite a few games recently where the mirror hasn't been banned, and of course is brought consistently then by the defenders. I do like this setup. They're going to be playing into piano to begin with, but the washroom mirror just gives them the opportunity to kind of cut off across towards new balcony as well. New hatch, and keep that default spot inside of there close. But look at this aggression again coming out of Fnatic, straight in the building inside 15 seconds, hoping to catch somebody out. As it is, there's nobody down there on the bottom floor. Dover is on second floor. He's inside of reading at the minute, but Fnatic, I think, will have to move quickly if they want to catch him out.
My magnets will protect us.
That's it. Well, here's a bit of a classic you'd normally see being used by the other side. See him Deepak. This is the old trick that he employed back in Berlin all those years ago now, it feels like, when we did see, at least back then, of course, Rogue lifting the trophy. He's the one thing that popularized an awful lot, making very aggressive use of those echo drones to get outside the map and be jumping up and down to see where players were, and then feeding that information across the rest of his team to make things happen. Trick's kind of looking to do the same here, more about the information that he's feeding over to the other side. And I think that's why you got a little bit of respect being played by Deadshot, bringing along that IQ to deal with those yokais.
Deepak bringing along the Capitao, an operator that Fnatic have seen a lot of value in so far in Kickoff. Deepak playing it an awful lot.
I think like 5 times more than any other operator or something crazy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not unusual for Deepak. We do tend to see, you know, when he locks in on something, he locks in on it. We've seen it with the Echo, as you mentioned previously, and, you know, other operators. So it doesn't surprise me to see that, but it's not a bad operator to do it with. So much value can be found in Capitao. We do have the opener coming through. It's going to be Hasham that gets taken down. Dover does manage to find a late response onto Wizard, taking the Lion off the board. Big loss with those E1D scans going, but it doesn't matter when Cox is just going to walk into sight. I was going to say he'd had a couple of quiet rounds after 1 and 2, but he makes amends with a big double when his team needs it, putting him up now onto 8 and 3. You want a hero player? He's delivering big time. Make it 3 in the round, and Fnatic, they get themselves that 3rd attacking round, and that is better than we have seen from them as an average throughout Kickoff.
I think that is criminally underrated what Fnatic have just done then. They've seen a gap, and the gap that I'm referring to is that there are no bulletproof cameras anywhere. No real information coming in for the defenders, and normally here you would rely on things like the yokais, the bulletproof cameras back inside a cocktail to see what's happening inside a bar. But they've identified, right, both mirror windows are inside of storage and they're inside a bathroom looking in towards piano. They can't see someone walking in towards bar. We brought along the IQ and we dealt with the yokais. They can't see us from that either. No drones have been captured away, or if they have, they've been dealt with because the IQ has seen them. So they have no idea if someone just goes crouch walking through the middle of bar and then pops up and starts killing people. I thought for a second they had a sniff onto him because they had the Aruni start shooting from inside a cocktail. I thought, oh, he knows that he's there. But I think that was just a little quick peek out to see what was going on, because then he stands up and gets free fire on towards the mirror inside of storage, and we saw what happened from there on. The whole round just folded. So I think that was really, really good opportunity spotting out of Fnatic there, and of course Croxton the one being to make it all happen. Really well played and well-deserved 3rd round on the board for them.
Okay, last defensive round coming up for Twisted Minds, back down to Kitchen. It is one that they won back in round 2. They've won this one on Mining so far. That's the 2 rounds that they've got on the board. I think with the way that Fnatic have attacked, I actually think Twisted Minds probably aren't too bad coming away with the 3-3 split. The problem that they've got is Fnatic historically so far through Kickoff have been better on the defense, and Cafe has been defender-sided. So it is going to be a more difficult second half for them. But again, look at this aggression and speed coming out of Fnatic. You know, we said on the desk how they have been slow on those entry kills, on that opening aggression. That has been recognised and dealt with. Going to have a Sean picking up the opener onto Crocs though. However, they're for the trade, so 4 versus 4. Fnatic keep things level.
Yeah, that little back and forth nature again. Start of these rounds, it feels like Croxton has been involved in almost every single entry. In fact, casting my eyes down, that has been now 4 entries that he's been involved in. Like 2 that he's won, 1 that he's lost, and this one here, of course, was a little bit of a scrap at the very, very start. But he, for me, at least so far, has been player of the half. I mean, it's easy to say when he's set up at 9 and 4, for God's sake. He really is making a big impact, but he just seems to be involved in everything. If he stays alive and wins the entry, he's getting himself a 2 or a 3k off the back of it. Don't forget that 4k he got in round 1, the 3k in the previous round. Brilliant impact so far. Now the rest of his team have got to make do with that and know for the remainder of this round, but I think they'll be fine, team, given the operators they've got available to them. Deepet looking to get busy on the shield. Wizard has had a wonderful kickoff so far, and Alva here with the sends. There's a lot they can get done.
My big question is, do they deal with P9? He's out in VIP. They lost the round to that area last time. Do they just avoid it and play for Bakery instead? Or if they do try to work down White, keep an eye out for that area. Instead, it's Shillad who's going to do the damage. Wanders up Brown. Fnatic not quite aware, or certainly not within the time frame that they needed to be. And they get hit for 1. It could have been worse. It could have been better. They've lost the Sens, who could have dealt with this VIP problem at bottom White by rolling some of those light screens across. As it is, they either need to adjust and push for Bakery, or they need to find another way of dealing with P9.
Still one more smoke to go through. They could just try and stall it out if they wanted to, draw it out and then go for a drop. But there might always be the fear, unless they've been counted, of course, in the C4, whether or not any are left standing. Now, there's only the one, and that's the one in the back pocket of Shillad, and maybe they're being mindful of that and knowing, okay, actually, there is only one C4 on side. Have we heard it go off? Yes, we have. So they should know that that drop's okay, but instead it's a complete and utter side swap to him. After all that attention given out towards East at the start, now they've got a full clear this side of the map, and there's players holding them here.
Yeah, Fnatic really struggling to get anything going. It's, I think, been a good defense from Twisted Minds there. They've had the answers all over the map. I love the push-up Brown stairs, managing to get that kill. That was, you could see Fnatic kind of crumble a little bit after that. It was like they just fell into, I won't say despair, but just real indecision, losing that sense. It was a big loss for them.
Well, let's go over to the studio and hear what they think now we're going into our halftime. Guys, what do you make of that?
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, Fnatic. The more things change, the more they stay the same. 3-3 attack split, you're thinking, that's actually pretty good. But in reality, it could have been 4-2. It should have been so much better. Let's take a look at the round. Because they were in man advantage. They had the blitz. They knew exactly where the player was. And even then, they lose a 2 versus 4, allowing the player that plays inside of Christmas to get a big kill. Not pushing him in the blitz, not refracking out. He gets 2 kills before the blitz eventually pushes him. But where's his teammate? There to trade him. And Croxton then loses the 1 versus 1 clutch to Hasham. Realistically, Fnatic have been excellent in that half, but they've only come away with it with a 3-3. Will they rue it? I don't know. But it should have been a 4-2 on the balance of things.
If you're just tuning in, a 3-3 is actually really good on the attack. We spoke about our worries for both these teams kind of on the attacks on such a defense-favored map, but it seems like it's a positive thing. We were even hoping for more for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's hesitation really that cost them, I think, in that round in particular. I think so far, though, I want to give praises to Croxton. I think he's the one that finds the entries. Yep. He's the one, for example, in that long bar that goes aggressive and gets a 4K. You know, 9-4 with only 6 rounds, being the one that plays in the weaker side as an attacker. He's the one that opened up most of the gaps for Fnatic. He's the lead right now.
Yep.
But then you're like, they're the better team strategically. They should be further than that.
They fill you with so much hope, but then they fill you with so much frustration at times as well. I can't even imagine what their coaching staff are going through. On Croxton, I will say, we kind of memed them. We kind of memed Fnatic a little bit in the pre-game. Well, certainly you did. But we also said they don't have maybe the big pop-off player. And I think Croxton showed us in that half, he can be that big pop-off player. We just need to see more of it, but he's certainly been the front runner.
And now the good news don't stop, because they will go in defense. This is a side that should be easier for them, and most importantly, that should be way trickier for Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
It is the one side where they're slow, where it's hard for them to problem solve. We've seen it, and we've showed it on Consulate. When they go on a map where that is heavily defender-sided, they struggle to go step by step.
And then there's the operator bans as well that we're seeing coming in right now for the second half. A shield seems quite reasonable.
Yeah, I would hope so. They've abused it on Dove, especially. It makes sense, especially for a team that struggles to problem solve. The shield is very often a crutch. You want to go and remove that. So far, I'm not surprised. The Nomad, I'm not so sure. I assume that can easily be fixed with the gridlock. So I don't know.
I think it's just so that you can prod and poke and know, get those flanks off. The Solace and the Mirror Band, it does leave the Azami up. I know Ace and Des love talking about the top floor. Azami is devastating, played inside that piano on the top floor defense. So surprised that they've left that one up.
Oh, but we're not seeing an Azami so far for this first round. However, we're gonna stop talking right now. We're gonna send it back to the casters to talk about this second half.
Thank you very much, Anne. Yes, second half is ready to get underway. And Tim, I always say 2 halves to a game of Siege. Let's see how things play out now that the shoe is on the other foot. Immediately looking at Fnatic, and I spoke a little bit about that Goyo in the first half when we saw Twisted Minds running it. Not at all surprised to see the Croxton has leapt straight onto it.
Yeah, exactly. You can see from the operator setup here, there's a couple of things that they're looking to do. One is, I think, I don't think it's just about denying intel here. I think it's about gaining a little bit for themselves as well. If they can catch a couple of drones with those Mozzie pests, yes, they can create a little bit of safety for themselves if they want to play up on the top floor, for example, which is where we see Deadshot now. He can kind of create that like drone blackout area, but also if he grabs one or two of them as well and can get them repositioned, it could be something valuable for the later round, particularly if you get them on that mid floor and Twisted Minds are trying to play vertically. Big Nitro goes out there. I think they were asking for an awful lot from the arm of Wizard. He gives it a go, doesn't catch anybody. I think it might have been a little bit of damage onto Dover, but nothing too serious for Twisted Minds to worry about. But yeah, on the flip side of that, a lot of denial, so a lot of time wasting here. You've got your Goyo, you've got your Tachanka, you've got those laser gates. So much utility there that Twisted Minds need to problem solve, need to think about, and need to work their way through. I don't know, whether sort of chaos and aggression will win the day against this kind of lineup.
We're going to find out, I suppose. I think we have to think about it. But I also do like the idea of being able to disrupt and isolate players on Twisted Minds if you can. Shield or isolate a player who's trying to pull off his own sort of flank all alone. You get a 2 versus 1 against him. That can turn the round around. And I don't know that Twisted Minds have the capability to acknowledge that and go hyper-aggressive on towards site, for example. Not when you look at all the lineup that's coming out from the side of Fnatic and all the things they've brought along to slow the other side down. So, unstoppable force, immovable object. That's kind of what we're lining up towards here, Tim. Drex is working his way through, though, already. Gemma being taken out on his way through, on his way towards White Stairs here. He's got a couple of defenders to worry about down below too. At the minute, it feels like they're slowly working their way through about that halfway mark. And this is when really, Tim, you want to start ripping up them floorboards and getting eyes on what's going on downstairs. So far, so good.
Yeah, Deadshot and Wizard were playing inside a fireplace, and they've burnt about half of the round there. So I think they have slowed things down a little bit. I think Twisted Minds are still fine. I think it's kind of like blow for blow there. One team have done okay just burning a little bit of time and making Twisted Minds think about things, and Twisted Minds have done a pretty good job of clearing them out and getting them back down to site. They've also done a much better job, might I add, of clearing VIP. That's how you need to do it, Fnatic. We see 2 kills come in. They're both going to go to Twisted Minds. 5 versus 3. They've still got the Tachanka on the board here, so they do still have some denial, but Twisted Minds looking super smooth and slick on this attack.
I mean, look at how much work Trix has got done there. Look at the piece that Fresh was analysing at the halfway point, right? It was a 3v1 for Fnatic in a very, very similar spot. That was a 1v2 for Trixt. He smoked one off, charging towards Christmas, got the player with the support of a teammate coming in behind him. They've played that absolutely beautifully, Tim. But now they've got to convert the round. You can't go for a 5v3 and see it lost. We were criticising Fnatic for the same thing. It'll be a similar story here if they see this one slip away from them. Trixt got Diffuser in back pocket, waiting for this fire to burn out, but Tim, time is not on their side.
And look what it is doing the job, Des. It's those operators we spoke about. It's the Goyo canisters. It's the laser gates. It's all this utility that they brought to slow things down. Fnatic have played behind it beautifully. They knew exactly what the game plan was. 3v5 won, and well deserved. What a defense from Fnatic.
Wonderful round indeed. I really like how they've played that one out. I mentioned about playing a little bit more slow, maybe trying to isolate out players. What did surprise you was Twisted Minds were the one they're looking for the isolation chances. That blitz going 1v2, absolutely nuts. But like we sort of said, like, the issue is the operator lineup, Tim, and it came back to bite them massively. All that fire in the closing moments, Deepek having himself ratting up inside a small bake. Just a very, very good round for Fnatic, but I'm also very impressed with what I saw from Twisted Minds. Really entertaining first round, and I hope it carries on down that trend.
Yeah, they certainly looked good for it. Like I said, it was good on both sides there. There was, Fnatic have been schooled in how to take VIP and deal with that player inside of there. It was brilliantly done from the blitz on Twisted Minds, but ultimately, I think it was... I'm not going to say it was all part of the plan for Fnatic. Obviously, they want to hold on to that area. They want to hold on to the whole map as long as they can. But that really wasn't the core of their defense. There was another core of their defense, and it was one of those with layers. That was one layer that Twisted Minds were able to remove, but let's not overlook as well the work done by Wizard and Deadshot. If you remember, sort of halfway through the round, I said that the Mozzie and the Mute had actually dropped away from Fireplace, but there was quite an investment up there. There was Mute Jammers, there was Mozzie Pest, there was reinforcements to try and burn as much time as possible. It was 1 minute 30 before they dropped away, which meant that Twisted Minds were behind that mark. Not massively, but kind of behind that mark that we talk about of trying to open up those verticals halfway through the round. They weren't confidently in control at 1 minute 30. It was another 10, 15, 20 seconds before they could start really doing that. So now everything starts to become a little bit of a rush. You know, you're behind the pace because it's taking you time to clear out Deadshot and Wizard. So I think there was a lot of factors for Fnatic in that round that all came together. It was kind of 10% here, 10% there, 20% there, and all those added together won the round for them. It was really nice.
Well, let's see if it carries on in this one, or if we get some different ideas coming out from Twisted Minds, because it sure looks like it's him. Of course, got Solid Snake on side. The Glass, the one that I've got my eyes on most of all. But more interested to see how they make use of the DKB. Many would use it for clearing through the map, but a couple of teams over the years, and I'm looking back at old school Falcons, would use it as part of their execute to just feed them all the intel they need on their push in. Now look at this, he knows where the player is, but he's got to win this gunfight, Tim. It's so crucially comes out on top, loses a bit of HP, but Croxton is down on the deck. As a Dokkaebi call comes out, this is when the pressure starts to mount here. Twisted Minds looking for some early advantages.
Yeah, and P9's going to continue doing that work across top floor, mid floor with Solid Snake, just looking to drive those players out of position. But Dover does get taken out. That's the Blackbeard. Obviously, we spoke about, the analyst spoke about how Monty was banned to try and prevent Dover being on that operator, but instead he brings the Blackbeard. Doesn't matter. He's been neutralized. 4 versus 3 as a Nitro finds its mark, but the F2 keeps on singing. 3 versus 3 as Twisted Minds scrap to keep themselves in this one.
Come back to what I said in the first half, Tim, when we saw Twisted Minds defending this site. They didn't drop away soon enough. What have Fnatic done? Drops away, managed to get Croxton up, got a kill on the way out, and then collected a C4. They're in a golden chance to be able to close out this round. However, it's still nail-bitingly close. 2 versus 2. We're coming down to the last 45. Still 1 C4 in the back pocket of Hover here.
P9's just, I think, heard something there. Thinks he's maybe going to be pushed on that door by Deepek, but Deepek knows he doesn't need to do anything here, really. He's baited out a little bit by the sound of P9's gadget, but plays it smart and dips back. Doesn't really need to push there, however. Does get taken down by P9. Deepek with the trade, though, 1v1. Fuser has been recovered by her Shaman. Deepek now is surely going to start playing the time game.
Got to be so careful here as well, Deepek. Shama's got a great idea on where he's going to push him from. There's only really 1 or 2 places he can make it happen, but we're down to the last 5. He's got to go for a kill now, Tim, but there's a shotgun at the ready. Deepek's here. Who comes out on top? He gets down on his belly. The good old Sean peeks in. He's working a bit of magic, Tim. Gets away with the kill and gets it for his team.
Manages to find it with the bailiff. Beautiful stuff. There's a bit of that unpredictability that Twisted Minds bring to the table. 4-4, and what a cafe we are seeing so far. These two absolutely fighting tooth and nail for this one. Seeing great siege on both sides of the table. Thoroughly enjoying it. Crocs just getting dealt with at the beginning there. Just that beautiful use of nades. Obviously, it's not a new, it's quite an old change now. But since we saw that change so that they can't be cooked anymore, the fuse activates once it bounces off a surface. You've then got, I think, about 4 seconds. So just bouncing that nade in there just to give that warning to Crocs. He has to move or he takes the death from the nade, but the angle was covered. P9 had a great round on that F2 as well. Did some great work, and ultimately it was enough to get Twisted Minds over the line.
Just a bit, man. That was really a very, very slow for Sean peek when you think about it. For those who don't know, it was a style of peeking that sort of came around where you prone while peeking around a corner, like quick peeking, and if you can't see anything, it is ridiculous versus, say, like a Shiko peek where you can kind of see the head just popping around the corner. It was more of a, I'm going to stay on my belly rather than get back up and dip away. So it's more trying to be a little bit cheeky, but I'm buzzing for him that it's worked out there, that he's come out on top and kept things equal. We were saying after the series earlier on, Tim, you guys had a nice quick 2-0. Watch this series go with the distance, all 3 maps, 45 rounds. Well, so far, we're on trend for that being the thing that happens, Tim.
Okay, angle being held by Jalad. I'm just looking at the entry game so far as well. It was an area that we have spoken about, and Fnatic did well on the attack, 4-2. It's 1-1 so far with Fnatic on the defense and Twisted Minds on the attack, but it's been a real 50-50 almost, 5 and 3, depending as to whether teams have been able to close out the round based on that entry. We often see quite a high conversion rate in games for entry kills, being, you know what I mean by that where a team gets the entry kill, it goes on to win the round. But it's certainly been a little bit of a mixed bag, so let's see how it plays out this time around. But have that gridlock just preventing the run out, the concern being there, unsurprisingly, from Fnatic. Really, we know how unpredictable Twisted Minds can be, so unpredictable that you can kind of predict a little bit of that unpredictability. You know that there's going to be jump outs, you know they're going to be sticking their face out of windows if they get the opportunity, so they try to prevent that happening. Deadshot manages to get the kill onto Dover. That's going to be 5 versus 4 now as things start off for Fnatic once again. And their great run of entry continues.
Exception sounds like you're speaking about in that round, Tim.
Death mark on the way.
So unpredictable, they become predictable. Prediction.
Almost, yeah.
Something along those lines, yeah. I think I understood the point. I think. So
this is it. Twisted Minds are you know, they've brought the gridlock. They're trying to prevent the runouts themselves, but Fnatic are reading into that and saying, we know you're going to try and cover your flanks like that. We're going to make it unpredictable. You know, they're trying to lean into it by being unpredictable themselves.
Fnatic are 2 for 2 on C4's thrown and kill secured. It was a 5v3. They've now lost one back. Sharm. It's got to be mindful of the fact that this is barbed wire here, but now they know that he's coming as a player on White Stairs. Does he know? Pretty sure he does. They're backed away here, Tim. Left it and taken the angle inside the utility instead, but there we go. It's Alba onto him. He falls down, and surely this is a Fnatic round to win. And all orchestrated off the back of a couple of fantastic C4 kills. They made it look easy.
I think Fnatic are just leaning into those power weapons at the minute as well. We're seeing them bring the DMRs along. We're seeing Deepak playing the Warden, plenty of SMG-12. We've got a lot of SMG-12 enjoyers at the minute. You know, we're seeing that as a secondary used often as a primary, and it just gives that opportunity to kind of keep the shotgun in the back pocket for Fnatic. Looking good here on Cafe. It was their map choice, I believe, and they are certainly showing us why. 5-4 at the minute. It's close, but it does feel to me like the edge is there for Fnatic.
It does, yeah. We've seen this a few times in the past, and I say a few times now, a number of times, like a lot of times in the past even, where it feels like one side has really got kind of the tactical side of the map down. Like, you look again at some of the issues that we've seen from Twisted Minds throughout the game. When they've had to kind of play the macro game is where things have fallen down, the more strategical side of things. Where they've been very, very good, I think, is more in the micro, like, tactical moments. And I refer to things like the blitz play into VIP with the smoke onto the doorway and the 2v1 there, stabs at the back of that. It was fab. Where they've fallen down is when dealing with double C4 kills coming from below, fire denials on towards plant spots. It just feels almost like Fnatic are like one step ahead and know what's going to happen and how to deal with it, or they're setting up traps here that we're not quite seeing Twisted Minds yet overcome. They can do it with brute force, but I feel they've got to find that opportunity and maximally capitalize on it to come out on top. I do still think they've got more of that clutch capability in them, to be fair, so that could still save them here. But I do feel like so far Fnatic have been the stronger team tactically and strategically.
Yeah, I agree. You know, like I said, we kind of expect it is their map choice, but yeah, they definitely seem to be on top in those respects. I think Twisted Minds have had some great gunfights and a couple of good passage of play that's kind of kept them in this, but Twisted Minds are much more keeping themselves in it, whereas Fnatic are, you know, looking to win this one. So 5-4 we stand. Fnatic are completely avoiding the top floor. I could not be happier. They're going to go to Kitchen in round 10. We've got those extra bans coming. No surprise we see the Aruni there. I spoke about that, didn't I? The way that Fnatic are using those power weapons, those power operators, take away the DMR, but also we saw it in their last defensive Kitchen, using the laser gates really well, positioning them really well to burn time, to burn utility. So no surprise to see the Aruni taken away, and it's going to be Deimos on the other side.
Always love to see. But it's again those trap operators, right? 3 being loaded up. More of the intel denial coming away, plus still making sure they've got a C4 in back pocket. Deadshot's actually got it ripped and ready here, Tim. He stood with it, just waiting to see if they come up towards that hatch and he gets a freebie off the back of it. Not quite sure that he will. But even if they fail on the C4, there is still so much more the Twisted Mind's got to work through. And I think with how fast they want to go, looking at things like the Blitz on side, the KV to enable that as well, they're going to get stung by it later on.
Ooh, just taken down off the rappel. Yet another entry going to Fnatic. Deadshot managing to take down Hasham, and that is a big loss for a kitchen attack. Look at what's gone. It's the Ram. There's going to be no boogieing on down in this round, Des. It's been taken away, as has the verticality. Big loss.
That's it. Big one to start. You still got the sledge on side. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, we saw the same happen to Fnatic when Croc was on the Ram himself. He died in the entry. Still had a buck on side to make things happen, so Tricks can get work done. But my eyes will always be on that C4, which is now being wielded by Deadshot. Is he going to throw it off towards somebody? Yes, he is, but no kill secured this time around.
Dover's still doing great work on the shield. Little bit of cast the curse there, though, as he walks in. Floor opened underneath. Smart movement from Wizard. Manages to take down another really important part of the Twisted Minds attack.
The painful thing is I've seen Fnatic do that twice this half. Yeah, that isn't a new thing. Like, Twisted Minds maybe won't have seen it last time around and missed out on it, that's fine. But we've seen that same hole opened up twice. Both times we've had a player sat under it, waiting for someone to run through. And this time Starver's just walked in, absolutely blindsided, and they lose the main spearhead of this round. Let's not forget, Blitz has done a lot for them throughout this half so far. And now it's simply not available. This is going to be a rescue effort for Twisted Minds.
It is. It's not the end of the world for them at the minute. They've still got the sledge. That resolves kind of the Ram problem a little bit. They're getting to work and doing it now. Deadshot is going to take a bunch of damage as well. So they've still got the tools that they need for this job. They've got time. It was a minute 15 when they were opening Freezer Wall and had control of VIP. So they've got a lot of good work done. It is possible, but they have to stop losing bodies. Deadshot manages to find Jalad. 3 versus 2 now. Steps up. Wizard double in the round for him. And it is all up to Tricks on the sledge. 20 seconds. He drops Freezer. He's going to push on into sight, but there's bullets raining in all around him. There is absolutely no safe space for the sledge. Shut out by Deadshot. Big round from him. And Fnatic put themselves on match point.
I really don't want to dog too much on Twisted Mind because that was a wonderfully played round by Fnatic overall. From the early C4 attempts up towards Red Hatch, the entry they got, and then baiting it out again, and the kill through the floor. But what it really, again, shows is that on this macro level, Fnatic are always a step ahead. It's what we said a couple of rounds ago. Everything that it felt like was coming out of Twisted Minds, it was a bit laboured, a little bit like they had to stop and think about what they needed to do next to try and deal with what was going on. And every time it felt like they'd regained their composure, there was another kill coming out for Fnatic. It was a constant battle to try and keep themselves in that game. Well, in that round, sorry, and that now means Fnatic sit at map point. Wonderful play by them so far across this entire map. Yeah, a couple of rounds that they could have seen over the line already. But that's just how things go sometimes. Again, brilliant play. The golden chance to go 1-0 up.
Drop the bomb.
Yeah, it's the start that you feel Fnatic need as well. They've had a decent attacking half. There was a couple of mistakes in there, but still better than we have seen from them previously. I think, to be honest with you, this is... I'm going to say the best Fnatic performance that we've seen through Kickoff so far. Yes, there's been a couple of mistakes in there, but overall, I feel like they're looking really good today. And if I was a Twisted Minds fan, I'd probably be a little bit concerned. Obviously, we've got Labs coming up. That's Twisted Minds map choice. There is an element there where Fnatic wanted to play Cafe. This was their choice. But, I really like the way that this Fnatic team are looking so far.
I do think things can change up as we go into different maps, admittedly. I think they've really come in with some great ideas on this map overall. And again, the trap gameplay they've played, the way they've slowed these rounds down and not really giving Twisted Minds a chance to play their game or get themselves really rolling on the attacking side, I think has been wonderfully done. Will you get the same freedom, I think, on Labs? Probably not. Because there's more optionality on that map, because it's bigger, because it's a bit more chaotic at times, I think, at least anyway. I think you're finally going to see Twisted Minds finally fight their way back into it. When we get to Fortress, very different conversation. That is going to be a very, very interesting map if we find ourselves getting there.
Let's see whether Twisted Minds can keep things going on Cafe to begin with then. They've got 2 rounds here that they have to win back-to-back. Map point for Fnatic on both of them. So just one will do. Not all the chances in the world, but... they are back in Reading Room now. This is the site that they have lost so far. It was a successful attack, but it came down to that 1v1, if we remember, with them having to hit the deck and take the pistol fight. It was the Bailiff, actually, against the shotgun of Deepek. Twisted Minds did come away with the win. They do manage to get Hasham in on the Blackbeard, but how much success have Fnatic found with the explosives? It continues. Blackbeard taken down. Jalad manages to find a trade, but Deadshot is there for one onto Trix. He's continuing to fight White Stairs. He was in a bad position, but again, this is something that Fnatic have done well throughout, is to trade those deaths. Really good stuff from them. 3 versus 2.
Always a step ahead, Tim. It's really all I can say about this half. It just feels like they've always got something else in mind. The Twisted Minds, to give it to them, it's not all that often you'll see 2 players playing on White Window there. So when the second player appeared there and got a freebie, I was like, oh, nice, that surprised them. Now they've got themselves another from the similar position. P9 bringing it down to a 2 versus 2. They're not out of this yet. They can still do it, but we're coming down to the last 40 seconds. A couple of impacts in the back pocket of Croc, for example, and a Kiba barrier still to go. There are still ways that Fnatic can cause a headache here.
Going to see P9 on White Stairs there, looking to get aggressive in towards Fireplace. He's able to take the challenge as he's in the vault animation, takes down Crocs and leaves Wizard now 1v2. The one thing Twisted Minds need to make sure here is that they don't give him anything for free. Don't give him those 1v1s.
Beautiful.
Nicely done. Working together, they create a little bit of a diversion, get Wizard into a fight, and then Dove takes the peek around the corner, finds the kill, and Twisted Minds, they get themselves to round 12. One more to win to take us into overtime.
Yeah, honestly fantastic there again. P9's done so much in that round around White Window. 2 kills on that same rappel, and then as you saw at the end of the round, sees them over the line as well. Beautiful stuff. And it keeps them fighting, Tim. Just when it looks so done. Like at this point here, I was just like, the round's over. They've lost a freebie to a C4. They've had no idea Deadshot was on the side of White. They've been traded out when they got the kill, even back onto him. It felt like there was nothing the Twisted Minds could do right without Fnatic being able to repeat it and relay it back onto them. But they managed to find a way through with a little bit of a big hero moment. And it was one thing, actually, speaking of like hero moments, I speak about hero rounds from individuals when they can have a player that just gets a 3K or a 4K and basically wins the round for the team. When I was looking at the numbers, like Fnatic are the least hero play team, I believe it was so far. Others, generally, I'm looking at like teams like Falcons, just endless, as you can imagine. 3Ks and 4Ks coming out of their ears. You've seen a couple today so far, I think, from both teams now. Both of them are really up for this, and it's not just down to team effort, it's individual brilliance as well that's shining, and that always makes for a fantastic series.
Yeah, Croxton and Deadshot are the obvious 2 to pick out for Fnatic there. 23 kills between the 2 of them. And, you know, and they've both had some big rounds. Deadshot with a 3K round, Croxton with a 3K and a 4K round. And it's just having those big moments from players. You need, like you said, the full suite. You need the combination. You need the players that are going to come out and do that, but you also need that solid strategical foundation as a team. And I think, you know, in parts, I'm not going to say the performance is perfect always round, but I feel like that is something that Fnatic have shown us a little bit of forth today, and that is a really positive sign for them. Can Twisted Minds, though, take us to 12? They've certainly had some impressive moments themselves. They've dealt with some difficult problems, and they've made life a bit of a misery at times for Fnatic in some of these rounds. So, can they get it done? Fnatic bringing the clash this time. Is that going to be the difference maker?
It's another thing to get in the way of Twisted Minds to slow them down, isn't it? And that has been the constant threat and annoyance throughout the half. Twisted Minds to have to face off against, and it might well be the same again here. They've had, what, 2 frags thrown out so far. Shield, of course, is still standing. Jalad's got 2 more to use, but look, again, it's a little bit of a stalemate that forms, albeit it is very early in the round.
Going to see another Candela going in here, I think. 2 left on the board after that, like that it's dealt with so quickly and easily by Wizard. Just applies that Kiba barricade, shoots out the Candela, keeps himself safe for another 10 seconds or so. Halfway through the round now, and Twisted Minds, it feels like they're struggling to get themselves really established in their take here. They've managed to take some of top floor, but otherwise it's a lot of window play, and they're not working the verticals too much. They do manage to get that entry though. Hasham picking up Deepek, and that is a big one to remove. That is the clash. The shield gone off the board.
And just when it was at 6-4 and we were thinking, surely Twisted Minds are going to find themselves struggling to catch back up. Well, Tim, they look like they're on to do it. A 5 versus 3. Fnatic have tried this really aggressive hold around White that hasn't yet paid off. Prot gets at least one back, but now it's a little awkward scrap into Fireplace itself. Can't easily push in, but look at it from below. Wonderful play from Asham to get the assist down. Jalad getting rid of Deadshot. They have sliced that side up, Tim, like a good old pizza, and now they force us to overtime.
We're going to get a few extra rounds of this. Twisted Minds digging deep in those last couple of rounds. Fnatic are going to kick themselves for not being able to get it over the line, but I do think it is more about the adjustments that Twisted Minds made than necessarily anything that Fnatic did. I think dealing with the clash as a priority, not early in that round, but as the first thing that they did in that round, was a real big moment for Twisted Minds. They recognised where the kind of linchpin of the defense was, what was going to be the big hold up, and they managed to remove it, and then also the use of the verticality, but from beneath rather than from above. Beautiful stuff, and they take us to 3 extra, maybe 2, but I've got a feeling it's going to be 3.
We will find out. But they certainly made it interesting those last couple of rounds. Because again, at 6-4, I was like, they're just one step ahead. So keep on saying they've just always got it figured out. They've always got a way through. But in them last couple of rounds, you've seen Twisted Minds really step up, both individually in round 11, but then as a team in that final round of regulation. Now, they're trying to hide away Halver here on the Echo. You see him lay down here, not wanting to reveal himself. They've got something cheeky in mind, but maybe so do the other side. So we're looking at their line that they're swapping across to. Seeing a bit of like Raura coming out, who of course got a, what do I call it, like a major buff? I wouldn't even say it's a major buff, but it's certainly an improvement. Now it gets all of the doors at the very, very start of the round. They can be used at longer range, all that kind of good stuff to come and look forward to. I think here we're not yet at the point where those notes are out, so it's not available at this stage, but of course one to look forward to in the future. All eyes now turn towards things like the Sens and the Blitzer to work a bit of magic on the other side, though. We're talking stall to the max, Tim. Looking at the Kai, looking at the Tubbs, looking at the Clash, and the Goyo, of course. It's all about slowing them down. However, that is there as an insurance policy. So let's see what they can get away with.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Jalad on the Raura. It's operator I've been playing quite a lot of in ranked recently. Nice DMR, and then especially when it's solo queue, it's one to give a go in your own games at home. She can be very good at creating that bit of safety that you sometimes need, you know, to avoid those flanks getting hit and just create a little bit of a safe space to play in, especially as a solo queue player, where you can't always guarantee on having that support. But here we go in round 12. We get aggressive with Twisted Minds. They send in the shield. They get a double. Fnatic starting to crumble here. They're on the defense again. They've got the clash, but as people die, Deepek becomes less powerful because he can't keep playing behind that shield. They need him gun up, able to take a fight. Jalad manages to find Wizard. He's not going to have to take one fight. He's going to have to take 5 right now. Flawless round. And Twisted Minds does. They seem to have found another gear. They've hit the accelerator pedal in a big way.
Wow. They really came. They didn't just use most of their utility in that round, Tim. They just rolled one kill into another, just breezed their way through. And correct me if I'm mistaken, have we seen a Fnatic attack timeout this game?
No. We saw a Twisted Minds one.
I really feel like attack timeout has to come in now. Not to try and come up with a strategy to win. Thank God for that. This isn't to do with a strategy to win the game. This is a mental thing. Those last 3 rounds have just got progressively worse from the boys. Yeah. In round 12, they just looked a little bit lost there, getting sliced up inside a Fireplace. In the one prior to that, yeah, P9 went big. Okay, cool, it's one player. That round a second ago, a flawless round, they got absolutely rushed their pants off by the side of Twisted Minds. It's gone from bad to worse across those 3 rounds. They just need a mental reset right now. Otherwise, this map's done.
Yeah, it was far too easy for Twisted Minds there, wasn't it? The whole round was over in about 15 seconds. You know, they just spotted that opportunity. I think they had locations, you know, sort of pinpointed for a few of those Fnatic players and just went in. And I think that Fnatic have done a good job through this game of stopping Twisted Minds playing their game, which is chaos and aggression. And they found it. They just found it there in round 13. Twisted Minds able to just dash in and say, you know what? We're going to play our way for this round. And as soon as they did, Fnatic really struggled to stand up to that. So, you know, what do? First of all, they've got to win an attack. That's something that they did pretty well, I think, in the first half. They went 3-3, so there's no real advantage there. But I feel like Fnatic were in the driving seat when they were on attack. So if we do see this go to round 15, I think something Fnatic need to do is kind of lean into the theory of that clash pick of, you know, maybe bring some of the trap operators. We've seen them use the Goyo consistently. Maybe they bring out a Legion. You know, maybe they bring out a Frost, bring plenty of barbed wire. Just do everything they can to prevent that chaotic aggression from Twisted Minds. Slow them down, spread out a little bit, give them lots of problems to solve.
I think where they found the most success, honestly, is wars. As crazy and as silly as it sounds, like the rounds where they've had the ability to toss a couple like Skyward at the early parts of the round is where they found success. It's where they found the early kills and been able to get themselves on the leading foot. They've had the entry, at least until the last couple of rounds went by, and the majority of these rounds, they've done really, really well on the entry. I think they were like 8 out of 11. They were flying. And in those last couple, they started to let things slip. And it means across those last 3 rounds in total, Fnatic have only found 4 kills. That is not looking good, and that is why I'm hoping that timeout will turn things around for them. For now, they've got a deal, though, of course, with the other side. Now, Trix is the one on the pulse got my eyes on here. It's not the super hyper early aggression you might be used to, but I think him playing currently on the stairway, he's trying to look for wards. Sorry, I thought he was on the stairway up towards Museum side, but no. He sat back inside a train, just feeding out what's going on these windows. We saw Fnatic get a freebie onto a Blackbeard player here earlier on, and maybe they're hoping they're looking, trying to get a freebie in towards Piano on the side of Fnatic as well.
Okay, then Crocs has taken the drop at top red. We saw him have some success on the entry in the first half. Rounds 1 and 2 both went to him. He's going to find this one as well. Adds round 14 to his bag. Now he just needs to go to the checkout and try to purchase the rest of this round. It's going to be 5 versus 4. Just kind of consolidate a little bit here. Fnatic not wanting to give anything back to Twisted Minds, wanting to keep that man advantage before they continue sweeping across the top floor. The droning does go on. Look at this utility use. Very little that could be done there.
Easy. Again.
Just pushing them into bad positions.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to get away with the C4 kill from Trix, which is what they've been aiming for a long time, but after the damage had been done, Croxton again, like he did on Bar before, has just crouch walked his way through, still have gone, oh, hey, here's a free kill in towards storage for me, because no one's really paying attention. They haven't got the intel on the other side, or at least they should have. That was Trix's job, but he's missed that one and let Croxton get away with, quite literally, murder. It's a 4v2. Surely Fnatic can't bottle this.
Trix is the big thing that Twisted Minds have got going for them here. Having that intel on the pulse, tries to go for a run out, but due diligence has been paid. However, earlier in the round, had that air jab there for that possible run out. Good stuff. They're going to drop it behind the sense walls. They don't quite get away with it, but the trade is there, so no big loss for Fnatic. Deepek finding the man. It's going to be the plant going down as well now. Trix is trying to get movement going here, but he cannot find an angle. Wizard picks up the kill, and we are going all the way to 15.
A very well-controlled round by Fnatic, I thought, as well. Like, they weren't dropping until the very bitter end, and maybe a bit too much reliance on the sense wall there, but I'll give it to them again. This is the aggression that we're used to seeing out of Twisted Minds. They're willing to step up and be aggressive there and try and isolate out the 1v1s, and it almost worked out beautifully. Just Deepek managed to get the closing shot down that forced that to be a 3v1 on the close. Well, now, Tim, we get that switch. We've seen both teams do well. They've had a 3-3 half. They've both won their attacks in overtime. Is that what carries on? Do Twisted Minds take it, or do we see a defense win come through here for the first time in 5 rounds?
As long as they don't go to top floor, Des, there's always a chance. There's always a chance.
Hold your breath, Tim.
It's going to be reading. It's going to be reading.
Now, I'll come back to what I said a second ago, right? Where I think they've found good success has been in C4 play. And that is very simplistic. You can't always rely on it. But I think with them bringing along a Valkyrie here, that is the statement of intent. They want to play around those explosives. It's where they found freebies. The question now comes is, the Twisted Minds see that on the other side and say, you know what? They show respect to us. They brought the IQ. They dealt with the Yokais. It's how Croxton managed to crouch walk into Bar and kill 2 of us and win the round. We're going to bring the IQ as well, or are they just going to leave it? They can lean in towards the Dockerby if desired, but I don't know, Tim. I'm not 100% sold on this. This is brave.
Yeah, it is. As you say, they can use those calls a little bit to, you know, if you're going to take an area, Yeah, if you're going to take an area that you think could be dangerous, oh, this is interesting. You used to be able to play Valk cams outside years ago. That's a real sacrifice to try and get that early peak because the cam will now be out of action. They're going to take it out anyway, but it would have stopped giving its feed, much like the Echo cams do. But yeah, an interesting use of it there, kind of a little pocket cam, throw it out there, see if we can get a kill. Doesn't work out. But back to what I was saying, the way that you can use that Dokkaebi against it. If you're wondering how's that going to deal with cams, it forces, when that call comes in, it forces all the defenders off the cam. So if you've got an area that you know is a high risk area, something like Piano, and you haven't found a cam in there, but you're worried about getting hit with a C4 when you go in and take that area, as you're about to progress through there, bang, you hit your Dokkaebi call, you force everybody off the cams, you work your way through, you're forcing them at best to a blind C4 attempt then. So it is, one way of dealing with it at least, but I agree the IQ might have been more of the play.
All right, well, let's see if any C4s connect in the round, if those black eyes come back to bite Twisted Minds. But now, taking things very slowly themselves. My only worries they get a bit, self-flashing yourself ain't going to help. My only worries they get a little bit scared here, a little bit hesitant to start slowing things down. Where they've found success is in the aggression, and I feel taking your foot off the gas now would be the worst idea you can take.
Just continuing the sweep across the top floor. They do still have Croxon to deal with. There's Wizard, there's Deadshot, there's plenty up there left alive for Fnatic. Over hits the C4. You called it, Des. Your lad taken down. Dokkaebi as well. The player that in part was probably there to prevent those Valkyrie cams having success, but also you lose the rest of that utility for the rest of the round. At least one call goes by the wayside there. Big loss. There is a trade with Deadshot taken down. An equally big loss. The smoke taken off the table. A lot of that denial is now gone for Fnatic. 7-7 on the scoreboard. 4 versus 4 in the round. Could not be closer than this.
But it's time, Tim. That's what I think Fnatic could play for here, and they've done such a great job. Losing Croc, though, that is not super ideal. We know that he's been massive form throughout this game. 15 and 12, he will end on. 1 kill per round, perfectly averaged out. Here we go with the drops coming on through. This is Blackbeard here, looking to put pressure down inside a fireplace. A key spot to be in, because that spot's Fnatic playing at range for denial. They're looking nice and close to going for a door plant here as well. I expected to find someone in behind the fallen bookcase, but there is no one. But that could have been a freebie, but no, it's the Blackbeard. Plant is going down, and Fnatic look powerless. Stop it, Tim.
Powerless, you say, Des. However says otherwise. Pops himself up onto the washing machine and cleans house. Gonna take him down, but then, Twisted Minds, they just run in, they close the net, they find the kills, and they take map 1.
Ashram straight in all chat, surely saying GG easy at that point, Tim. That was a back and forth game right until the bitter end. But when it matters most, Twisted Minds, they put their brains to the challenge, and they find a way over Fnatic's map pick.
Strategy versus chaos, and it comes down to a chaotic final 2 seconds where Twisted Minds were able to turn it around and get it done.
Well, a fantastic first map here. We've seen all 15 rounds. That was a joke about 45 rounds, but it could be on the way. Labs is up next. We'll see you after a short break.
Well, Ace and Des certainly weren't joking when they said we were up for a 45-round banger series, but on that final round, I think we need a VAR check on what the hell happened inside those final few seconds. Again, it starts so well for Fnatic, and then they seem to throw it away.
Yeah, of course. This is the round that I spoke about actually at the halftime, where they threw away an attack. That would have been a 4-2 split instead of a 3-3. Had they won that round that was very, very much in their hands, they would have won the game entirely. And it must be so frustrating to be a Fnatic fan. It must be so frustrating to be a Fnatic coach, player even, you know, like, because the game was in their hands and they really let it slip. It's worth noting, both of these teams had really, really good attack halves on Cafe, which traditionally is not the most attacker-sided of maps. It is leaning more and more attacker-sided as teams figure it out more and more. But yeah, they managed to find a way to get the job done. And even here, 6-4, you know, the fact that Twisted Minds were able to come back in the 6-4 round whilst being at man disadvantage is another slight on the Fnatic. When they've got the round and the game in their control, they just seem to have this soft underbelly right at the end.
And look at this. He brings back the round in 3v3. Hovak has gotten the most important kill. And then suddenly, boom, the 3v3 just disappears. Two-player push in two ways. No one is expecting them. All the major gunfights, Jack,
yeah,
they're lost to the side of Fnatic. Yeah. And I think it is a consistent issue that in the most critical moment, when they do need these impactful kills, the critical skill is just lacking.
Yeah. And I mean, this is one of those games that on the balance of it, you could play out 10 times and Fnatic would probably win it 9 times. We just happen to view the one time that Twisted Minds found a way because Fnatic were just snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Well, what's that Copion like? Do you really think that if we replay that, there's a 90% chance Fnatic wins it?
No, but like, there's at least 3 rounds we watched there where Fnatic have completely thrown it away. Yes, Twisted Minds have brought it back, but Fnatic have completely thrown it away.
Okay, but at some point you've got to ask the question. Fnatic has done that,
and they've
done that exactly. They've done that every single match. So in history, if they do that every single match, I expect that if they replay it again, even though the 4v2,
do you know what? My point started out strong. My point started out strong, and then we got to the front of the horse.
Do you realize
really weakly?
Do you realize the logic behind it? That it is just a Fnatic thing. They are a great team. They are a great team. They do things the right way. They have a good game plan. They have good players. They play well together up until the very final moment. And I've got to hate it that in the last 30 seconds of every round, I'm like, how are they gonna lose this one? And somehow 50% of the time they will lose it, and I'm like, how? Because they've got everything they need. Yes, this is a crash out, but because I expect these guys to do better. Because I'm like, they have it in them. They deserve to win, but they just keep throwing it away.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not even just a soft underbelly. That was a lot more that we saw on the horse there, causing a very valid crash out here, and especially thinking that this was Fnatic's map pick, right? You want to see them take that one. If they're so confident to pick that first in the series, right? We're talking about best of 3. We're talking about depth being shown with these teams here. We're now going on a map that Twisted Minds apparently is very comfortable because it is their map pick in this series. I want to see improvement from the side of Fnatic. I want to see the 2 Endless here not have another crash out when we're going to go into the second map. We'll talk about all this in for the second series after this. welcome back to the EML Kickoff. I need your help because these two gentlemen, even when the break continued crashing out about what we saw from Fnatic in that first half. I'm very serious about this.
Stop.
They didn't stop. They just kept going on. I need something. I need a bit of hope. Crash out, okay, we're over it now. I need a glimmer of hope for the Fnatic fans.
Are we over it? We're over it, okay. The reality is Fnatic actually, for the most part, and it even goes back to the G2 game, they can control rounds well. They can show us good theoretical knowledge and control of the round. They just let it slip. And it's very easy to say, don't let it slip. They need to find their own way of doing that. Maybe, you know, just committing a little bit harder without any fear, without any hesitation. That's maybe how they do it. But yeah, that's the hope, is that they actually are still in a lot of these rounds because they're controlling them well.
I think the backline works well. I think Deepek has shown it multiple times with his double-digit games, 3 times in a row, by the way. I think that if you look at the entry, I think that Croc, for example, Wizard are players that are stepping up, that can put up the numbers. The roster on paper, it has some abilities. The main thing is trying to stuck together and play well. It will be hard because Twisted Minds, they beat Shifters on that map. They beat Genji on that map as well during SI Quals. They're confident on that map. On the other hand, Fnatic, they've never won it last year. They lost it to Matchco. They lost it to G2. 0% win rate on the map.
We're supposed to be hyping Fnatic up.
Yes, but I'm supposed to be objective as well.
Yeah, true,
okay, but there is hope. Even if it's just a tiny bit, there seems to be hope. And hope could be a very dangerous thing. It's something that Fnatic needs as well if they want to keep themselves inside this upper bracket as the second map of the series continues.
Well, hope is a wonderful thing, Tim, and I'm sure right now there are a number of Fnatic fans that are hoping they can recover it here on Labs. Twisted Minds, though, we were talking during the break, and we have a feeling that this game is probably only going one way.
Yeah, look, I just feel like that last map's going to come as a real blow to Fnatic. What we're going to see here from them is how is the mental resilience? How's the mental fortitude? Because I feel like, you know, much as they've said on the desk there, they did a lot right. There was a lot of moments where Fnatic were on top of things. If one round goes differently, you know, one failed push goes differently, they win that map and we come away, it's 1-0, and, you know, now they've got a bit of an opportunity on Labs. I think it's going to really sting losing that in the way they did in round 15 and coming in here. I'm not saying they can't do it. Of course they can. You know, they've got Crocs and Deadshot have both had a great day so far today on Cafe, but I just think they've got a real mountain to climb now.
They have. However, Tim, the number of series that you and I have cast where the teams win each other's map picks, and then we're left on that third map like, God knows which way this one goes. Maybe that's how this is going to go, because Fnatic do get to start out on the defense. They were always one step ahead, is how we described it back on Cafe, and maybe it's going to be a similar story here on Labs. Let's see how things go. Starting things off up on that top floor. See if they can battle their way back in, or if tonight is going to be the night of 2-2-0s. I think we're like only a few rounds off, to be fair, like our last map being as long as the entire previous series.
Always the way, Des. It's always the way.
Follows us around like a bad smell.
Yeah, we seem to attract these 3-4 hour thrillers, but we wouldn't have it any other way. So let's get on into it. It's going to be top floor. Fnatic versus Twisted Minds. As a reminder for anybody who's joined us since that last map, Cafe went 8-7 in favour of Twisted Minds. So one more map here on Labs will see Twisted Minds over the line and continuing in the upper bracket. It does not signal the end for Fnatic, no matter what happens. If they do lose here on Labs, they will just drop down to the lower bracket, so they will still have further chances in the playoffs to make that Salt Lake City major. Things will just get obviously a little more tricky because they will then be on the precipice, but there's a lot of siege to be played before we get to that. If they can win here on Labs, then we will see a map 3 decider on Fortress. I don't think anybody could say at the minute they don't want to see that, given the way these two teams have gone at each other on Cafe.
No, absolutely. We were saying it would be really cool to see us get to that third, especially given the history of Fnatic on that map and not attacking, but I'd like to see them turn it around. I'll also like to see Twisted Minds go a little bit bananas on Fortress at the same time, but let's get ourselves through Labs first. We've got our focus on towards IT wall. Now, Tim, it seems to be a bit of a cursed wall in Rainbow Six Siege. We have seen many a pro team completely mess this up over the years.
Yes, especially with the Maverick. We're going to see Deadshot get taken down, and that could be a big loss. Hasham finishes it off. That's the Solace gone. That will have been a lot of Fnatic's sort of defensive plan will have revolved around playing with that intel underneath, with that ability to deny plant from underneath. Jalad manages to find Wizard as well. That's going to be the Azami gone. So again, another key component of any top floor defense, having that Azami with the keeper barricades, holding on to Catwalk. Both lost.
And this is before any walls have really been opened up, except for the one you just saw a second ago towards the left of Halver here. Right idea, there's a player here, but he's got to go around and win the fight here. And P9's down on his belly. Learning a thing or two from Hasham on the way through, but it has been constant 1v1s being sought by Fnatic and constant 1v1s that they are losing, giving themselves over to Twisted Minds, who are now 5 versus 1 with over a minute to go. This is done.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Trix is going to start putting the diffuser down just to make things that little bit more difficult. Deepak, you needed a 1v5. Now you need it against the clock. He's going to get caught with the smoke canister in his hand. It's happened to the best of us. It's going to be the final kill coming in then, and we see a flawless round from Twisted Minds. A great start from them on the attack. And if I'm a Fnatic fan, player, coach, anybody, I'm a little bit nervous right now.
Yeah, I think you're going to be, aren't you? It's not looking the prettiest for them so far. Albeit, it's only been at 1 round. You're given a bit of time to warm into the map. However, it was the fashion in which it was lost that kind of worries me, to be honest with you. Again, it was the fact it was just these constant 1v1s. I think Croxton was hoping he hadn't been spotted there, but you know there's always going to be a good chance as a drone sat watching you. They'd already shot out a few throughout the round, sat in different parts around Aqua, so that the information was there for Twisted Minds, and obviously they end up paying the price there for Fnatic by being a little bit too slow coming into those gunfights, should we say. So a good start for Twisted Minds taking their first attack. This is their map pick. The last thing Fnatic want to do right now is let them start getting ahead here, otherwise this could be a pretty quick series.
Okay then, we're going to have the base. Fnatic will continue to move around. Valkyrie
5 seconds remaining.
Croxon, so let's see. Again, it's not something that seemed to worry Twisted Minds. We spoke about this back on Cafe. They didn't lean into it with an IQ pick, for example. They were happy to just play around it. They've gone down that road again. Not going to be kind of baited into a direct response to that. Don't even have the Dockerby this time. Last time around, they did choose to bring Dockerby and at least give some disruption to players on the cams when you do decide that a push is going to be coming. Bandit tricking will be successful. 8 X-Kairos pellets lost. Not an ideal start for Twisted Minds.
A good start indeed, though. It's nice being able to deny those away, and I think, again, that may well come down to knowing a little bit about these boys. I mean, part of your swing was by the fact that you've had the Thermite taken off the line as well. Like, you have some other options, of course. You can go towards the Maverick. At some point, inevitably, we were going to see Havana coming out, because it is one of the top operators that this team plays. I think by quite a country mile for the player that I think it's really tricked the place, to be fair, just not here. Thank you, my love. I've been brought a coffee by my lovely, lovely lady. Ow, that was a hot cup. Some caffeine to keep us going, Tim.
I don't think Twisted Minds need much caffeine to keep them going at the minute, does they?
Walls, mate.
They really are bang on top of this at the minute. They are ready for any fight that comes their way. Jalad is going to start moving into top floor. Going to be chasing down Wizard, who is up there at the minute.
Bye.
And is no longer up there at the minute. Trix is going to be the one to take him down.
Like, come on. I don't know. It's a bit pedestrian, isn't it? It's a bit easy. Nowhere there's one more. Sham just now waiting for the cross to come through from the Deadshot there, and he manages to get P9 in the process, so not too bad. Dips away from the nade, then steps back over again. Right idea is the window where Sham has been stood ready and waiting, so Deadshot a little bit of an issue now that Twisted Minds are going to have to try and brute force their way through or think of a new idea altogether.
Just Hasham letting that opportunity pass by him there. I think maybe just a little bit of trigger discipline feeds the intel back to his team. Jalad is going to pick up Deadshot. Just again, you know, you don't need to necessarily expose your position. You can just give that information and let your team do the job. Jalad manages to find Crocs as well. 4 versus 2 now, and it is not looking great for Fnatic. However's going to relocate himself towards Cargo. Needs to be careful though, because Dover is there in position to have a little look through. Now needs to readjust because he could find himself getting hit from the bottom of the hatch. It's going to be over. Manages to find his man. 2 versus 3. 25 seconds left to go. 2 versus 2. And the prowess with the nitros continues, Des.
As the Fnatic curse flips here, they're the ones that are going to win around from a losing position. Could well be it's down to the last 15. Jalad and Trix have really got to get a wiggle on him as there is very little time left. Now running themselves in, trying to go for the gunfight. They get rid of the one. Can they find the next? And no doubt the call will be on where he is. Trix taking a couple of shots. Deepek is full HP. Trix had to go for it, but Deepek hunkers himself down. 3 kills there in that 4 versus 2 to give the round to Fnatic.
Yeah, real big turnaround from Fnatic there, and I was asking about that mental resilience, that mental fortitude coming into this one, and I don't think the last match has done them too much damage, which is what I was concerned about, that they'd be kind of reeling after that loss on Cafe, but the mood seems up, and the second round result was good for them, and if anything, that's going to be a real blow to Twisted Minds. They were in a 4 versus 2. They should have won that round comfortably.
We're having the reverse conversation, aren't we? Because again, it was Fnatic we were having that chat about previously. And now, admittedly coming down to the clock, definitely a big helper there. The 6th man for the defenders. It sees them over the line. 1 apiece, exactly the same as how Cafe started.
Okay, let's see where we go then. It's going to be storage and control for our final site before we'll get those additional operator bands and then no doubt through the same rotation. I can't see Fnatic doing anything as bold as playing Kitchen. I wouldn't have thought that they'd be wanting to take those sorts of risks with what is on the line being that upper bracket spot. A reminder as well, in terms of how this sits inside of the tournament, obviously I've spoken about the fact that it's an upper bracket game, so losers will still have the opportunity to continue. But the particularly important point here is that the winners get an opportunity to fight for a position in Salt Lake City. So the winners of this game will face G2, and whoever wins that will qualify to Salt Lake City. But not only do you get that opportunity, you actually get 2 opportunities, because if you were to lose that game, you then drop down to the lower bracket and you can continue fighting through again. So again, another win would then see you into that Salt Lake City bracket. So big deal here. The winner picking up those 2 chances to secure their place at the major. P9 does take down Hauver. Deepek though, he's got him big dares. 3 in the last round, 2 more in this one. He takes the Flores and the Snake off the board. Big kills from Deepek.
Oh, okay. It feels unfair to call him the old guard in this team, but I guess he is to some level. He's only 26, but the old guard showing the young kids how it's done to him. Previous round, 3 to close things out, a double in this one of them being a trade off the back of a dead teammate. He's just taken the sting out of the tail of this Twisted Mind side. And that is a great spot to be in, especially now that you look at what Fnatic have got to play with. They've got the keepers, of course, being able to lock themselves down and play these more difficult spots to unlock, but most crucially, it's 2 C4s and a hell of a lot of utility coming out of the Pulse and the Valkyrie. This ain't a fantastic spot for Twisted Minds to be in. At least making use of one of those Dockerby calls here to try and get themselves marching forwards, but Deepek, that train just will not stop delivering to him. Okay, now maybe it does. Fine, it's off the tracks. It has crashed, but he's got 3 in the round. Deadshot on Wizard to get 1 more each, and Fnatic take round 3.
Just doesn't matter, does it, when he's already done so much damage? Not something that don't get me wrong, Deepek brings a phenomenal amount to this team, but kills is not usually something that, we're seeing in this sort of volume from him necessarily. Certainly not this level of aggression. Great stuff from him in the first couple of rounds, though. Really getting his team off to a good start. Fnatic sit 2-1. I would expect them to do well on the defensive half. That is why they've picked it, because it was Twisted Mind's map choice, so they get to pick the side. But yeah, I think, all's good so far. They need a 4-2 half minimum, and they are on course for that.
Absolutely. Not looking too shabby at all. Now really, of course, the onus turns on the other side to see what Twisted Minds could do. They often say lightning doesn't strike twice. All right, it has in 2 rounds there because Deepek's gone big. Will it happen again? It's unlikely, but I will not write off the possibility. It could yet be a thing, but let's see how the site rotation plays out this time around. And hopefully a stronger start to him in round 4 from Fnatic compared to what we saw in round 1, because it was a bit of a rollover, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a little bit. As I said at the end of it, you know, if I was a Fnatic fan at that point, I'd have been very, very nervous. I think they can be sitting somewhat more comfortably now, given the round 2 and 3 that we have seen. So, Twisted Minds on the attack, just looking at that lineup, nothing too wild there. Given that we're seeing that Capitao brought along, we may well see them looking to take control of Catwalk. We will see whether that is the case or not. They've got the Grim as well, so just trying to make it, I think, difficult for Wizard to play in that corner. They have opted to take away the Bandit, removing all wall denial rather than removing the Azami. It is going to mean, of course, that IT wall is a lot easier for them to open. It was something that they did sort of mess about with a little bit last time, you know, getting that Maverick line across it. They started losing bodies, but they did ultimately still get the round, but deciding that they just want that process to be a little bit more straightforward.
All right then, on to the IT wall we go. We saw a little bit of stickiness last time around, but Fnatic gave off a lot of 1v1s, ultimately came back to bite them. Here looking less willing to go for that challenge. However's hopped across on towards the Clash to once again slow things down. That ever-present Goyo in the Fnatic lineup is rearing its head at the same time. And what I really want to see Fnatic not do is bleed players in silly positions here. You've got a lot of utility to play behind. You've got a lot of the, you know, architects of the game in the form of the Clash and the Azami to put up these fortifications, to slow down the other side, to really frustrate Twisted Minds. It's all good if you can get a kill like they've done here, but keep yourself alive afterwards. Good play by Croxton.
Yeah, manages to get the opener, takes down the Hibana, but a lot of the breaching is done, so not necessarily a huge loss for Twisted Minds, other than the fact that they have lost a player. We're going to see the EMP just thrown at the Clash shield to prevent that electrification. Doesn't do any damage anymore, but it does still have that slowing effect, so it is a real disruption if you're trying to push yourself into an area, for example. Jolan manages to find Crocs and Tricks with one onto Deepak as well. That's the 2 big danger players that have been taken away so far. Great work with that DMR as Trix manages to take down Deadshot. 4 versus 2 in the blink of an eye, and Fnatic are scrambling. However, it's going to be taken out on the Clash, and it is all up to Wizard. Needs to find 4, can't find any. The kill that did come in was a team kill. It's going to be a round for Twisted Minds, 2-2.
Again, I feel bad that a lot of the focus is on Fnatic here, but we spoke about this stat at the head of the show. They are 9th in the league for entry conversions, just 53% they sit at. The average is normally somewhere in mid-70s. They are shocking at converting entry kills. What's happened in that round? They've got the entry. They're 5 versus 4. They then haven't got a single kill out of the next 5 that ultimately saw them lose the round. I don't understand how they keep on finding themselves in these positions where they get the entry, they start out strong, they can afford to 2v1 players, and they can hold certain bottlenecks, they can use utilities, all this Clash shields and the Kiva barriers and everything else they've got to play behind. They should be able to win. But look, there's not even a bullet coming back the other way to them, and they've lost 3 players out of nowhere. I'm baffled. I'm rattled. I don't understand.
You've got to ask questions there. You know, with the Lion DMR, the shots are already coming in. Yeah, he's always going to get that kill. I get it. But like you said, there's no like return fire. It just kind of turned around. Oh, you know, where am I being shot from? You know it's going to be from IT door. Unless you've had a call that they're inside a site, you know that, you know, there's going to be an indication that it's coming from that direction. At least sort of kind of pre-fire at the, you know, maybe you pop a headshot, maybe you get a trade, maybe something. But like you say, you know, hindsight's a wonderful thing, and I'm sure there was not maybe as much time as it appears. But talking about not much time, Trix doesn't need much time to get things kicked off. 15 seconds into the round, he's going to pick up the opener. It's going to be Deadshot on the Malusi taken down.
Well, Tim, the last 3 rounds, whoever got the entry has lost the round. So maybe Fnatic are really trying to brig bane this one by having Deadshot die first. I'll choose to surrender to Copium and hope to God that that's a legitimate strategy.
Reloading.
We'll find out over the next 2 minutes, Tim. See that there is one still upstairs looking to hold on to meeting corridor. Just going to be continuing to challenge Wizard. Needs to be careful that he doesn't overstay his welcome, and he does. He was on the score post, so the opportunity was there for him to get out of dodge, maybe. However, taken down as well. Twisted Minds are starting to speed things up. They're starting to increase the pressure here. They will start the vertical work. In honesty, I don't think they need it, Des. It's 1 versus 5. They've got Croxon cornered in the kitchen. They could just continue to push. They could flood here. That's what they need, a good flood com. Just get on in and find this kill with aggression.
Just get in there, man. They're all screaming at each other now.
Nobody wants to go first.
No. Again, I can't help but sort of look at what's been the two defining moments for Fnatic in this game, and that has been 2-3Ks coming out from Deepak. Outside of that, they've really not offered an awful lot, I'm afraid. Now Crocs, know where he is about to get flooded. Tim, make it a flawless round. Fantastic couple of rounds out of Twisted Minds to really rally themselves back into this game. And this, for me, is where we've got to see attack timeout coming for Fnatic. They've got to break this because this is not looking good.
Yeah, I'm always a bit sort of dubious with round 5 timeouts because I think how much do you gain from it? Depends what kind of timeout you're looking for. If you're wanting to come in with a very specific strategical timeout and you're looking for, you know, maybe giving a blueprint for the next couple of rounds, I think it's a little bit difficult at the end of round 5 because you've got one defense left. Like, how much are you going to change for that one round? You know, I think really at that point you've kind of got to. For me, it's round 4, or it's not at all. Let's save it until the second half because you've kind of got to look at it and think, you know, look, play out the last round. Then we've got the 2-minute half-time timeout anyway that I can prepare, you know, the team for the second half. And then I've got the opportunity if it's still not going right. So I'm not too surprised there that we don't see it.
We will see. We will see. I feel like going into the second half down 4-2, though, is going to be pretty ugly.
Yeah.
And it just feels like they are careering towards a 2-0 loss, at least with how things are set up here motivation-wise. We'll see if they can turn it around. It could yet take time, and for Twisted Minds, well, keep that gravy train rolling. It started out a little bit shaky when Deepak was popping off the way that he was, and the clock was working against Twisted Minds. Since then, though, they've only grown into this game, and I just think here you might see them just shift into 3rd gear, up into 4th, and then 5th. By then, they're a bit too far away.
Yeah, I think, in terms of the performances that we've seen through Kickoff from Twisted Minds, like you said, they've maybe not been quite as, aggressive or quite as speedy as they always would be. And they've been solid, but I think there's definitely more in the tank that they can bring as well, and that is a serious danger for Fnatic. So we're going to see storage and control as Fnatic's last defensive round. Twisted Minds again working quickly, like to see this, getting that RT wall open within the first minute, starting to put a bit of pressure onto Catwalk. They're going to send in the Rotero drone, look to clear out that utility. They've got Denari gadgets, mute jammers, they've got Kiba barricades, all sorts there for Twisted Minds to deal with.
Really to combine what I said last round, baffled and rattled. Let's call it just raffled. I'm absolutely raffled, Tim. It's the best way I can summarize it. Anyway, they see him on a drone. Must have to move away now. I think they give themselves away a little bit. The drone, which is forced to back up slightly. Not going in for an outright swing there as well. If the player was still there, that would have been an absolute travesty. Just a good thing that they got themselves out of danger and away from that pre-fire.
Still secure here, Deadshot holding his position, 1:40 into the round. Deepak will be taken down, and this is the problem. The defense is falling down around him. They can keep hold of the top floor all they want to keep feeding Hasham. The diffuser goes down. Croxon manages to find one along the way, but he's going to need another 4. It'll have to be an ace clutch, and we know how rare a beast that is. He's looking, peeking, hoping that he can find something to get him going. He sees a fight up on the top floor. Flashbang does its job. The distraction is there. P9 with the final kill. It's going to be a 4-2 half on the attack for Twisted Minds, and it's all smiles heading on to defense.
Such a wonderful round. Again, the pressure pushing all the players from Fnatic from east to west up towards Aqua, and then they have the trapdoor to snap shut. But let's go and hear what our desk thought about that half, Tim.
I'm concerned there might be some more crash outs coming here because again, I feel like we're watching rounds where it's looking good for Fnatic and then somehow...
Do you know what, Anne? You asked us, the desk, the analyst, the couch, the sofa, to give Fnatic fans hope. Their team needs to start doing it. They really, really do. Because other than Deepak getting 2 free Ks and a clutch himself, Fnatic have not been in this game. They have been absolutely steamrolled. Twisted Minds have been so good. It was the aggressive attacks that we wanted to see out of them. We said their defense was aggressive, but their attacks have been so aggressive as well. And they've just snowballed. They get 1 kill, they're snowballing it into 2, 3, 4, and boom, suddenly the round's over.
multiple flawless rounds, and at the same time, the ones that are not supposed to win, a top floor 1, for example, that was supposed to be, by the way, that was supposed to be a 4v2. They were supposed to win that one, so it should be a 5-1 split. But you know, later down the road, there are some rounds where they lose the entry. Some rounds where Fnatic actually get that open kill. And when that happens, that was the round, for example, where they got the opening kill initially, and then let some guy walk in IT. 2 players just died from that. And Goyo is still completely clueless. Like, if you needed an example of the lack of communication and of the panic state in which Fnatic players are, this is the statement to me. And the main thing is, I don't understand why. I don't understand why, because Fnatic has no pressure on themselves. In the sense that they're in the upper bracket when many people would not have put them there. Most people would have said that it's fine, they would be in 4th in your group and they would already be in lower bracket. They have a life to spend. Spend it in a way. Go out the big door. Go aggressive, go crazy, change things around. Because you're in a state where it's fine if you lose. You will end up in lower bracket. So you have nothing to lose here. And this is exactly the kind of moment where a panic state should not happen as a professional player.
Now, you'd say that maybe the hard work's already out the way for Twisted Minds, right? We know how sometimes they struggle on the attack. Going on to the defense right now, I feel like maybe overconfidence could be a thing?
Maybe, but that's the fibre of how they play. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to be in the face, you know, spawn peak city, all that kind of things. I think really that's what they will go for. I think that's exactly what they should go for, if I'm being honest, as we see the bans coming in.
You're going to
be upset at a Bandit Kaid ban, aren't you, Leo?
Because Azami will be up, because Mira will be up, because Clash will be up.
Especially Mira and Azami for the catwalk, if that is the case. That means top 4 is an easy win, at least once for Twisted Minds. Mira on the basement, if it's not a Mira ban, is also open for the basement as well, which forces you to do a full clear, which forces you to lose the round on time. It's really difficult, especially on Nighthaven, because you choose, do I open the walls, or do I deal with loads of utility in the late round?
Thorn, Azami, Mira, Ella, there you go.
All right, lots of annoyance, I guess, as well, trying to be throwing into the faces of Fnatic as they're trying to survive inside this upper bracket. They need this second half of this game to go their way to stay there.
Thank you, Anne. We spoke a lot about hope at the very start of this game, and I think now they need a bit more than hope, Tim. They need divine intervention if they're going to fight their way back in. They've not looked themselves. This is the painful thing, I think, for Fnatic, is they've looked good throughout the series. Strategically, I've liked what I've seen from them. The ideas they've got, the responses they've had, but sometimes all you need to punch through someone doing some fancy stuff is a rock-solid fist, and that's exactly what Twisted Minds have brought time and time again. They go on the defense now. Let's see just how aggressive they can really be.
That's it. This is their opportunity now to take the game to Fnatic. They've got that advantage, and now they kind of dictate the pace a little bit, as Rush quite rightly said. You know, if they want to start with those spawn peaks, we can already see it coming. Trixer's on the door. He's getting out there and putting barbed wire down. They're going to be fighting this right up at the boundaries. And as Leo said, those bans have just lined up by Fnatic wanting to guarantee themselves quick opening of the walls. We've seen this an awful lot recently, the Bandit Kaid ban, and I get it. You're trying to secure those walls quickly, but it leaves the situation where you're playing into a ton of utility. Solis, Thorn, Azami, Ella, so much there. And then the power of the mirror as well. Fnatic have got so much work to do in this round.
They have. It's the pace setter, I think. It's going to be the morale setter more importantly than that. But the nice thing of being on the attacking side is you do tend to dictate the pace, Tim. You choose where the action happens, and realistically when it happens. Yep, you can be punished for making the wrong decision on those things, but you should give Fnatic a bit of control to be able to work with. Now, at least starting to ask questions already here of the catwalk wall. Seeing the impact coming over the back of it as well. Mirror window being shot out here. Got to be careful, of course, about aggression coming in again. I was going to say we've already seen one impact come through, Tim. The second one does just that and gets him down as well. However, paying the price.
So that was P9 from Aqua Stairs, by the way, launching those impact nades across the gap and through the window. There's your aggression. You know, they're willing to find Twisted Minds alternatives, ways to take these fights. They've probably got a good idea at this point that the Lion has been downed. Wizard was downed as well. He's been revived and he's up to 20 health. But where it looks like Fnatic was starting positively, getting catwalk, taking the mirror window away from them, they've actually gained nothing for it. P9 manages to take the first kill. Hauver's going to bleed out pretty soon. They've lost the Capitao utility. This is effectively 5 versus 3 at the minute.
I really thought for a second they'd go for a swing, then as Halv was being picked up because 2 players out of action, and there's a freebie for you.
Sorry?
Asham hasn't even got to move him. Like,
how did they not know he's there?
Do not die to that drone hole. I swear to God. If he dies to the drone hole again, I'm out. I'm done. It can't happen.
Dove managing to take down Wizard.
Oh, okay.
And Hovo, 5 versus 1. Twisted Mind's looking, you know, really solid at this point. And I really can't see anywhere that Crocs does this. They know exactly where he is. Does manage to get one, but no, tricks out. That exactly as we expect. Tricks out of the breach, manages to get him. So... yeah, a tough start for Fnatic there on the attack. So was it interesting then on the catwalk? Was it through the drone hole that he got found? I thought it was the impact nades coming across and the Ella doing some work, but
no, I'm pretty sure it was underneath.
Yeah, could have been. Either way,
yeah.
Twisted Minds are basically finding a way. Like, P9 was absolutely gagging at that door for someone to show themselves at the window. And they just... again, Fnatic have taken ground quickly, but you get the feeling that they've not really taken much more than they've been given there.
Well, it's not pretty, and that is why we are into a tactical timeout after just 1 round. That tells you the whole story, Tim, that clearly there is something very much wrong behind the scenes here, communication-wise, motivation-wise. Either way, it is not going according to plan, and things need to change now.
Well, I spoke about mental resilience, didn't I, at the beginning of the game? I said I thought that Cafe game had, could have knocked your confidence quite easily. It didn't look like that in the first round from Fnatic, but as time has gone on, I think we've started to see that resilience kind of eroded a little bit. When they've got those couple of rounds at the beginning, everything's good, we're all smiles, yep, we're actually, we're back into this one, no problem. But as Twisted Minds start to take round after round and in more sort of convincing fashion each time, it feels like that's been like the final straw, and that the resilience is crumbling now for Fnatic, and they just feel further and further off the pace as this one goes on. They're getting more and more rattled with time, and we're starting to see those mistakes creeping.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, it's got to be fixed at some point, Tim, and hopefully this is going to be the round where their fortunes turn around. A bit of attack timeout from Satis in the back room can maybe get them back on the right foot, and I'm enjoying the lineup here. There's clearly an idea being cooked, but if those fundamentals, the communication side isn't fixed, I don't see how this improves no matter what. I mean, that's certainly a way to break the mental once again.
Well, look,
I'm not being funny now, right? Listen. You know how Twisted Minds play. We've seen them get kills from inside the map or outside the map inwards multiple times. They keep on falling for the same basic shit time and time again. At least they're trying to make an execute happen, Tim, but there's going to be a C4 coming from somewhere, surely.
I don't think there is. Deepak's going to see... Oh, there we go. Tricks manages to find the kill onto the planter. That leaves the diffuser down in no man's land. And Tricks was downed in the process, but I don't think... Oh, he manages to get picked up as well. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Twisted Minds. But the problem that they're going to see now, Fnatic, comes back to that entry kill as well. So, P9's playing above. They have to deal with him, because otherwise he's just going to keep preventing them from getting in through that wall. Now, why have they not been able to deal with P9 and players above? There's still had above as well, by the way, on the Solace, and that's because that lack of attention at the beginning of the round, running out in front of a very well-known spawn peak and taking a death. Who did they get killed? Croxon on the Snake. Who would have been on that road clear? Croxon on the Snake. He would have been able to go through the entire map quickly. We've spoken at length repeatedly about Solid Snake and his gadget and his ability to solo roam clear at speed. That would have been his job, but now they've got to start doing it in a 2 versus 5. And Twisted Minds can commit to this. They can dip back. They can play with their food at this point, because they've got all the time in the world. Yikes.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. I haven't seen a collapse like this in a long time. This has been a pretty big fold. And I know, again, and I'll say it like I did back on the first map, I know we're focusing a lot on Fnatic here, because we've seen the strategy be well for them today. We've seen them have some really good moments throughout the series show. Deepek earlier in this game, wonderful 3Ks. Back on the first map, they were always one step ahead. They just couldn't deal with the outright aggression sometimes. On this map, that has been dialed up to God knows how much. Like, again, 2 kills in a single round outside the building from windows and doorways. That's ranked stuff, Tim. That's like
Twisted
ranked
Minds have
101.
Twisted Minds have played this absolutely perfectly.
Oh, they have. They have abused every possible weakness that you can see in this Fnatic side right now.
I am loving what I'm seeing from them. Yeah, it's been almost, apart from the fact that Fnatic have got 2 rounds, it's been almost perfect from Twisted Minds. Yeah. The game plan, at least, has been perfect from them. And they've executed it brilliantly. And I'm not sure that Fnatic have got another round in them. But, you know, I will be impressed if they fight their way back and get themselves a couple of attacks. Because right now, you know, whereas Cafe felt like a very close game, Fnatic felt on top for 95% of Cafe. You know, I still thought they were going to come away with the win even in overtime. They didn't quite get it done. Right now, it feels like there's only one team in the server.
All right. I'd say maybe there's still a chance they could turn it around, Tim, but I think even I'm a little bit out of ideas and hope for them at this point. Spoke about at the start of the game, hope was the one thing we felt they had, but this has been an absolute collapse here on Nighthaven Labs by Fnatic, and Twisted Minds are not taking their foot off the gas at all. As aggressive as they can possibly be, they're wanting to take the fight to Fnatic every single chance they possibly can, and there we go again, Tim. Start of the round, a 3C4 kill.
Yeah, exactly what Fnatic did. They've been so unfortunate there of Fnatic. So the reason that they've been so unfortunate is, and they do have themselves to blame, at least for the last round, but that entry death that they've taken each time, they've maybe got themselves to blame a little bit there as well. You know, just sitting around the entry breach quite that close. It's so common that it gets nitroed, Des. They've lost Snake at the beginning of the last round. They've now just lost Ram at the beginning of an attack onto storage and control, where Ram, you know, is so important to get that verticality. They don't have any other options to open up the verticals. They don't have any hard breach charges left even to slap on the floor. You know, there's very little they can do with it, and Fnatic have been so unfortunate with that. The Blackbeard gets dealt with as well. Jilad manages to find him.
What's Alva doing?
Takes down Wizard. 2 versus 4. Fnatic are just bleeding from many, many wounds at the minute, Des.
Not playing as a team and paying the price for it as a result. Here comes more of that aggression that we used to see in Deepek. At least going to get to pad out that KD that little bit more. 2 3Ks to his name, and a 2K in this round is all that he will probably find. 2 players left to go with a minute still to play out, but this only ends one way, I'm afraid.
Let's see what Deepek can do. He's got a slither of health, so he can't take any shots. He needs to create positions here where he can, you know, find and take some chip damage at least for free off these players. You know, where do you start with this? You don't start anywhere, to be honest. Dover manages to get the kill. Twisted Minds looked absolutely electric in that second half of things. Once they got themselves onto the defense, it was absolutely over for Fnatic, who I think they've gone with a bit of a crash out there, Des, that will only be rivaled by our desk, I would imagine.
I'll tell you what, for once, I feel really aligned with Leo. I completely get where he's coming from, and I'm sure they'll have plenty to say on the desk. One thing I will say before we go, though, Tim, I can't wait to see Twisted Minds versus G2. What a series that will be. For now, though, we'll go to a break, and our desk will break it down for you afterwards.
But a banger series and a dominant victory as well by Twisted Minds. We get to speak to the victors as we have them on the line for a few questions after the series, hopefully very soon. Always good to hear from like coaches and players behind, but especially in this game here, Twisted Minds were dominating on every single front. The decision making, the adaptation, everything was so much faster and better.
Yeah, and it starts off with, I would say, not the weakness we identified, but the criticism that we had of them pre-game, which is that their defenses were really, really strong, but their attacks were maybe a little bit of default, maybe a little bit lacking. We didn't see that today. When it got to overtime on Cafe, for example, they had a quick rush through Bakery and really stepped on the throat of Fnatic. That continued all the way through Nighthawk.
And then, I think that's the main thing is as soon as they gained that momentum, as soon as they won that 15-round game that was their opponent's map pick as well.
They knew they mentally won, didn't they?
Exactly, they won mentally. And then I think it's very much like the Sharks, you know, they smell blood, they're ready to get more aggressive. As soon as you understand that Fnatic is panicking a bit, as soon as they give you a little bit of rounds that he should win, rounds that you should not win, you know, rounds that you go in 4v2, you will go and get aggressive and pick that up. And honestly, that's what they did.
Well, I think there's a certain person hearing your praises from behind the scenes. We're talking about the brains of Twisted Minds joining us for the interview. Congratulations. Hi, congratulations on the victory today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. I'm really happy to go. Yeah, I think it's upper final, right? Or I don't know, but I'm doing fantastic. Feeling fantastic.
Yeah, the semifinals, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
So that means that basically you have 2 BO3s to play if you lose the first one. So you have 2 chances at making Salt Lake City, which is honestly such a good one for you guys, especially because I anticipate that in the last day of kickoff you could not play, so you're all watching the games and just crossing fingers about the results on the very last day. I guess the question for you, because we've talked about it a lot, was we felt like in defense you guys were super aggressive, always trying to get the opening pick, always trying to to jump out, and we did not see that playstyle when you guys switched to attack. We were multiple examples last week where you guys were a little bit slower, and we didn't see that much aggression. And today, I felt like your attacks were actually amazing, much better than before. So what did you guys do to try and improve that part?
I mean, we know they have a good cafe, for example, and we think, oh my God, we're gonna face it or not. We are ready, and we are thinking to hide something for the game against G2 or some games in the major. But if I say, guys, let's do our best. Let's use everything to qualify to the next game. So basically, we are hiding some good strats, some good maps in the group phase, and we are showing it now.
As a coach, how much do you have to balance, like, your team obviously has a very, very unique style of play with their aggression, and we saw even in the 5 versus 1, they're jumping out of IT breach and they're running out of the catwalk door. How do you balance that with letting them express themselves but not wanting them to take unnecessary risks?
It's hard to think. I mean, I'm graduate on psychology, and I became from Brazil, so it's a different game style, it's a different culture, everything is different. But when I joined the team, like, I've tried to bring more these things about the mental, about when we do something, when we do this thing, or when we're gonna take the risk or we're not taking the risk. I'm not saying have a magic formula, because I don't have it, but every time, every game, every situation, I say to them, guys, this situation is here, is this, so let's try to do this. The situation is this, so let's try to do this. I try to work more like the best of their talents, and to try to make the thing safe.
I feel like it's really working out so far. I mean, as you mentioned, your next game is against G2, which is a qualification game for that major. I think you and G2 are some of the most aggressive teams that we have in EML right now. How are you preparing for that game?
As I said, also I think you guys already saw it. Sometimes we scream against them, and it was a mess. And I think the game will be a mess too. So the preparing, I know they have good strats. I already watched their games, but I'm gonna look how they're gonna play, and I'm just try to prepare the best what I can.
All right, that sounds awesome. Sounds very exciting for a big brawl between you two for the next game. Thanks so much for your time, and good luck against G2.
Thank you guys, thank you, nice to meet you. Pra galera do Brasil, muito obrigado para quem torce pra gente. E alemão, o Rachun tá querendo a sua cabeça. Valeu. Thank you so much.
I need to know what you've just said. I need you to tell us in English.
Are you coming?
You've just said something to Alemão,
Are you coming for his head? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, exactly. I say Rachun wants his head.
Nice.
Ooh, okay, nice. Thank you so much once again. Beautiful, I guess, kind of threat put out to Alemão.
Well, we said it was going to be a brawl.
I spoke Spanish, and I was like, Avisa. I was like, okay, he's going for his head.
All I just heard was the word Alemão, and I was like, wait, we need to catch up on what's going on here.
He's not leaving that interview that quickly.
Oh, wow. Honestly, I am so excited about that game. It's only Thursday, right?
Yeah.
That they're playing.
Yeah. Wow.
We're going to have to wait. But, like, he said it himself. This is going to be a mess. This is going to be a brawl. The two most aggressive teams in the league. Oh, my God. I cannot... imagine that, but on both sides.
Yeah.
But it's such a different game than what Twisted Minds got today, right? Because they didn't get that aggression from Fnatic, and I feel like this is the kind of quality that we're seeing from Twisted Minds, the fact that they are able to adapt and switch so fast.
It will be a boxing match where you have 2 boxers instead of 1 boxer and 1 punching ball. Like that. that's the big difference between this match today
What are you laughing
and the
about?
match Thursday. No, but the reality was that
What did you just call them?
a punching ball. That's
A punching ball.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
because if you just look at the last map, Fnatic does not react. They get pushed again and again and again, even outside when when they're playing against defenders, and they do not react.
We've done a lot of criticising of Fnatic, I think, on this desk, and I think very, very fair. It's very important to praise Twisted Minds. They got their game plan right. They got the maps more or less right, I would say, given Fnatic Cafe was, I would say, a calculated risk.
Yeah.
But they managed to get over the line, whether they should have or not. They did manage to do it. And once they got over the line, once they won the mental game, they really did not relent whatsoever. They didn't let the foot off the gas, and it was thoroughly a performance there.
But I will say this too. We did see some great signs from Fnatic. I think in the early game, I think on Cafe especially, I think their attack side clearly should have been a 4-2 or a 5-1 if they played the right way. I think they have the right ideas most of the time. It is such an easy and hard thing to fix at the same time, right? The late round means composure and communication. Those are the two hardest things to teach to players. So they need to a reaction somehow, but in such a short amount of time.
There's also kind of a theory in sport as well that like winning or losing can be a habit, and winning rounds from the draws of defeat and also losing them can be a habit. It must get in the Fnatic players' minds in that late round, like, oh no, here we go again.
Where on the contrary, I feel like this might really help Twisted Minds, right? This is the first time we got to speak to their coach, studying psychology as well, which can really help with that kind of mindset inside of the games. We have some very smart speakers in our own as well. We have a quote. I'd like to let you guys look at that and see which of our philosophers came up with this beautiful quote. Who said this?
Oh, I did. Oh my god, I did say that. Did I really say that? Yeah.
Do you regret saying it now?
No, I think out of context, it is go out the big door.
Leo, I don't listen to you. When did you say this?
That was the. Oh wow! Did I already say go out the big door?
You said that before going into map 2.
I swear that
when you were in your mid tantrum. So
I swear it makes sense in French. I swear it makes sense in French. It's just that the literal translation sounds very weird. But I did not speak of that kind of door anyway.
You were so mad you defaulted to your native language, but tried to keep it in English. It happens.
Exactly, it happens. I mean, I was hurt because I thought that Fnatic had the potential.
Yeah.
I played for that organization before.
Yeah.
I know what it means to bear those colors. I know that you're supposed to give it your all, and there's prestige involved, and you want to perform at the highest level. And I just felt like they were not giving it their all, despite not being in a situation where they can get eliminated. And I think that's what really I was trying to get at, is this was upper bracket, they could still lose and be safe. And so this is exactly the kind of... It was a free hit. It's the exact moment where you're supposed to go and take risk. And I did not see the risk taking.
And that was, just to bring it back to the Siege side of things, that was compounded in the second map as well. They took a timeout where clearly, very clearly, they would have been told, Twisted Minds are playing uber aggressive, just bait it out. Just bait it out. What happens within 15 seconds of the next round? Spawn peek.
And then the round after, C4 from upside.
And you've got to kind of wonder, like, are they taking that? It's tricky. And that's where, yes, we've memed on them quite a lot, and we have. But it comes from a point of frustration that we kind of probably hold them to a bit of a higher standard than we hold some of the newer teams. Twisted Minds were a tier 2 team last year.
Yeah.
So we hold them to a higher standard.
Oh, no.
And... yeah, and I think that's the reason why. You've obviously played for them as well, Leo. It does come from a point of frustration with them.
It's not even the right logo, by the way. It's the old one as well.
Yeah.
We're just... They just went back 10 years ago.
Is that when you was playing?
No.
Do you know what? There's still 2 hours left in this day to have plenty of crash outs, because I think this is one of the fastest EML days we've ever had.
It's going to be really fun.
You realize I literally was on the analyst desk with Milosh for SAL last play day, and we went through a first 7-0, and I said, wow, this is going to be a quick day. Then we went to a second 7-0, and I was like, wow, Milosh, this is maybe history. We went to a third 7-0, and I was like, Milosh, what black magic did you just do? Like right now, like did you just like? And then eventually we went to having a really good game.
Yeah.
But I think that I'm on a record right now for the shortest play days I've ever seen so far. That is insane.
We'll keep you around though.
SAL and then EML.
I mean, hey, we can look at the results, right? 2 times a 2-0. Even though that first map on the second series did go to an overtime, right? So is that a bit of competitiveness there? But I feel like in general, these were probably the results we were expecting.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody loves an underdog story. Everybody loves a big upset. I think Virtus Pro just looked that good. Just to summarize the day, Virtus Pro looked that good and that confident that it was always, it felt inevitable that it'd be a 2-0. Their game, the next game that they play will be against Falcons, is massive. And then in Twisted Minds, yes, map 1 was a lot closer, but once they really hit their stride, it was a clear 2-0. These games that they've pushed themselves into in the bracket now really, really excite me when we get to Thursday. Because G2 Twisted Minds, as you said, it's a brawl. It's two teams that are not going to be too worried, particularly about the strategy. That's maybe underselling it a little bit, but because they've got so much talent and they can just get into these creative, wacky, crazy plays and big moments. And then you get Falcons vs Pro, which is a little bit more structured, but actually also has the same in it as well.
You're getting ahead of yourself.
I know.
You have the lower bracket
We've
first.
got Wednesday to play, which I can't wait for as well, by the way.
I mean, look at that. Fnatic versus Secret, two big organizations. Neither of them we want to see go out.
Two partner organizations.
Lower brackets, by the way. And then in the first one for you, Leo, which of the franchises are going to have to back up to... It's a lot of French again.
I'm not like this. I'm objective, but I will say this. I think this feels like Redemption Day. It feels like Redemption Day in one sense that I think that Secret were not expected to go from being an SI finalist to lower bracket. From Fnatic to play like they did today. They want Redemption. For Shifters, they should not be in that position. They were the last one to be top 4 in EML. They qualified to the meeting major.
Partner organization,
Exactly. So it's Redemption.
And I think actually, based on what we've seen in Kickoff and what we've seen in today as well, that is probably the lower bracket we would have expected out of all those 4 teams. There's not really a surprise that those 4 teams are in there with what they've shown us so far.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy to think as well, right? We mentioned Secret being in the lower bracket, going from the SI final to being there. In fact, their opponents from the SI final also finds themselves in the lower bracket. FaZe also dropped down
they did.
to that lower bracket in the most recent SAL Playday, so they also face elimination tomorrow.
I know, people were hating on W7M through the group stage, and they managed to find a way.
Oh, did you see, what was it, did Hertz tweet about, like, free qualification? And then the response from the Fluxo W7M players were like, oh, remember what happened when we played each other in Paris and we sent you home?
That's going to be a banger. That's going to be absolutely banger to watch as well.
Yeah.
I just love playoffs. I love best of 3. I love it all.
Yeah, me too. And then, of course, we're talking about the SAL a little bit here because whilst we are in a bit of a super week here with the EML rounding off our playoffs all within 1 week, you will have to wait until Wednesday before you see from us again with the continuation of that lower bracket inside EML. We talk about the SAL. Their lower bracket run continues tomorrow, especially for the EML folks. That will be a late one starting at 11 p.m. CEST for the first game. We'd like to thank you very much for watching here as our show is over, but we'd like to see you again on Wednesday, 6 p.m. CEST. For now, have a good rest of your night.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing.